Dr. Bipin Singh completed his bachelor's degree from Mizoram University in 2011 and his master's from BIT Mesra in 2013. He subsequently worked at the Indian Institute of Science, Bengaluru, contributing to projects on land use mapping, elephant conservation, and railway environmental impact assessments. He later joined the ANCF as a research associate, where he focused on carrying capacity assessments and fire mapping in Odisha. From 2017 to 2024, Dr. Singh pursued his PhD at BIT Mesra with research centered on forest dynamics, rainfall interactions, and the development of a deciduousness index for central India. Since September 2024, he has been affiliated with the Wildlife Institute of India, working under Dr. Abhijit Das. I request Dr. Bipin Singh to start the presentation.
Thanks for the introduction. The title of my talk is Assessment of Wildlife Values along the proposed Hubli-Angola Railway alignment in North Karnataka. The part of the presentation which I'm going to present is from the project title, Cumulative Impact Assessment and Preparation of Mitigation Plan for the proposed Hubli-Angola Railway Line project. The project has been supervised by Dr. Abhijit Das, J.S. Johnson. Before I start the talk, I want to just give an overview of the project. This project is carried out in Western Ghat, which is a biodiversity hotspot, biodiversity hotspot and rich for endemic species, which is the railway line is going to defragment the railway line. Hence, conserving this landscape is important. For that, we need to collect comprehensive data. Based on the data, we're going to suggest the mitigation plan. So I just zoom into the area where this railway line is stretching. The study is carried out in two districts of Uttar Kannada and Dharwar. It starts from Hubli and it goes down up to Angola. Coming to the background of the project. Coming on the background of the project, the proposal was submitted in 1998. The foundation stone was laid in 2000. Between 2002 to 2006, 30 kilometers of the line was constructed in the non-forested area. In 2012, EIA was submitted by IIC. In 2015, legal proceedings, different proceedings will happen, and the case was transferred to the Honorable NGT. In 2022, in the 68th meeting, the 7-member committee was formed. In 2023, the doubling of the track was suggested, and also WI need to take up this task. Hence, in 2024, based on the recommendation, Ministry of Railway was asked to approach WII for starting this project. Hence, it was initiated in 2024. This is the site where this project is being carried out. You can see that the green areas are the protected areas. The reserve forest is surrounding this alignment. You can see the proposed alignment does not pass through the protected areas, but it passed through a series of networks of protected areas. Coming to the objective of the project, the first objective is to do a multi-seasonal survey to evaluate wildlife values along the proposed alignment. Here we have taken 2-season survey data. Coming to the second objective is to identify areas of critical wildlife use along the alignment. Here we are going to do a landscape level data collection, which is also going on in the field. Coming to the third objective, we are going to suggest the possible mitigation measures maintaining the habitat connectivity in the landscape. So based on our first and second objective, we are going to suggest Texas-specific mitigation measures for the proposed alignment. Coming to the study design, this is the systematic data has been collected along the proposed alignment. The first exercise vegetation, where we have collected 5-meter transits. Opportunistic survey, systematic survey is also been carried out. Coming to ethiofauna, castnet and hennet survey was carried out. Habitat survey was also done. Categorization of the streams were carried out. Water quality parameters were also collected. Coming to habitafauna, visual encounter survey was carried out. Coordinate survey was carried out. Coming to avifauna, point count survey technique was carried out. Coming to mammals, camera trapping was deployed in the field. Along with the science survey was also carried out. Opportunistic and systematic surveys also been carried out. Coming to the bioacoustic, this is the additional technique which we try to detect the rare and the exclusive species from the proposed alignment. The survey has been carried out using 1 kilometer segment interval. Coming to the sampling efforts we have put in the field. After getting the permission, we carried out the multi-Texas survey, started in December 24 to July 2025, covering 2 seasons. For the vegetation, we have collected 59 transits, 500 meters surveyed for recording the different vegetation composition. 60 selected streams were collected in the field. 361 streams were also marked and mapped, out of which 60 were perennial streams. Coming to habitafauna, we have surveyed 116 kilometers of VS encounter survey technique, where this mostly done during the night survey. 74 quarters also was done, where 10 by 10 meter plot was laid, coordinate was laid in the field. Coming to the mammal, 191 camera traps were laid in the field, covering 3,760 trap nights, and opportunistic survey was also done. Coming to avifauna, a total of 126 point count survey was conducted. For the acoustic, 72 passive acoustic recorders were deployed in the field, for which 2,730 hours of data was collected. Coming to the results, along the alignment, we have done the 59 transmit segments data, where we have collected 221 species, 181 belongs to genus, 72 to the families, 17 were threatened species, 43 were endemic to Western Ghats. You can see in the pie chart, from the 59 segment, 59% is trees, 19% is shrubs, 11% are climbers and herbs. Montana is the most dominant species from the top 10 endemic species. Coming to ethiofauna, 29 species were recorded, 2 were threatened species, 10 were endemic to Western Ghats, which 29 species represent 10% of the total ethiofauna of Karnataka. For the number of family species per family is also shown in the bar graph, where Cyprinidae is the most dominant family species. Nemicularia is the second most dominant. Coming to habitafauna, 67 species were recorded, belonging to 42 genuses. 5 were threatened species, 21 amphibians, and 14 reptiles are endemic to Western Ghats. 76 species represents 30% of the habitafauna of the Karnataka. Out of this 67, 35 were amphibians, 32 were reptiles. The survey was also done across seasons for the habitafauna, where 32 species were specially recorded in the monsoon season, which is the most suitable time for doing the habitafauna survey. The amphibian abundance across forest type was also assessed, where there is no significant variation across forest type was observed. Coming to avifauna, 209 species were recorded, 8 were threatened species, 15 were endemic to Western Ghats, 209 species represent 37% of the avifauna. The species richness was also assessed using spec rich, where the dark green shows the estimated richness, the actual richness in light green. The semi-evergreen is the most richness, as highest richness, whereas for the estimated richness, for the actual richness, moist distress occurs the highest richness. Coming to the mammalians, 35 species were recorded, 10 were threatened species, 1 is endemic to Western Ghats. Out of the 30 species, 23% is represented from the mammalians of Karnataka. The carnivorous species, we also calculated RAI, Relative Abundance Index, where common leopard, brown plum civet, and small Indian civet were the most dominant species in carnivorous species. Whereas in the herbivorous species, wild pigs, spotted deer, southwest langur were the most dominant species. Relative abundance, we found that moist distress and evergreen was the high risk areas, semi-evergreen forest, and dry distress was the least species richness. Coming to bioacoustic, we found that 86 species.
Quickly.
Yeah, 86 species were recorded from the using the acoustics. 3 were exclusively recorded here. Mammal species 11 were recorded, 7 were exclusive. 7 were amphibian species. We can see there is the soundscape of different forest type is being shown using acoustic complexity index. Coming to the summary, the proposed alignment involves 556 hectares of forest, 322 hectares of moist deciduous, 89 hectares of evergreen, 88 semi-evergreen forest, 57 hectares of dry deciduous forest. 27 kilometers of the proposed alignment passed through the Dandli Elephant Reserve, 18 kilometers of the proposed alignment passed through Tiger Corridor, 42 were threatened species recorded in the study area that might be impacted. Coming to the way forward, most comprehensive data will be collected for the landscape level, where hotspot maps for different taxa will be created. For vegetation structure, we will be doing the circular plots for different along the alignment. For riparian aquatic survey and diversity and abundance along the proposed will be assessed. For avifauna, wetland birds and migratory birds will be documented for seasonal use and habitat dependence. For small mammals, we will be trying to capture the cryptic species and habitat association.
Please conclude.
For large mammals, we will be doing camera tap for. Thank you. This is
The next presenter is Ms. Neha Yadav. Ms. Neha Yadav has done her post-graduation in environmental studies from University of Delhi. She is currently a PhD scholar at WII. Over the years, her work has spanned across human landscape, trying to understand the impacts of development on the wild world. Her current work focuses on road ecology. Over to Ms. Yadav.
Thank you for the introduction, sir. Good morning, everyone. In today's rapidly changing world, need for movement has become an important requirement. In India, we have several protected areas, but those are scattered across the country and are small in sizes. That is why an animal has to move from one place to another to fulfill its ecological needs. However, at the same time, we are the most populated country in the world. And we also have our requirements, basic requirements. That is why now we have second largest road network in the world. But these roads may be connecting us, but they are spelling death and divisions to other life forms in the form of habitat loss, habitat degradation, wildlife getting attracted towards road and getting killed, and wildlife completely avoiding those areas, and so on. So can we say just no to the development? Well, it becomes very difficult sometimes because as a country, we also have some social and economical goals. That is why it becomes very difficult. So, but for that we have some solution, like to completely avoid constructing roads as far as possible. But when we are not able to do that, minimize, rectify or compensate. I am today going to talk about minimization. So I am taking you to the Maharashtra where there is this Samriddhi Expressway which is connecting Nagpur to Mumbai. It is a 700-kilometer long stretch. It is a greenfield project. It is not dissecting any protected area, but it is going through 3 eco-sensitive zones. The vegetation around this stretch is mostly agricultural land, moist deciduous forest, and dry deciduous forest. There are several crossing structures on this expressway that have been constructed, which consist of wildlife overpasses and underpasses. Wildlife underpasses are like this, and wildlife overpasses are like this. These structures are of different dimensions. So first, we wanted to see if animals are using these structures or not. So we started monitoring on 7 overpasses and 17 underpasses. Till now, we have covered a stretch from Nagpur to Sambhajinagar. How we are doing this? We have deployed 4 cameras on overpasses, each overpass, 2 on entry, 2 on exit. We have deployed 2 cameras on each underpass, 1 on entry, 1 on exit, and on opposite walls. We have collected the data, we validated it, and we segregated the images, generated record table out of it. From that, we calculated the capture rates, and we also extracted some environmental and anthropogenic variables like distance to water, distance to road. We plotted some graphs to show the usage pattern of the species, and we wanted to see if these variables have some effect on the usage pattern. We did generalized linear mixed modeling. Out of this effort, we got 61,000 captures of humans and 30,000 captures of wild species. From that, on overpasses, 23,000 captures of wild species, and on underpasses, 6,700 captures of wild species. How these species will use these crossing structures depends on their local abundance, if the species is group living or solitary, and body size of the animal. We saw that 14 species are using underpasses and 20 species are using wildlife overpasses. The early users of underpasses are jungle cat, India porcupine, wild pig, and early users of overpasses are wild pig, nilgai, and hare. We saw that ungulates are mostly using wildlife overpasses. You see that blank space, that is a graph of underpass, and we can see that those are utilized less. So we wanted to see if there is some seasonal pattern in the usage. But with these graphs, we were not able to see any clear pattern. But we'll talk about it in our upcoming slides. If you will see, this is a graph of underpasses. Nilgai and wild pig are mostly utilizing these structures, but there is this blank space here. Why there is this blank space? Because these crossing structures are near water streams. And in monsoon, these crossing structures are getting flooded. But at the same time, the capture rate on nearby crossing structures has increased. So that showed us that animals are shifting towards nearby crossing structures. And we validated it using leopard because we could identify the leopard, and leopard is using multiple crossing structures, nearby crossing structures, and wildlife overpasses also and underpasses also. In case of small mammals, we saw that small mammals are utilizing both the crossing structures. Coming to carnivores, we saw that carnivores are using mostly wildlife overpasses, and I want your attention on leopard, that the leopard is using most of the crossing structures in winter season. The capture rate had increased. And we also observed that wild dogs are using 2 overpasses which are near the protected area. The same pattern was observed in underpasses. In winters, leopard is using more of these crossing structures. Coming to species richness, you can see in the graph that in monsoon and summer, species richness is less. That indicates that in winter, species richness was high on these crossing structures. And as we move away from the distance, away from built-up area and road, the species richness increases. In case of leopard, again, distance from the built-up area increases, leopard usage increases. Also, we saw that leopard is utilizing same structures which has high human capture rate. Coming to group living species, nilgai and wild pig, we saw that we were not able to see any pattern earlier in the graph. So we saw that in monsoon and summer, these species are utilizing these structures more. And justifying their group living behavior and preference for open habitat, wider the structures, more was the usage. So from this study, what we learned that in this landscape, there are group living species which prefer open landscapes, habitat. That is why they are using wildlife overpasses more. Their species richness was also more in wildlife overpasses. So if some landscape has chinkara, blackbuck, and wolf, which are group living species, so suggestion should be, there should be a wildlife overpass. And having multiple crossing structures depending on the landscape plays a very important role. With that, I would like to acknowledge all these people and people on the field, BH Lab mates, and at the end, I want to thank my friends and the family. Thank you so much.
The next presenter is Ms. Manisha Bishnoi. Ms. Manisha is an Inspire Fellow currently pursuing her doctoral research in the Department of Animal Ecology and Conservation Biology at the Wildlife Institute of India. Her research focuses on understanding the impacts of roads on wildlife in the Indo-Nepal Terai Arc landscape to inform its long-term conservation. Over to Ms. Bishnoi.
Thank you so much, sir. Good morning, everyone. In previous presentation, we saw how different wild animals are using mitigation measures in central Indian landscape. Now we'll move to the foothills of Himalayas in Tarai Arc landscape. It's a global ecoregion. It's a transboundary area between India and Nepal, rich in biodiversity, home to many endemic species. Due to the fertile soil here, this landscape is extensively used by humans as well as wildlife. We can see this landscape is having huge network of linear infrastructure. There's a high density of road network existing already with the railway lines, canals, transmission lines. And this is only going to grow in the future. And we know the negative impacts of the linear infrastructure. Interestingly, this landscape is a very well researched area in terms of wildlife, but we do not have information on which road segments require mitigation on priority. So in our study, we have identified connectivity corridors for tiger and rhino across the Tarai Arc landscape. So there are 16 level 1 corridors which are important for the species movement across the entire landscape, and 8 corridors are for the local scale movement of the species. And now if we see the road segments which are present in these corridors, so there are 32 road segments which are cutting through these critical corridors. And if we see from the management perspective, in Indian part of Tarai Arc landscape, the average road length which is required to be mitigated, minimum length is 4.8 kilometer. In Tarai Arc landscape Nepal, the minimum length required to be targeted for mitigation is 7.5 kilometer when we are planning for linear infrastructure development. So here we selected this site for the detailed assessment to understand the impact of road on wildlife. Here we'll see how from silence to rush hours, traffic volume is linked with the road effect zone. This is our study site in Valmiki Tiger Reserve, State Highway 64, surrounded with Chitwan and Parsa in Nepal, Sohagi Barwa in India. The vegetation here is sal mixed forest interspersed with the grassland and riparian vegetation. This is our study site. This part of the forest is already fragmented from the rest of the reserve, and the state highway is fragmenting it even more. So our objective is to evaluate whether the traffic on state highway influences the wildlife activity patterns and what is the road effect zone. So for this, we have selected 2 sites. One is undisturbed site, that's control site, and a disturbed one along a state highway. These 2 sites are 10 to 12 kilometers apart. So we started our work with a sign survey along the entire length of highway. As a result of sign survey, we selected the best site for camera trap deployment. We deployed single-sided cameras in each grid cells for a period of 40 days, a grid size of 400 into 400 meters. To survey the road traffic, we used an automated traffic counter device, Pico Count 4500, for a period of 65 days. It tells us the traffic volume, heterogeneity, and speed of the traffic. As a summary of our camera trap data, total captures were higher at the control site because efforts were also high. However, the percentage of empty captures were also high at the control site, but the percentage of animal and the human captures were more at the roadside. Among the animal captures, we found 18 mammal species at the roadside, 21 mammal species at the control site, and out of these, 12 species were common between both the sites. 6 species were exclusively present at the roadside, and 9 were exclusively present at the control site. Among these species, which were exclusive to control site, barking deer, gaur, sloth bear, and leopard cat were most abundant, while crab-eating mongoose, yellow-throated marten, large Indian civet, serow, and Indian pangolin were also detected a few times. At the roadside, nilgai and the grey mongoose At the roadside, nilgai and the grey mongoose were most abundant, while hog deer and endangered species were also detected further away from the road near grassland. Jungle cat, Indian fox, and rhino were also detected a few times. Among the common mammals, spotted deer and leopard were most abundant at the roadside, while the sambar and tiger were most abundant at the control site. So for the activity pattern analysis, we extracted the timestamp data at 30-minute delta time for independent captures. We used activity overlap package in ChemTrap-R. To compare, to see the effect of traffic on the wildlife, we compared the activity of control site species with the roadside species. To understand the road effect zone, we compared the activity pattern of species with the distance gradient. We assume with the increasing distance from the road, the effect on the species will vary. So what is road effect zone? When the ecological effects of road extend outward, ranging from few meters to several kilometers, it can be short distance effect, medium distance effect, or the long distance effect, or the areas which are not impacted. In general, road effect zone is asymmetric and it is very species specific, depends on the type of road, type of traffic, and the volume of traffic on the road. So as a result of our activity pattern analysis, we saw the leopard was comparatively showing highly diurnal activity at the road control site, while at the roadside it was crepuscular. This red is the traffic peak, so it's clearly avoiding the peak traffic hours on the road. If we see the heat map, it seems like the species is utilizing the areas close to the road as well as away from the road. But this does not give us entire picture. But with the distance gradient analysis, we can see at 250-meter distance from the road, during the day, the activity of leopard is not there, but it is utilizing those areas during night. But as we increase the distance from 250 to 500, the diurnal activity of leopard starts to increase, and at 1000 meter, it increases even more. In the case of wild boar, it was diurnally active at the control site, while it was crepuscular at the roadside. It also follows the same pattern. With increasing distance from the road, the activity of species starts to increase. In case of sambar, the activity was by large same at both the sites. However, it was slightly higher at the control site. It seems that the species is using areas close to the road as well as away from the road. And with the distance gradient analysis, we didn't get a pattern because the species were mainly crepuscular. So with this analysis, we can't state a direct effect on the sambar. In case of tiger, it was active throughout the day at the control site, while at the roadside, it was crepuscular, clearly avoiding the peak traffic hours. We do not have enough detections for the distance gradient analysis. However, with the heat map, we can see the species is more present away from the road. And this is also evident from a crossing event recorded through our cameras. Species is using the area close to the road during the night hours, and in the day it's avoiding. These are some interesting behavior of tiger. We capture through our camera at the control site a tigress making a kill, feeding her cubs, chilling with her cubs in very close proximity to the forest road. In case of spotted deer, with increasing distance from the road, the activity started to increase after 250 meter. And in case of nilgai, it was more active during the day, closer to the road, and with increasing distance from the road, its diurnal activity started to reduce. So in conclusion, the road effect zone of SH64 varies for different species. For carnivores, it's somewhere between 250 meters to 500 meters. For spotted hare, it's less than the carnivores, but its activity starts to increase after 250 meters. In case of wild boar, the road effect zone is 500 meters. Collectively, we can say the road effect zone for for all these species is 500 meters. So several studies indicate that if a road is used by traffic volume, like vehicles are more than 5,000 per day, it can be a huge barrier for the species. 240 vehicles on this highway daily is a very small number, but its impact is not small. Even this small volume of traffic is creating avoidance behavior in multiple species. Therefore, studies like these are important for careful conservation and development plannings. With this, we look forward to conduct field data from different road types, which we have already identified in Tarayak landscape. And we also look forward to include other characteristics of disturbance, such as type, frequency, timing, and the wildlife characteristics and the habitat characteristics for the detailed assessment of road effect zone. With this, I would like to acknowledge following people, especially Bihar Forest Department. Thank you so much.
Thank you for completing within time. And same goes to Neha also. She finished before time. Thank you.
Next, I would like to invite Dr. Suman Malik for the presentation. Dr. Suman recently earned his PhD from Ahmedabad University with his research focused on species invasion in India's freshwater ecosystems. He did his master's from Pondicherry, where he worked upon fouling species in ocean clogging the ecosystem services. He has worked closely with fishing community, with ICR's Central Institute of Brackish Water Aquaculture as a young professional, and with Lion Conservation Society, Gaur Wildlife Sanctuary and National Park as project associate for Asiatic Lion Census, Gujarat. Currently, he is working as a senior project associate at WI. Dr. Malik, please.
Thank you, Chair, for the generous introduction. So today I will be taking you to another conservation effort that has been done in the Indian freshwater ecosystems, which is often overlooked. So taking you to my topic, which is from waste to wealth, understanding the fate of abundant fishing gears in Indian freshwaters through the lens of circular economy. So talking about wealth, India gains surplus economy from the fishery sectors, and the total fish production of the country has rose from 0.75 million tons in 1950s to 19.5 million tons during the current decade. It has become the world's second largest aquaculture nation and the third largest fish producer after China, and there are various drivers that have contributed to this growing economy of our country. And we can see from the map that India is blessed with longer coastlines, and for which contributes to the fish production. But which is mostly overlooked is the rivers and its production rates, which has also major contribution through inland fisheries. And with these achievements, growing achievements of our country, there is a growing concern also, that is abundant fishing gears. So we human have done nothing to mitigate this class of pollutant, but have given a classy title to those class of pollutant, that is abundant, lost, otherwise discarded fishing gears, or ALDFG. And there are many reasons for accumulation of these class of pollutants, which include wear and tear, rough weather condition, entanglement with the marine organisms, or attack by marine organisms, or gear conflicts. So we can see the different proportion of such nets getting accumulated in the freshwater ecosystems. And as I mentioned, that rivers are majorly overlooked. In spite of 75% of the total fish production comes from our inland fishing sectors, and the river Ganga is the major resource-rich fisheries hotspot, as it has also been mentioned in the other talks in yesterday's session. And it is yet, unfortunately, this river Ganga is also world's second largest and most polluted catchment systems of the world. And we can see from the map that the frequency of occurrence of strings and nets is significantly high when compared to rope and floats. So now we need to understand why we are so concerned about these ALDFGs, because these ALDFG have severe ecological impacts, which include entanglements, biofouling, habitat degradation, ghost fishing, and microplastics. So basically, apart from these ecological impacts also, it delivers various socio-economical impacts to the fishermen community, which include depletion of the livelihood and reduction of the harvest and catch efficiency. We can see various other impacts from this pie chart. So now, after knowing all these impacts, we need to think of the ways to tackle this issue. That is, we have various government schemes, and as the major theme of our ARS 2025, we need to involve community. And another way that is growing, that is getting some attention, is circular economy, which is basically instead preventing use of the linear take, make, waste model that for the plastics or nets that we use currently. We have to use reuse, repair, and recycle model to maximize the ecosystem functioning and improve the human well-being. So there are a few success stories related to this circular economy. Basically, circular economy has been adopted in international waters, but need to seed in our Indian ecosystems. So network model of Philippines that have recycled these nets and converted them into carpet tiles. And the tropical tuna parsin net model that have also recycled these nets into secondary commercial products. And so our objective goes like this: we have to understand the research gap in case of Indian freshwater ecosystems, and we have to involve communities, and which will help us to formulate a self-sustaining circular models. So our way forward include extensive literature review and a metadata analysis to guide our way forward. Then we will be involving community by close-end fishermen community to get their views about ALDFG and schemes available to them. And finally, we will be formulating a self-sustaining circular model for the Indian freshwater ecosystems. So a quick glimpse on the literature review. So we found that the rivers are the major catchment areas, but often mostly overlooked, and the annual discharge rate of these LDFGs in Ganga river is around 1,20,000 tons, which contribute to the economic losses, entanglements, livelihood depletion, and habitat degradation. And being a major catchment area, various fishing gears and mesh sizes and nets are used by the fishing community. We can see from the map where the intensity of the fishing gears has been higher in the lower stretch of the Ganga, and the major fish production has gone down in the current decade, which include ALDFG as one of the reason, along with damming and exotic species introductions and all. So in the metadata part, where we have surveyed the literature for past 64 years, and we found that in the global scenario, LDFG related studies have received current attention in the current decade, but in case of Indian scenario, it is still lagging far behind. And then further we have divided this into various subjects, where we found that the management and impacts are the major areas where studies has been conducted. In marine ecosystem, but also in freshwater ecosystem, impacts are the area where has got some attention, but mostly in the global scenarios. But in the Indian scenarios, we don't see any progress in the studies related to this, and hence. In case of Indian freshwater ecosystems, being a potential source of these ALDFGs, we need to pay more attention, and 38% of the studies of ALDFG has been conducted so far in Indian freshwater ecosystem, but for marine it is around 62%. Then for our way forward, we have used long lines and interpretations from our negative bionomial GNM model. We found that long lines, gill nets, ropes, and traps and pots are significantly abundant, and FAD, that is fish aggregating device, gill nets, tramble nets, and trawl nets, were more significantly abundant in marine ecosystems. And there is obviously lack of studies in the freshwater ecosystems, and India is in the initial phase of the management of ALDFG with important incorporation of circular economy. And from our roadmap, we can see that circular economy has got attention in the current decade in the international waters, obviously, and we need to incorporate in our Indian waters. So from our community involvement study, we found that there is a huge diversity of fishing nets used, and traditional nets are also used. And nets were made up of mainly nylon 6, and floats and ropes were made up of HDPs. And we found that 76 species, mainly food fishes, were harvested each year, and 43% of them were caught using the monofilament gill net. We used key information interviews and focal group discussions to understand the perspective of community. And we also focused on active fishing sites, population density, and role of women. And you can see from the study area map, which we have incorporated Bhagalpur in Bihar and Sahibganj in Jharkhand, as they are the major hotspots. And we have also gathered information about their average income, role of women, and their fishing crafts and gear status. So next we have to strengthen the livelihood by involving the fisherwomen, and then skill development, and locating the site of accumulation of ALDFG. And then we have to build a self-sustaining model using the active recyclers, and we have to collaborate with international bodies. And so here is a proposed model of our supply chain circular model, basically, which we are going to apply in the field, where we will involve the community. And then there are various community-based initiatives like National Mission for Clean Ganga, Khushia Foundation, and CHAK. They are already involving with the different communities and working for the benefit of the society. And so in the conclusion, I would like to say that the North Pacifics have gathered large amount of plastics, and ALDFG is one of them. And prominent one, and Indian oceans lie in the second position. So in order to control these plastics, we need to control these ALDFGs from the sources, that is majorly the rivers, and we have to practice sustainable fisheries or aquaculture, so that we can work on the waste management and ecological restorations and livelihood development, and all collectively it will contribute to the conservation and well-being of the species as well as the societies. So I would like to acknowledge the Director, Wildlife Institute of India, for giving me the chance to work on this project, and Dean Dr. Ruchi ma'am, and Project Manager Dr. Harish sir. And Zoological Society of London for their scientific advices, and Darwin Initiative for funding, teammates and colleagues for their motivation and contributions, and Annual Research Seminar Committee for selecting my abstract, and Dr. Chinmaya ma'am for reviewing my presentation in the last moment. Thank you.
So, with the permission of the chair, we now take the questions. I request all the presenters to come on the stage, please. So we have a very interesting lineup of questions, starting from the first class, 7, 4, 3, 1. So we can see the trend. So the nice linear. Okay. So, but then due to a time limitation, we will probably restrict questions, but some questions are related, so I'll be kind of combining them. So the first question is from PC Rais up to the first presenter, which is about any major development project requires several years. Any study done or proposed about the impact on the ecology of the area during construction phase? That's number one question. Second is any study done by any agency as to the need of the project cutting through such large expanse?
Can you hear?
Can you hear, right? Yeah. Large expanse of undisturbed forest areas of Uttar Kannada district in Western Ghats, particularly in view of railway line doubling project under completion between Castle Rock and Vasco section. You can be brief with your answer.
Yeah. Please be brief with your answer.
Yeah. Just to brief, first is any impact study on the construction phase.
As part of the first construction, first question, the construction of the railway line is not assessed. We are only doing currently we are doing the biodiversity assessment. For the Texas specific mitigation plan will be taken.
The second one is about the other agencies working on this, any impact. Maybe you can talk to sir separately. I think it's a very detailed one.
I think this needs to be spoken separately.
Yeah. So the next question is coming from one of our MSc students. The two questions, but I'm going to ask only one. or the biodiversity figures the study found different from the IAC report? This is Siddhant.
Currently, we have not compared with them. In the coming months, we will compare whatever we have collected.
Yeah, you can tell the student later. So this is the last question that I'll take it from GoPGV, because this is more about most statutory bodies have evaluated HARP and rejected at least 11 times. Will the project team consider avoidance, which is an important aspect of mitigation hierarchy, as a recommendation? What proportion of the 160 odd kilometers is proposed as tunnels?
Based on the same Texas-specific biodiversity data, we will be suggesting which area we will be suggesting the measures. That's all.
Okay, so like GoPGV, and you have 4 more questions from Kamar Qureshi Saab and Dr. Bilal and Akansha, and also one of the diploma trainee, Rashmi, and all similar questions about impact, so you can discuss with them later. Yeah, I'll just close that. So next one is Neha, please come forward. So first question is from Dr. Bivash Pandav. Why are leopards using wildlife overpasses more in winter?
Sir, I cannot say it clearly, but this is like 2 years of data, and this is not the pattern. We can say it very confidently that there is some reason behind it. We will see other variables, and then we could say ki, okay, this is the proper pattern that they are using in winter, or some seasonal preferences there.
डॉक्टर साहब उनको ठंड लगता है ना अंदर विंटर में ठंड लगता है तो
Sir,
ऊपर
it is
धूप में
an
चले जाते
open habitat.
I think he's satisfied with their answer. Okay, so the next question is from Prashant. Any reason why leopards are using areas with high human presence?
That could, because first thing, it is a journalist species, and these results were same, these patterns are the same which were observed in paint also, but this is not related that if human are going, then leopards are also going. It is not related. It is just humans are also using the same crossing structures, and leopards are also using, and there is temporal segregation. So yes, I hope I answered.
So the next question is from our diploma trainee, Mr. Prabhanjan. Whether to build underpass, overpass depends on the landscape at a place or forest. Also, number of animals using these infra depends on selective abundance of that site. Isn't the comparison between underpass, overpasses preposterous?
Sir, so there is this stretch of 20 kilometer, okay, and there are multiple underpasses and overpasses. So let's assume that if that is the area, so we assume that there is same abundance in that, local abundance in that area, but in that same area also, overpasses are preferred more, because obviously group living species preference for open habitat, that is why. So it is not that somewhere is local abundance is low and like that.
I take the privilege of asking one question. So I just wanted to know that is the leopards or the same leopards visiting?
Yes, sir.
It's a
Multiple crossings. Yes.
okay, that's all for you.
Yes, sir. Thank
and
you, sir.
I'll call now Manisha to come forward. So I think today is the day of Bivash Pandav. We have questions from all speakers. So you have, this question is, you have identified the corridors, or the corridors were already identified, or canals in the Tal good or bad for wildlife? The 2 questions, but similar.
So
The first one is, you have identified corridor, or corridors are already identified? Or canals in Tal good or
You can
bad
read
for
from
wildlife? You can also read. There. Yeah, you can read.
So, sir, for first question, the corridors were obviously identified, but these were very old, like it's decades ago when these were identified, and now with the recent fine-scale data available and good computational sources, we have identified it for 2 large mammals together, and they are collectively used for identifying the barriers in the form of roads which are traversing through those corridors. So it's, I guess, these were identified, and but with the recent data sets, we have identified them, and they are now updated, and our goal was to identify the road segments which were traversing. So we obviously needed updated data for that, so yes.
The second one, canal,
Are the canals,
good or bad for wildlife?
sir, depending on the species, if they are, like if any species is able to navigate through the canals, it to an extent it can be fine, but depending on the species, if they are not able to, if it's acting as a barrier, for example, in Valmiki Tiger Reserve, along my state highway, there were 2 canals, and
I think you can discuss later.
I think
another-
canals are bad.
Yeah. That's probably, Bivash.
I'll talk to Vivas afterwards.
so, but if it's,
Okay, okay, fine. I think that he's already answered your question, this own question.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So next question is coming from Mr. Tushar Chavan, is the field director, Sayadri Tiger Reserve. How traffic induces violent behavior in wildlife? Elaborate.
how traffic induces wildlife?
Violent behavior in wildlife. I don't know, maybe he must have said something, so he's asking. Maybe aggressive behavior. Yeah.
I've not seen aggressive behavior as such, but it can create problems at multiple level. But I have not personally seen it,
Okay.
but it definitely can.
So the next question is from Supritam. He says, nice presentation. KD-based activity data that are pooled across multiple sites and very much dependent on bandwidth optimizer. Thus, it ignores site-specific information. In case of your study, the animal movement is extremely site-specific. How do you address this gap in your study?
Sir, please repeat it
You
and
and I
be a
think
little loud. sir.
Supritam, please.
Yes.
Who is it? Where is he? Mike.
Mike, please. Okay, so it's fine, I'll read it again. So he says the KD-based, I know, if I can just also read from here. KD-based activity data that are pooled across multiple sites. So you've already pooled data across multiple sites, and they are very much dependent on bandwidth optimizer, correct? Thus, it ignores site-specific information. In case of your study, the animal movement is extremely site-specific. How do you address? I think if it is really difficult for you, you should discuss with him. Yeah, we can discuss with
We
him
can
later.
discuss later.
Yeah.
Sure.
Fine. Okay, that's all for you. And the last presenter, your
Thank
name
you, sir.
just been,
Thank you.
yeah, last presenter, you just renamed by Bivash Panda as ALDGF. Okay, so the question is, which part of Indian coastal waters has more ALDGF?
So majorly the rivers, we are now focusing on the river Ganga because that is mostly the fisheries hotspot. But after successful implementation of our model, we can move to other rivers also, which are, because most of the Indian freshwater rivers are under this fishing pressure. So we need to incorporate those models on those rivers too. Thank you.
So, sir, this is from Kamer Qureshi Saab. I think I request him to, yeah, she's gone? Okay, basically he's got 2 questions. Forests depend on Ganga and Brahmaputra, the net being discarded in comparatively less. In your economics, you need to factor for very cheap Chinese gill nets. I don't know. He's more talking about poorest, basically poorest depend on Ganga and Brahmaputra. The net being discarded is comparatively less, right? In your economics, you need to factor for very cheap Chinese gill net. Yeah, basically
yes, sir,
saying that
thank
economic
you.
analysis, you need to really account for this
Yeah.
also.
Yes, thank you for your suggestion. Obviously, we will also include, there are means more types of traditional nets also, they have been used in various parts. And we have to incorporate all those all those nets also while building these models.
That's all. Yeah. So I'll hand the session back to the chair. All the best to you.
So I'll use some of the time which was spared by Neha and who else? This has been a very favorite subject of mine also, because we have dealt with this problem earlier on. But I must congratulate all the 4 presenters here today, because squeezing years of hard work and study into 10 minutes is a tall order. I have not been able to do that myself, but I must say that you have been able to do that, and the presentations were very good. Bhupendra Singh ji, the subject you dealt with was very, very important, because, you know, when we oppose a proposal, when there's a proposal and we are asked to, you know, put our views on that, if we don't support our arguments with data, it becomes very difficult for us to convince the people there. When some flyovers were being built around Rajaji, that time we didn't have much data, and we couldn't counter the arguments put forward by the people there. A very small example, we don't have the counter now. Now we have the vehicle counters, but those days we didn't have the counters. Can you imagine that 39,000 vehicles used to pass that Haridwar to Dehradun road? 39,000 vehicles per day, 39,000 vehicles. That was counted by people sitting on the roadside for 7 days. That is the average count, 39,000 vehicles. And we suppose that, okay, at night, 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock at night, the road would be comparatively empty and the animals could easily cross. But to our dismay and to our surprise, the busiest part of the day, the time was at 2 o'clock in the night, because all the big buses and trucks were plying on the road at night. So the elephants had hardly any time to cross the road. So the time factor is also important. Which time of the day or night the animals are crossing, the thing is very important to note. And as far as design is concerned, Neha was talking about the design. When I was looking into these underpasses, green corridors, we were working on this green concept called green corridors. And I always thought that animals, when we talk of animals, we think from our point of view. I have always believed that we must think in terms of the animals. How do the animals feel? For example, if there's a culvert going beneath the road, then I try to think that how would the animal feel when you cross that culvert? And if the 6-year-old child was asked to go into the culvert, when there are big buses flying on your head, just a meters above your head, nobody would dare to do that. So that's why we thought of a plan of, you know, creating this sound and light barrier on both sides of the culvert so that they feel safe. So when we think of this designing any underpass or overpass, this thing should be kept in mind. Suppose the design which we have shown underpass, they're just like boxes, you know, they're just concrete box, and here suppose animals are supposed to go into the box. Animals are very, very sensitive towards the sound, acoustic of that the thing. They're very, very critical of the sound. They have to, but if the boxes are built in such a way that there's a lot of the reflection of the echo from the sound from the sides of the wall, then the corridor becomes useless for the animals. They fear to go into that. So when you design underpass, I try to do that, try to impress the people there, but nobody would listen to us at that time. But if you have the data to prove that there's a lot of echo going on, then to mitigate that echo problem, the design of the boxes could be in such a way that it could be acoustically safe for the animals to cross. This thing has to be kept in mind. Level crossing, again, Vishnu was talking about the Tarai art, landscape and all that. Level crossing is very, very difficult for us to convince the people that to build certain things. Way back when we were trying to ask the railway department to put some level crossing in Rajaji Park for the elephants to cross, because elephants, they take a long time to climb over. Level crossing, they said no level crossing allowed in railways. So, but we are talking about the level crossing for the animals, not for the human beings. Even then, they were highly opposed to that. So that's why we need data to prove our point. Okay. And then in this regard also, I want to make one this thing small. When we think of this kind of design and everything, we only think of the big animals, elephant, tiger, leopard, everything. But we need this thing, your corridors for small animals. Number of pythons are killed on the railway line between Haridwar to Dehradun. Pythons, they don't have any, they have to cross over the railway line. But when we design our corridors, we never think of frogs, or we never think of the your pythons or snakes, something. They also die. So they also have the right to cross from one place to another. So when you think of any corridor, any designing any corridor, when you propose some corridor, please take this into consideration when you do that. And Sumanji, this thing also was very, very important, because we have the biggest contributor of plastics in the sea from our state. We throw everything in the state, and then it flows down to thing. And I would have wished that when you say the waste to wealth to waste, you would have dwelled more on that. How to create wealth out of waste. You gave us a lot of background, but I would have loved to listen to you how you are proposing to transform the waste into wealth. That was more interesting. That would have been more interesting. So thank you all for a very nice presentation. I congratulate you for squeezing years of work into 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
Very quickly, very interesting and insightful presentations, and congratulations to all presenters. I was associated with Hubli Ankola in the initial assessment, and without doing all this detailed study, we had expressed our concern, but then the study is proving. In fact, these presentations act as a evidence. Yesterday there was this point raised by ADG Wildlife, that evidence-based decision making. And I feel that these projects, these presentations will act as evidence for making the right decision. Another thing which I feel is that at least the researchers have the freedom, so they should be quite free and open about prescribing mitigations, which also includes avoidance. Because when it comes from a research institute, then it carries weight and there's already evidence. So that will help us in making decision. The other thing is, what I noticed was in, I think, Samudri Express and elsewhere also, the enrichment also needs to be focused, and that can also be one of the recommendations or the prescription in their respective research. There was this one quote: roads are disease and these mitigation measures are medicine. I feel, why have the disease in the first place? We should not, just because there's a medicine, we should not be inviting disease everywhere. So that's all. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Yeah, I forgot one. Just a second. Dr. Bivas made a very important point, that the canal thing. I said it's bad. He said that why he wanted to point it out was the design of the canals should be animal friendly, not otherwise. If it is animal friendly, then it can be useful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request Ramesh sir to kindly thank our chair and co-chair for felicitating the session so well. Thank you, sir. Garwat sir. Thank you, sir. Our next session is on advances in species recovery, which are oral presentations. To chair the session, I invite Dr. Shankar, former Director SACON and also former Senior Professor from Wildlife Institute of India, Adarsh Reddy sir from Maharashtra Forest Department, and Dr. Gopi GV, Scientist F. Also, Shankar sir was also the research coordinator when he was here, so it's nice to have sir back. Sir, I hand over the session to you.
Good morning, everyone. So there are 5 presentations in this technical session, that is 6 advances in species recovery, and each speaker will get 10 minutes time, and then time has been managed from there, and we don't need to remind you. Please finish your talk on time. And so it's a very interesting session going to be, and personally I feel that I'm very happy to see a session on this topic, especially because I was involved in 2 species recovery program, one on tigers in Sariska Tiger Reserve, and another one on Gaur in Bandhavgarh Tiger Reserve. So looking forward to the presentations, and I'll request my co-chair to introduce the speakers. Thank you.
Good morning all. The first topic is Lesser Florican on the Brink of Extinction by Mohib Uddin. Mr. Mohib Uddin is an ecologist dedicated to the conservation of the critically endangered Great Indian Bustard and Lesser Florican. He holds a postgraduate degree in wildlife sciences and has been associated with the Wildlife Institute of India since 2016. Currently, he serves as a principal project associate in the project Great Indian Bustard and is pursuing his PhD from ACSIR Wildlife Institute of India, focusing on the seasonal habitat use and migration of the Lesser Florican. Please. Mic is off.
Hello everyone, I am going to talk about Lesser Florican. This is an animating species of bustard which is on the brink of extinction. This is the work we have been conducting under Project Great Indian Bustard. Lesser Florican was once distributed across Indian subcontinent. As visible in the map, the red dots are from pre-1980. The bird was from many places across the country. However, later the locations were coming from only Rajasthan and Gujarat, as visible in yellow and blue dots. Currently, the bird has been breeding in 2 major populations. One of them is in Ajmer over here in Rajasthan, and another one is in Velavadar in Gujarat, with a few other birds in Kutch and other places. They have lost more than 90% of their population, as visible in the graph here. There were more than 4,000 birds during 1980, which has gone down to 800 birds in 2018. There have been extinction of local breeding populations, such as from many places in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, and Gujarat. Another issue is that we do not know a lot about their non-breeding habitat use. However, the species has been studied in past by late Dr. Ravi Shankaran and later by Dr. G.S. Bhardwaj. However, there has been a gap of more than a decade, and we did not know what was their population status. In this case, it was crucial to conduct a survey in across their breeding range. For that, during 2017 and 18, we conducted a pan-India survey with our state forest departments and with our NGO partners. The survey was conducted following distance sampling framework, where we would divide the sites into 6 by 6 kilometer grids, where vehicle surveys for occupancy were conducted. Once grid was occupied, it was further divided into 2 by 2 kilometer grids for walk transit for density estimation. As visible over here in the map, on the northern part, there is Ajmer, where it's a big area of 3,000 square kilometer, and there are similar densities from a smaller area of 35 square kilometer in Velavadar. This shows the importance of grassland, that even smaller areas with grassland can support higher densities of birds. The survey revealed in a total population of 426 breeding males, and considering 1-to-1 male-female ratio, the population came up to 800 birds, which was quite low from the earlier estimate. And after this, the species was put back in critically endangered category in 2021. So, with this, there was not much of information still about their non-breeding habitat, and we had so many questions. In my own words, I would say that uchal uchal ke had karte ho, जब भी बरखा होती है, प्रीत तो होती खलियानों में, शीत किधर को होती है. We wanted to know about their wintering habitats. Where do they do wintering, their movement patterns, their non-breeding habitats, and critical threats. And for this, the best way possible was to do telemetry. So we targeted both males and females to do telemetry. So far, we have tagged 12 individuals, including 9 males and 3 females. The birds have provided very crucial data so far. They have started migrating to their non-breeding grounds in mid-October from Ajmer, and they reached for more than 1,500 kilometers to Deccan. Their wintering sites included Maharashtra, Karnataka, and Telangana. The tagged birds bred in Rajasthan, Gujarat, and there has been a record from Bihar as well. The other sites used by these tagged individuals were Madhya Pradesh and Uttar Pradesh during their migration. These birds, interestingly, took their migration flights only during night. During migration, the birds moved on an average about 20 to 27 kilometers daily. However, in few cases, the birds have crossed more than 200 kilometers during one single night. In their non-breeding habitat, they used sites very intensively. As visible in the map over here, they would be in an area of 1 to 2 square kilometers for a couple of weeks, and then they move from there to another site close by. And then in the whole wintering for 5-6 months, they would be in these 4-5 patches. This gives a very crucial information that even in smaller patches, even in 2 to 5 square kilometer patches, grasslands are restored, the bird would be able to survive in non-breeding habitat. Another important aspect is to know about their adult mortality, and we found that they have a very high adult mortality with only 52% annual adult survival rate, which is quite low for such a critically endangered species. We needed to understand their breeding ecology, and first for that was to know where do they nest, because the females are extremely elusive. They are not visible once they land in the field. They are highly sensitive to disturbance, and on top of that, their eggs are perfectly camouflaged. As you can see in all these images of eggs, they have different shades of green, which is almost invisible once they are on ground. It requires training of a staff and intensive observations in field. Once a female is localized, we do intensive combing to find the nest. It was known that the bird is a laking species which breeds in exploded lakes and where the males would be displaying 200 meters apart from each other. However, that lake functionality is compromised now, as we see only a couple of males in a lake and sometimes hardly one. However, the interesting thing to learn is that, as you see in the map over here, the yellow stars are of displaying males and blue stars are of nesting females. Multiple females were nesting within 100 meters and in few cases within 10 meters of breeding males. This shows that common resource utilization by both sexes. If you look at the dark area in between these two sets of location, this is a degraded grassland. And our understanding suggests that birds are actually taking these grasslands for their breeding. Since these grasslands are under intensive gilliflower infestation, they are shifting their territories to close by agricultural fields. Their average clutch size was 3. We have recorded as low as 1 and as many as 5 eggs in a single nest. They have a very small breeding window. It's only 3-4 months of monsoon, and with that, their egg biomass is more than 25% of their body weight. These factors combining does not allow a single clutch in one season. On top of that, their nest survival rate is only 27%. Their threats were, the loss of grassland habitats is one of their major threats. As visible in this map over here, all the brown polygons are degraded grassland in that image. Yellow are the Lesser Florican Conservation Reserve. And you see all the blue dots and the red dots of Lesser Florican locations. They are very close to these grasslands, but they are pegged into agriculture fields very close to this grassland. As there is no habitat in the grassland, they are shifting their territories to the close by agriculture field. As visible in this map over here, the pink is the cropland layer. It is, you can see the agriculture expansion in the area. However, there are still grasslands left. There are small patches of green polygons. These are all grasslands, and this shows that the bird is actually taking these areas, and if restored properly, the bird can still survive in this area. The main threat identified by us in last few years was the mechanized farming. As the bird is elusive and remains in field for even if threatened, they would hide in the field until unless the threat approaches really close. That works with human, but that does not work with machine. They cut them. Here is the image of male, female, eggs, and chicks. The bird is being affected in every stage of their life. Another threat was identified as power lines and agricultural fences, and of course, stray dogs. With all these ongoing ecological efforts, it was crucial to start a conservation breeding program for as an insurance against total extinction in the wild. For that, we have established a facility in Arwad, Ajmer, Rajasthan. It has bird cages to house birds, incubation room, chick rearing room, veterinarian monitoring rooms. As we were not collecting many eggs in the beginning, to start with and to learn with the bird, that how to breed them, how to rear them, we have so far only 10 birds, including 6 females and 4 males. And now we have learned in the beginning is that the breeding and rearing of lesser Florican is really difficult. However, we are developing their husbandry and breeding protocols. One of the male has been showing signs of breeding, and we are training him on the dummies to collect semen and for cryopreservation. This is how the semen ejaculate of a lesser Florican is. Along with this, we have been doing community outreach in the landscape, as the bird is surviving in agro-pastoral landscape. We are targeting schools, panchayat, and local fairs where the human gathering happens to talk about lesser Florican. We have so far covered 3,000 students and 2,500 locals. As we had conducted the surveys 2018, and the findings were really alarming. It was crucial to know the status now. And so we conducted the survey in 2025, a month back, only in Rajasthan and Gujarat, as the breeding population was detected in those areas earlier. And the findings are alarming. We could see only 19 birds in 6 creeds in these 2 states, which is very low for a critically endangered species. The species requires urgent conservation actions, for which we have prioritized restoration area in the priority 1 polygon. The pink polygons are lesser Florican conservation reserve. The yellow ones are for other forest lands, and the light green ones are grassland areas with Florican locations. The priority 2 has intensive lesser Florican use with few forest lands and grassland areas, similarly as priority 3. The restoration in this landscape is not very difficult. As you can see over here, it is a fenced plot which we restored from Gilliflora in April 2025, and by September 2025, the grassland community regenerated with more than 20 species of grass. Another approach would be to compensate farmers for their foregone crop. Once a bird is nesting, it can be identified and the farmer can be given compensation to leave the nest area. Another would be to implement jump start few eggs from the wild, hatch them in captivity, and release them in the wild to care of the nest predation. Another can be done as management of predators, development of photoplots around breeding areas, and parallel continuation of conservation breeding efforts to supplement the population in future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mobeen. Our next speaker is Mr. Vishnu, and his topic is population recovery of the threatened megapode of the Nicobar Islands. Mr. Vishnu is a wildlife biologist working on the conservation and population recovery of the Nicobar megapode, a threatened bird species endemic to the Nicobar Islands. His research emphasizes ecological monitoring, community engagement, and habitat restoration for the species' long-term persistence.
Hello, am I audible? Yes. Good morning, everyone. So, look at the image. These Nicobar Islands are one of the beautiful part of Andaman Nicobar Islands, and it is the southernmost part of India, which is known for its state of being in a flux. So first impression that we get about these Nicobar Islands is about the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, which had a devastating effect on the coastal habitat. So most of the coastal forest was destroyed or damaged due to the tsunami, and several species was affected. One such species is our Nicobar megapode. It's known for its habit of making nest mounds. These nest mounds are natural disturbance like these events are critical for this species, because these nest mounds are within the 100-meter coastal forest or coastal littoral forest area. So most of the water that due to that tsunami went into this habitat of this species, and most of the nest mounds were affected, destroyed or damaged due to the tsunami. These nest mounds are like huge, and the bird maintained around 33 degrees Celsius temperature for the incubation by raking soil and removing the soil, making holes. This is kind of interesting, and because of that, this bird is popularly known as thermometer birds. Nicobar Islands is part of Sundaland biodiversity hotspot, and this particular species is the westernmost member of Megapode genus, and it's about 2,500 kilometers apart from the closest relative. Unique to these islands, we have two subspecies, Megapode nicobarensis, which is distributed across central Nicobar Islands, and Megapode nicobarensis aborti, which is distributed to the southern part of Nicobar Islands. So there is a certain interest or focus in this species for a very long time. And first detailed survey population assessment was carried out by Dr. Ravi Shankar in 1995. After the tsunami, immediately Dr. K. Shivakumar done a population assessment and reported a 70% of population decline. Since that event, we know that the habitat or the coastline or the coastal forests are recovering. What is happening with the population? We don't know. So with this background, we assess the current population status of Nicobar megapode. So being a shy, skittish bird, it's very difficult to sight the bird in the coastal forest. So the nest mounts are static and it's easier to detect. So we can, and this represents the breeding population. So in the coastal habitat, we laid 1 to 2 kilometer trails. Minimum 3 observers will walk along the shoreline, and we try to locate active nest mounts in the coastal forest. In the larger islands, we did sampling, and for the smaller islands, we completed it thoroughly. We tried to search the entire island thoroughly. After completion of the survey, for the larger islands, we know that there are potential areas, or the potential coastal habitat for megapode is there that have a coastal forest with sandy beaches and least human disturbance, which have higher mount encounter rate also. And there are some other areas within these larger islands which are not that, which is not having that much of mount encounter rate, and which is mainly having rocky ridges, mud flats, mangroves and all. So we separately estimated population for both the potential coastal habitat for PCHM and non-potential coastal habitat for megapode NCHM. Using the earlier formula used by Shankar and Shivakumar, we try to estimate population for each island. Then island group wise, we estimated the population. For potential coastal habitat, PCHM, we surveyed around 138 kilometers and we recorded 241 mounts. From that, we estimated 339 active mounts, and 67% of the PCHM surveyed. For the case of NCHM, in order to anchor the boat and the difficulty in surveying, the survey effort was comparatively low, and 87 kilometers we surveyed. In that, 13 mounts we recorded. We estimated 89 total active mounts for the NCHM. This is the total survey effort. In the Central Nicobar group, for the total 441 kilometer coastline, we surveyed around 114 kilometer. For the Southern Nicobar group, for the 332 kilometer coastline, we surveyed around 110 kilometer. Interior forest also opportunistically we surveyed. So that survey was also kind of limited because of the high secondary growth and creeper growth in these interior forest areas. And around 26 kilometers we surveyed, and we detected 13 mounts in this interior forest. So as a conservative estimate, with 1 breeding pair to 2 breeding pair using a single active mount, we estimated a population for the coastal forest as 428 to 856 breeding pairs in the coastal forest. We directly add that to we got some interior forest mounts also. From that, we estimated 13 to 26 breeding pair must be in the interior forest. We directly add that, then we got the total breeding pair as 441 to 882 breeding pairs. So we compared these two earlier 2 studies, then we go to know that we are getting a small increase in the population. So the population must have started to increase. This was evident in the case of Central Nicobar Islands. According to what Shivakumar says, potential coastal habitat availability, we tried to plot, and we have seen the yellow line as if we are estimating the population based on Shikumar's potential habitat, we will get a prominent recovery. But due to the habitat requirement, we are getting a bit lower recovery. This was evident in the case of Great Nicobar group or southern group of Nicobar. And due to that huge change in the potential coastal habitat availability, huge difference, we are getting a bit decline trend. Whereas if we are going with the Shikumar's potential coastal habitat assessment, we are getting a prominent recovery. To sum up all, these due to the tsunami, we lost a lot of coastal habitat for the Nicobar megapode, and we refined the coastal habitat for the population assessment also. From the Shikumar's estimate, we got to know that 37.5% decline was happened in the case of potential coastal habitat, and this must have affected the difference in the Nicobar megapode population recovery. If we are going with that, we will get a 42.3% population recovery, but due to the refinement in the habitat, we got around 8.4% recovery. This also particularly shown that how habitat delineation is very important for the demographic studies like this. To conclude, the Nicobar megapode population is recovering. Our data gathered during this study forms an important baseline for upcoming future population assessments. I would like to acknowledge these people. This is my field team. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vishnu. Our next speaker is Ms. Swapnali Gole. Swapnali Gole is working on her topic is Indian Dugongs from the Brink, a decade of hope, setback, success and future. Ms. Swapnali Gole is a marine researcher and a National Geographic explorer with extensive experience studying dugongs and seagrass habitat in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Her work focuses on fostering an inclusive, multi-stakeholder approach to dugong and seagrass conservation by engaging local communities and government agencies to ensure sustainable marine ecosystem management.
Thank you, sir, and a very good morning to everyone. So, dugongs, our focal species, is the only herbivorous marine mammal which feeds on special plants, marine plants called seagrasses. Owing to the global population decline, they are placed as vulnerable to extinction, and the story of Indian dugongs is not different. The first conservation implication of dugongs in India was way back in 1991, following which, in 92, dugongs were placed in the Schedule 1 of Indian Wildlife Protection Act. Continued population decline later on made Government of India to take first significant step, and in 2008, we signed MOU with CMS, followed which a 9-member task force was formed, and which was then focused to in 2011, then later on, we had our first sub-region meeting of conserving South Asian dugongs, and the task force was looking into it. And in 2012, we gave the first national action plan for conserving dugongs, followed which in the subsequent year, in 2013, the first status of dugongs in the Indian waters was assessed using fisher folk surveys. With this background, in 2016, the Campa Dugong Project recovery program was launched all across the 3 distribution ranges of dugongs, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, and Andaman Nicobar Islands. We have 4 major objectives in the project. 2 are the research components, that is the habitat and species ecology, while the other 2 are exclusively dedicated to community building. Coming to the habitat ecology aspect, our first objective was to study seagrasses where they are found, do a fine-scale habitat characterization in terms of understanding the species composition, biomass density, and other meadow attributes. And the second step was understanding which of these meadows are actively used by dugongs, because dugongs don't feed on all seagrass meadows. So as you can see, dugongs have a very unique way of feeding, and then they leave a very peculiar feeding trail behind, which is seen in the photo. These were our visual cues, using which we demarcated which of the seagrass meadows are the important foraging grounds. And in 4 years of our extensive field work, we were able to demarcate the feeding dugong foraging grounds from all the areas. So we report 18 new foraging grounds from Gujarat and 32 from the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. The nature of seagrasses in Tamil Nadu is continuous, so we have successfully mapped those areas as well. Seagrasses are not important just for dugongs, but it is an ecosystem which supports humongous biodiversity. but this is generally a qualitative statement. So through our study, to enhance the importance, the habitat value of seagrasses, we also focused on associated fauna, and we report 63 species and 19 macroinvertebrate groups whose survival is equally linked to seagrasses. Coming to species ecology, our primary objective, because for management of any species, the prerequisite is to understand the habitat requirement, the dietary preferences, and the distribution trends. Our first major setback was this number 28 on the screen. This is our direct boat-based sightings of, all across the 3 sites in last 10 years. This is how rare dugongs are to sight in their natural habitat. So to deal with this, we came up with a unique citizen science network called the Dugong Volunteering Network, targeting all these stakeholders, and we trained and urged the informants who are regular seafaring people to report the live dugong sightings to us. Further strengthening this network, we also focused on dugong stranding network because our focus was not just to get live sightings, but also to mitigate the ongoing threats in terms of dugong mortalities. So we trained forest department and local communities in how to handle these strandings, because maximum mortalities do not happen because animals are getting stranded, but it happens because the handling is incorrect. For example, holding the animal by a tail and dragging it towards the sea. And if in case these animals were already dead, we still tapped into this potential, and we requested forest department and local communities to report these sightings so that we could do opportunistic ecological assessments on it. As opposed to the 28 figure which I have given before, through our citizen science network, we have gotten 1,800 sightings till date, and a glimpse on the social structure of dugongs in India, where most of the sightings were solitary in nature, followed by pair and then herds. Our second key achievement is to be able to map the dugong distribution hotspots in India. Based on our own 28 sightings, that was impossible. So we extremely thank the Citizen Science Network for being so responsive. And we report that Western Gulf of Kutch is the key dugong habitat in Gujarat, followed by South Andaman and Ritchie's archipelago from Andaman, and then Northern Park Bay from Tamil Nadu. This slide requires us to critically think on how to strengthen the existing marine protected framework in India, including the free-ranging species such as dugongs, which are not contained in the boundaries of MNPs. Because 85% of the high-risk habitats which we have assessed are outside protected areas. We opportunistically digged into the dead dugong strandings to provide ecological insights. And our first genetic study from Indian waters suggests that within the larger South Asian Indian Ocean cluster, Indian dugongs have a unique genetic lineage, which even makes them important to be protected. To deal with, so we know that dugongs feed on seagrasses, but which seagrasses species? Because they will also have their dietary preferences. So we did the gut content analysis, and we found that dugongs feed on 2 genera, significantly higher than others, that is Halodule and Halophila. And we also report microplastic contents from this. Speaking about the hidden threats, we also, this is a very interesting recent study in which we report heavy metal bioaccumulation in dugongs, also a maternal transfer of mercury from mother to calf, and this is the first such insights given from Indian waters. So we need to have an integrated management plan because most of the nutrient loading is from the landscapes. We also introduced drones as a new technological component in a survey, and we report that around 61% of the time, dugongs have spent only in the foraging areas, in the shallow waters. The most important aspect of our study is to give numbers, right from struggling to get distribution sightings. We are in a position to give numbers. A very old survey based on social surveys gave around 250 individuals of dugongs from the Indian waters. We are in a position to tell that we at least have 270 dugongs in Tamil Nadu based on the focused systematic surveys using drones, and also encounter rates from Andaman and Nicobar Islands. At the same time, we also acknowledge the limitations of using drone in low population areas like Gulf of Kutch. This is another important finding of our study, where critical dugong hotspot in Tamil Nadu was already identified. 100 strandings were also reported from the region, which peaked in January and June, which aligns with ocean currents and high fishing activities. In 2019, we proposed this area to be declared as a Dugong Conservation Reserve. And in 2022, we got our biggest achievement because this is the first Dugong Conservation Area, which was also recognized by IUCN recently. Here we have also seen 38 rescues because in a low population area such as India, even one rescue matters. So this is an incredible effort which our field teams have put with the local communities. Insights on the citizen science aspect, we have been telling that we have photo identified and monitored 3 individuals from the Andaman Islands. This year we have 3 more new additions, and we will continue the monitoring to check if they are temporary visitors or they are potential residents. One very interesting sighting which was reported to us from Andaman is the conspecific interaction between 2 dugongs. Also, we confirmed the presence of dugongs again after tsunami 2004 from the Little Nicobar group of islands where dugongs were thought to be locally extinct because of the damage and impact on the seagrass ecosystems there. Our second most important element was community building, where we have sensitized around 1 lakh people and built the capacity and strengthened the capacity of especially forest department at respective sites. We have also started novel initiatives such as the Dugong Scholarship Program, which financially aids the marginalized community from across the 3 sites, and World Dugong Day celebrations. This is an important aspect, not because it is about publication, but we are talking about a species which is very difficult not just to be studied, but also to cite in their natural habitat. Despite that, tapping into every opportunity, whether it is opportunistic or focused, we have been able to give critical ecological insights of the species. With that, we also feel that dugongs, we are in a position to tag dugongs now, and we also should integrate advanced ecological tools to study the monitoring, to monitor the dugongs and study their behavior. The last point is critically important because communities are the pillar of our project, and a continued strengthening of communities is extremely required to save dugongs in India. With that, I would like to acknowledge everyone, and thank you.
Thank you, Swapnali. Our next speaker is Mr. Bhaskar Bhandari, and his topic is landscape use and human avoidance by reintroduced Gaur. Mr. Bhaskar Bhandari completed his MSc in Wildlife Science from University of Kota and joined the Wildlife Institute of India in 2018. He initially worked on the pangolin project before becoming a key member of the Gaur reintroduction program, which he currently contributes to research on landscape use and behavioral adaptation of reintroduced Gaur populations.
Thank you, sir, for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. Imagine yourself as a wild herbivore walking in a landscape which is new to you, and you have seen never it before. As you move ahead, you found something unusual. A farmer walking in a crop field or a livestock grazing in the forest edge, and your resources are outside of this area. What would you decide? Would you go straight, risking an encounter with human or competition with livestock, or even exposure to a new disease? Or would you fall back, venturing into unknown habitat, new path, or possibly new challenges? Every decision comes with a cost. Beneath this simple story lies a deeper transformation, a world of Anthropocene, where everything under human, every forest, every river, everything carries an imprint of human. In the middle of this, wild species stand as a quiet guardian of this balance, surviving, adapting. Today, I'm going to talk about one such herbivore species, a gaur, which was reintroduced into Sanjay Tiger Reserve in the year 2023. The Sanjay Tiger Reserve is the similar landscape as I described in my backdrop. It has a mosaic of different forests, grassland, human use area, such as villages, human settlement, crop fields, shared grazing areas, and even linear infrastructure. Around 30 years back, Gaur disappeared from this region. And later in 2023, Madhya Pradesh Forest Department, in collaboration with the Wildlife Institute of India, reintroduced 50 Gaur to restore the ecological functionality of the region. The reintroduced Gaur explored the landscape and formed 8 herds and settled there. All are in core area of the tiger reserve, except one, about which I'm talking today. So the Gaur S5 was among the 50 individuals which were reintroduced in the Sanjay Tiger Reserve. And the Gaur you can see here in the picture with a GPS collar. She was the matriarch of the herd with 4 more individuals. So we studied this particular Gaur with 2 questions: how animals move and behave in the landscape use area, and how do they avoid the risk associated with human while using the same habitat. So the GPS collar attached to Gaur provided locations, GPS fixtures with an interval of 4 hours, day and night. And using these locations, we calculated MCP of the animal, and we also calculated a 3-kilometer buffer of the MCP to extend our study area. Using this extent, we computed LULC feature of the landscape, which consists of dense forests, open forests, shared grazing areas, villages, using the currently available data and calibrated them through the ground truthing. So the dense and open forests are the refuse and forest ground for the animal. Sharing grazing areas are the buffer of the villages where we can see the livestock grazing, and also it is a grazing areas for the Gaur also. And the villages are nor the refuse area and nor the grazing area. So using the data and the landscape feature, we focused on 2 major behavioral metrics. One is the movement pattern, and another is the disturbance avoidance strategy. So we analyze these behavioral metrics using the habitat utilization and trajectory analysis, and we got responses regarding the habitat utilization pattern and the relationship of step length and turning angle. So the temporal habitat utilization pattern suggested that the Gaur utilize predominantly dense forest and open forest, and there is no difference in day and night of utilization. But interestingly, we've seen some proportion of utilization in the shared grazing area, and there is a temporal difference between them. They utilize these areas in night rather than in day, and there is no utilization of human settlement and crop fields in the area. So we built a relationship of step length and turning angle, and we seen 2 kinds of patterns. One is the disturbance-like movement pattern, and another is the area-restricted movement pattern. So the disturbance-like movement patterns are the patterns where the animal have the long step length with absolute low turning angle. It means the animal is directed and in a straight line movement away from the location. And the another one is the area-restricted movement pattern, where the animal shows the short step lengths with high variance in turning angle. It means the animal is utilizing the habitat and not running far from that. And we also calculated the step length behavior with permanent disturbance from the area, that is distance to village and distance to road. And we've seen that both graphs showed a negative relation with proximity to human infrastructure. There are the permanent human infrastructure and disturbance. So as the animal move far from, as the animal come close to this infrastructure or disturbance, the animal shows higher step lengths. While when they move far from this infrastructure disturbance, their step length reduced. So moving faster helped this individual to minimize exposure time in high risk areas. that are this distance to village and the road, it is a space-based risk avoidance strategy by the animal. We also calculated the time bracket of the day of animal activity, and we found that the individual Gaur, that is S5, move farther and faster during the night and less during the day, where the human activity at the peak. Dusk, the late evening hours, is a transitional period with high movement, possibly when animals leave their resting site after the day. Dawn, the early morning hours, show shorter step, continuing with settling down after and reduced activity after after searching for a food or searching in an area. So the individual Gaur use darkness as a cover to risk the human encounters, a time-based risk avoidance strategy by that individual. So in conclusion, the individual predominantly utilize the dense and open forest for refuse and forage, and it utilized it throughout the day and night uniformly. Through those shared grazing areas, which has livestock population also in a day, is not preferred habitat, but Gaur utilize them especially at the night to move between the forest patches in search of resources. The individual Gaur move faster near the settlement road to minimize exposure with human and utilize the resources, while the individual Gaur moves different at night, higher activity in dusk and night, elevated step length during that, to minimize exposure with human and move between the areas. So in the last, I would like to acknowledge these people for supporting the project and guiding the project. And in the last, I would like to express my thanks to my PI Dr. Parag Nigam and Dr. Bilal Habib and my colleague Ritesh and Arun for the support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bhaskar. Our next speaker is Mr. Ashish Panda. His topic is Advancing Forest Freshwater Turtle Rehabilitation, Digital Image Processing as a Tool for Morphometric Assessment. Mr. Ashish Panda is a Senior Project Associate in the Research and Rehabilitation component of the Namami Ganga project at the Wildlife Institute of India. He holds an MSc in Wildlife Science from North Orissa University and is currently pursuing a PhD on the captive management of freshwater turtles. Since joining Wildlife Institute in 2018, he has specialized in the rescue and rehabilitation of aquatic macrofauna in the Ganga water basin. He is also a member of the IUCN SSC Tortoise and Freshwater Turtle Specialist Group. Please, Mr. Ashish.
Thank you, sir, for the introduction. Respected Chair, Co-Chair, good morning, everyone. Today I'm going to share one of our current research, Advancing Freshwater Turtle Rehabilitation, Digital Image Processing as a Tool for Morphometric Assessment. This work is carried out under the project Namami Ganga, and the goal was simple, to find a faster, safer, and a stress-free way to do the morphometric assessment for the freshwater turtles under rehabilitations. Turtles are the ancient group of animals. They remain ancient for million years. They are the ecosystem engineers. They ensure habitat stability through seed dispersal, nutrition cycling, and they are the scavengers of aquatic ecosystem. There are 356 species of channels found worldwide, but unfortunately, half of them are already endangered as per the IUCN category. Despite of these ecological roles, turtles are facing a lot of challenges like unregulated developmental activities, habitat loss, environmental contaminations, exploitation of meat, and illegal trade. Here you can see the graph. The freshwater species is declining much faster than the marine species and the terrestrial species. Talking to the threats, turtles are facing a lot of threats like pet trade, fishing net entanglement, poaching, sand mining. Here you are seeing the habitat loss. The area you are seeing here is probable nesting area for the riverine species. Now it is converted to a complete human habitation. For that reason, conservation is needed. So we can do conservation by using habitat restoration, control of pollution, and most importantly, rescue and rehabilitation. So rescue is not just capturing an animal, but it is a meticulous process how we are capturing an animal and release them back to the wild. We took it as a challenge, and as a part of Namami Ganga project, we established 5 rescue centers across the Ganga river basins. Till now, we have rescued more than 11,000 turtles and released nearly about 7,000 turtles. And we have a current stock of 4,000 turtles right now in our centers. The most challenging part in our rescue center is the state of animal coming to our rescue center. Some are with prolapse cases, some are with broken carapaces. And some people tie their limbs into their body so that they can make any kind of noise during the illegal transportation. So more or less the animal are too much stress. So managing this animal in the distress condition, we have prepare a triage and we do first the species identification, then the body condition, and if there is an injury, we go for the veterinary intervention. There is some protocol we follow for the rescue and rehabilitation. These are the protocols. For the body condition, we do the morphometric measurements, and the morphometric measurements are the key way to accessing the rehabilitation success. And based on the morphometric measurements, we are providing food to the animal, and if the animal is needed special attention, then we give them. Why morphometry matters? To answer that question, it is a key ways to rehabilitation success. Also, we can monitor the growth and we can evaluate the welfare. Also, we can assess the health based on the morphometric measurements. If a turtle is gaining proper weight and showing cell development, it indicates a good health and it is fit for the release. Initially, we use the traditional morphometric use, that is the vernier caliper. And we generally use the straight carapace length from the nuchal scute to supracaudal scute and the straight carapace width, that is the widest point of the carapace. So no doubt calipers are precise, but they require a longer time to holding the animal. There is some challenges in the traditional methods, like the observer error, even if two people can measure the same turtle with different measurements. Also, there is a lot of equipments are available in market, so this is also equipment error. Also, this is time consuming. Also, it poses risk to both the handler and the animal. So there is an opportunity to find an alternative way that can solve all the problem of digital the manual morphometry as digital morphometry. So we set our objective in between that only. The primary objective is to access the efficiency and compare the precision in two methods. And the second objective is to determine if the digital image processing technology can reduce the animal handling time or not. For that reason, we selected our study site, the Turtle Breeding and Rehabilitation Center, Sarnath. And this center is established back in 1978 as a part of Ganga Action Plan. And the center initially established for the Nilsuna species, so that after breeding the Nilsuna species, they can release into the Ganga Ghats, and the Nilsuna can eat the half-burned dead bodies of the Ganga Ghat and make the Ganga clean. But right now we have a lot of species in that center, and we are getting a lot more different multiple species in that center. For our study, we have selected 172 individuals comprising a lot of different type of species. For the digital image processing, we have choose the ImageJ. It is faster, free software developed by NIH, and it is also prepared back in 1990s old software, and also you can use any kind of images in that software. We have set some protocol for that digital image processing. First, we have to put the turtle in the graph sheet. Then the unique ID is given, that the turtle ID. Then we use a simple setup for the tripod setup for capturing the photograph. All the distance and angle does not matter. And also the smartphone are chosen because it is accessible. We have compared all the cameras, like high-end cameras and low-end camera smartphones. The error is negligible, so we decided to go for the smartphone. For the individual identification, we use the paint numbers for the transit animal, and for the permanent markers, we use the notching and PIT tags. First, we go for the data acquisition in ImageJ, then image processing, then image analysis and export, and data storage. That simple software is that. You can see the workflow. First, we have to take the photograph in the ImageJ. Then you need to digitize the image. After digitization, you go for the carapace length, that nuchal scute to supracaudal, and repeat the same with the carapace width, and you will get the result. Talking to the result, both the methods so highly correlated, and Both the methods are equally precise, although the calipers are taken by experienced person of 7 to 8 years of experience. And talking to the result time, the real difference is here. In the caliper, it will take, I think, 203 seconds, whereas in the image J, it will take only just 48 seconds. The handling time is reduced by 96%. So initially in 1 year caliper, we used to able to do 200 turtle per day, but now we are able to do 1000 turtle per day. So that's we can't get the speed. Talking to the error is not so much, and the error is little more in the Lysimachus punctata, like the soft shell turtles, and the hard shell turtles, the error is slightly low. Talking to the t-test, there is no significant difference between the two methods. Also, we did the RMSE and MAE. Also, you can see both the errors are quite low. You can see here the graphs, both the carapace length and carapace width in the digital image processing and 1 year caliper are showing same error. So both are equally precise, you can say. So talking to the advantages, the image J or digital image processing is minimally invasive, less handling is needed. Also, it is 4x faster, and you can replicate it to different type of rescue centers, head study programs, and the zoos. They're getting bulk number of cases. Also, it can be replicable to a different kind of taxa. The main takeaway is the repeatability. Even if two people can get the same result, because the photo is fixed, and it also reduces human error because the photo can be verified by another person, another expert, and get the result. Also, we are now started tracking all the photos and archiving all the photos from rescue to release. So we have a current database right now. Also, rapid assessment, as I said, before we were doing 200 turtle, now we are able to 1000 turtle per day. Also, we are thinking of integration of AI right now, and we also started training, giving training to different type of stakeholders, our assistants. Once they get to know how to take the photograph properly, rest is so simple. Even though we gained speed, we didn't lose our precision. That's the main takeaway. To conclude this, image is faster and can be a good alternative for the 1 year caliper. We also published this paper, this research last year. I would like to acknowledge Dean Director, Research Coordinator, and especially my PIs, Dr. Ruchi Batola, Dr. Hussain, and the Forest Department of UP, and NMCA team, and the assistant who are handling a lot of turtle daily. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashish. Now I request all the presenters to come onto the stage, please.
Since we are running short of time, we will restrict the questions to each speaker to a maximum of 2. Okay.
Sir,
remaining we will give it to them.
Sir, with your permission, session chair and the seminar chair, sir, here. Sir, if you can take the questions on lesser Florican. It's a species standing on the brink of extinction, sir. Let's have a discussion on this, sir. I mean, at least take, sir, the questions.
Why only? Then all the presentations are good.
No,
all of them are important.
No, sir, none of the other species are less than 100 in number. This is one species that is virtually, sir, it is going in front of our eyes. Let's discuss,
okay, thank
sir,
you,
please.
Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, over to Dr. Gopi.
Thank you, sir. I think proportionately also lesser Florican has got the maximum number of questions. About 80% of the question is to Mohib. And so we'll directly, Mohib, can you please come? The first question is from Birthday Boy. On behalf of all of us, sir, I wish you a very happy birthday. I think.
Happy birthday, sir.
So you can ask your question.
Now, Mohib has asked that you're doing a compensation for mechanical farming.
Yes, sir.
How good that is to safeguard the nest. And MP has done a similar program, not for nest reporting. And that trailed off because they're not able to pay later on. People didn't have interest, and we lost Celana birds altogether. So just about your experience on saving nest in those crop fields.
Sir, actually in MP it acted as a two-way sword because people were asking to find nest. And when we asked to find nest and give money in exchange, they would find any egg and put it, and even if they are finding Florican egg in one field, they will take it to their field and then ask for the money. So we are not doing that. The condition right now in Ajmer is that the bird has only 4 or 5 places where they have been coming from last few years. And we know that the birds are coming there. So we monitor them intensively. And once we see a female or even a male that is localizing there, we start talking to the farmers that our bird is there. And if they remain here for more than 2 weeks, 3 weeks, then we will take your field and we will compensate you for the crop until October. And then they agree. And this way we have done 2 nests in Bandanwada area of Ajmer. One of them did not do well, but the other one did 2 successful hatching.
So next question is from Ramani sir. He compliments, it's a good presentation, but though depressing presentation. What should be the minimum breeding stock and how much time it will take to achieve this? Is there any breeding Floricans in Rolapadu in Andhra and Nalia in Gujarat?
Sir, not recently. We have not recorded any Florican from Rolapadu. But earlier in 2018-19, there were a few breeding males. And for the breeding center, we are trying our best. The thing is that the bird is very small and they are very stressful in the captivity. So we try to do different things every time and to see that whether birds are doing well with the new technique. And so far, after shift, earlier the problem was that we were in a very small facility in a rented place around Vijayanagar in Ajmer. Very recently, before a year, we shifted to a government facility in Arwar. And there, from the learnings of Vijayanagar, we have made bigger cages away from human settlement and all those things. So that is working really well. And that as a result, we have one male which is showing signs of breeding. As the stock, we will require at least 20 to 25 breeding females to support the population for release in the future. But we only have 10 birds right now, and this year there was not a single nest in Ajmer, not a single nest. We tried for 2 months, we found one nest, and the condition has gone so worse that that nest was infertile. The female was healthy, breeding, but there was no male to inseminate. So yeah.
Rolapadu and Nalia? Breeding Florican?
Nalia, there were 5 birds in Nalia this year because we surveyed the Gujarat and Rajasthan. So we found only 18 birds in Gujarat and only 1 bird in Rajasthan during the survey. So
Did you survey Karnataka?
No, not at this time. But we have our team in Karnataka as well, especially in Bidar. We are monitoring there as well, but no record.
Next question is from our director, sir, Dr. G.S. Bharadwaj. He compliments your work, excellent work. At the Florican breeding facility, do you have male individuals too? How often field team has observed displaying jumping behavior in captivity?
Oh, sir, continuously we do it. We are monitoring the birds through CCTV, and our team is, throughout the day, they take observations within the gap of 15-20 minutes and see what birds are doing and what are the changes with different activities. So we continuously monitor them. Yes, sir, we did. So last year in the captivity, this year only, the male was displaying February onwards, and it displayed from February to April. Then it stopped displaying. It came to the breeding plumage in monsoon, but it did not display. It is a young male, sir. It was only 1.5 years old at that time. So we hope that in future it will give us something.
Dr. Bivash compliments your work, fabulous work. Remove prosopis, practice Florican-friendly agriculture. This is what is needed to save the species standing at the doorstep of extinction. That's a comment. And who will do this? That is the question.
That is a very good question, sir. Removal of Juliflora, we have demonstrated that how can it be done, but it is a very big task. It should be done by Rajasthan Forest Department, especially in the areas where the Florican was very recently. And the irony is that, sir, that even in Lesser Florican Conservation Reserve, it is a 9.28 square kilometer area. It is fully infested with Juliflora. Only 100 hectare has been removed very recently, and the local politics is such that it does not allow to work very easily. So we cannot do it on a large scale. We can just demonstrate, and we have done it already. But it has to be done, and it should be done by any means, even from an NGO or some, we have to do it. Otherwise, because we know that the birds are breeding in agriculture, but that's an ecological trap. It is nothing but an ecological trap, because the birds are going there trying to breed, and all of them are dying. So we need to attract them to this grassland, and they are anyway coming to that area. They are just not like landing in there because there is nothing. They are just shifting to close by agriculture. So those, there is still hope. We see that there are still many charagas, many forest lands which are full with flora. If few of them are restored, the bird will definitely shift to those places.
Raseli sir wants to know, please comment on the local people's relation with lesser floricans.
Local peoples are not negative about the bird, and it is actually an area which has lost another very important bird from that locality, that is Great Indian Bustard. The bird was there until 2015, and they have a very positive relationship with bustard. They do not know lesser florican that much, but they know godown. Whenever we go in field and we talk about this this kind of bird have you seen, they say, yeah, we had seen godown, but that was a few years back. Then we explain that this is a similar bustard, but it is small and आपके खेतों में आता है. Then they realize, yeah, ये तो पहले बहुत हुआ करते थे और हमारे खेतों में भी हो सकते थे, लेकिन अब नहीं आते हैं. And they have remarkably many of them have said कि जहाँ जहाँ कुत्ते बढ़ते गए हैं वहाँ पर जो है ये पक्षी जाता गया है. But along with that, our understanding says that before 20 years, combiners and big harvesters were not there. People used to harvest with their hand. So the bird was breeding in agriculture as well. Once the combiner came, then the thing started, getting worse.
Well, one final question from Field Director, Pench Tiger Reserve, Sri Lakshmi Madam. Great work. As you mentioned, the birds are wintering in Maharashtra. Can you think of rewilding them as a measure after the conservation breeding? In Maharashtra state, can be a potential release site or not?
Yeah, sure, ma'am. It can be done, but we need the safer habitats before we start rewilding. That is the one condition we need to make sure. Otherwise, we will be just releasing them to kill.
Thank you, Mohit. There are more questions from Akanksha Saxena, Samyak, our diploma officer trainee, Anushka, Priyanjali, our freshwater ecology MSc student, and Rajdeep Mitra, our research fellow. So you can discuss with all of them. Thank you, Mohit.
With the permission of chair, can I just please quickly
Yeah, please.
add? So most of the queries have been addressed by Mohit, but I would just like to emphasize that we are trying for conservation breeding, but the problem is in the habitat, in the wild. Habitats are very less inside protected areas. What are there are degraded by prosopis. There is urgent need of habitat restoration by prosopis removal and grassland restoration, and the nest incentive schemes that Mohit was talking about. However, the population is crashing, and just in Rajasthan, there will not be enough birds to, even if we do all these efforts, there will not be enough birds to recover the population unless the species is resilient and comes back. However, if Rajasthan and Gujarat efforts are consolidated, because there are birds in Gujarat, and if those efforts are consolidated also in terms of conservation breeding, then there might be some hope.
Thanks, Dr. Datta. Next, Vishnu. Remani sir wants to know how many nest mounds will be destroyed by the plan to develop a township in 130 square kilometer area in the Great Nicobar, and it goes.
Thank you, sir, for the question. So we got two important stretches near Galathea Bay. Near to the Galathea Bay is one stretch. Near to Indira Point is another stretch. Around 50 to 60 nests are there in the stretch. And also adding to one more point I need to add is like we don't know the scale of impact also. We only know about the bird and its breeding biology from Shivkumar sir's PhD study. Much of the details that is away from the mount we don't know. So we are looking into most of this aspect right now.
There's one question from Debranjan.
Can I comment on this?
Yes, sir, please.
Yes. I have been to all Galathea and other places.
Yes, sir.
And the bird journey nest 500 meters to 1,000 meters from the coast.
Yeah.
And the coast is going to be taken over.
Yes.
So you say that we do not know how the nests will be, or how many nests will be destroyed. It is a diplomatic answer, I can understand, but most of the nests will be destroyed, 130 square kilometer and beside the coast.
So we got around, this is two important stretches and it have around 50 to 60 nests in that.
So all will go
during this. So according to the proposed plan,
yes,
we are removing that plan from any a plot from any construction that 0 to 100 meter width area.
No, I don't think that will happen. 130 square kilometers, a big area.
Yeah, that is a total, yeah.
Yes.
Vishnu, you should discuss with sir
Yeah,
during
yeah,
tea time, okay?
later on.
Yeah. Dave wants to know about plastic bottles can be seen on the nest mounds or those deliberately used by the birds brought by coastal currents. Did you conduct any study, any plan to measure the effect of plastic materials on nesting or breeding?
That's also an interesting question. So we are getting a lot of plastic in these nest mounds, but we don't know actually the bird is raking it or not, or it have any effect on the species, because it will impact the hatchlings coming out of it. So normally these hatchlings come out using a particular head movement. They come out by, these are precocial individuals, they come out like making a particular head movement to outside. It will take around 4 days to come out. So it will, if the plastic is there in the mound, it will particularly affect the species. Moreover, I have seen one bird having difficulty in scratching the bird because of the ropes, plastic ropes in the nest mound. So that will impact. Currently, I have done a basic study. I have quantified the plastic in around more than 120 mounds. I am planning, currently I am doing the analysis and all, I will come up with something.
So one small question from Abhishek, I think better Swami. Does Megapodes 2 end up in the plate?
So there are 3 major sites that I have seen hunting of the species, but when there is no resources there, then only people hunt. It's sustainable in nature, not affecting much of the population.
Thank you. There is one more question from Mayur. We can discuss
Yeah.
with Mayur later on. Thank you. Swapnali? Swapnali, you also have many questions. First is from Dr. Bivash. He appreciates your work, brilliant work. Long-term survival of dugongs in Gulf of Kutch and Andamans are uncertain and challenging. He quotes the recent IUCN World Conservation Congress in Abu Dhabi. And so your comments, please.
Sir, in Andaman, I'll start with Andaman because that is my primary site. We only have been seeing very optimistic insights from the islands. The issue with the Andaman Islands is the remoteness and the vastness, which is one of the largest study sites across the 3 areas. In Tamil Nadu, Park Bay and Gulf of Mannar is a continuous stretch, including the Dugong, the seagrass belts also over there. I think the Andaman population, even though isolated, is, the recent calf sightings, multiple calf sightings which we have seen in last 3 or 4 years is a direct evidence that even if it is an isolated population, it is still, I would not say it is, it is definitely challenging, but I would not say it is impossible. In case of Gulf of Kutch also, although the direct encounter rates have been critically low, we also have a citizen science network over there established by our field teams. And in Western Gulf of Kutch especially, it is an important area from where herds of dugongs have also been reported. In addition to that, the stranding which happened in Gujarat, they also gave an evidence of a breeding population in Gujarat. So these 2 areas as compared, because Tamil Nadu is our reference point, and the entire comparison is always done with reference to Tamil Nadu because the threats are also more, the seagrass is continuous. We need to understand how the local environment in each site, somewhere I feel the dugongs are definitely adapting to it and showing resilience. I would not say that there is no hope for dugongs in Andaman and Gujarat.
Can I add with the permission of chair, just to supplement? So here, Dr. Bivas, here the habitat is one of the important issue. In the case of Gujarat, it's completely degraded, and it's going very, very worst in condition. The seagrass species are very few, and they are seasonal dynamic, and there is no much standing biomass actually. So the habitat quality is the matter in the case of Gujarat. In the case of Andaman, the habitats are patchy. But the only good thing about the Park Bay and Gulf of Mannar, you have vast seagrass meadow and a lot of refuge area. In the counterpart, the Sri Lanka also have a equally vast area. Just like other animals, the landscape connectivity is very good in the case of Park Bay as well as the Gulf of Mannar region when compared to the other 2 areas. So that is one of the reason. If you are not proactively improve the quality of the habitats, we may end up lose the population to Gujarat first, then followed by Andaman. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Sutirth and Dr. Salvador, they have many questions within. So, but there is a common question about about the community support to dugongs now and in future. So, local community support for dugong conservation. How is it now?
It is
And
working.
Is working fantastically because we have seen, so I'll give key examples. The number of rescues which we have seen happening subsequently has shown a rise, the 38 dugongs which have been rescued. There was a graph also on the slide which I presented that in 2025 we have seen the maximum number of rescues. That is a direct evidence on how the community engagement has happened at grassroots level and how the people are responding back. The Citizen Science Network is another example I will give. In that also we have seen a rise in how people feel the need of reporting the sightings to us. So we have actually put humongous efforts at the community level to bombard, repeatedly and consistently that, this is an important species to be conserved. And I think 10 years we have done a very strong community building, strengthening at all the 3 sites. So yeah, it is working definitely in our favor.
Swapnali, one final question from Apoorv, our diploma officer trainee. Do you have any information about how well ecosystem is performing in areas where dugongs are there compared to areas where dugongs are comparatively present, historically present, but currently not present?
Primary focus was only on the present dugong distribution site. So all the work which we have done is across these 3 sites. But definitely, within these 3 sites also, we are looking at the pollution element on understanding the habitat status of dugongs. Because one of the interesting study which we have highlighted is the bioaccumulation of heavy metals, and which is largely in the seagrass beds, in the sediments, in the water column. One of our colleagues has also taken that as a PhD topic, and we don't have the data set analyzed, but we do not have a comparative of dugong sites versus non-dugong sites at the moment, because that was not the focal area of our project. We had 3 sites already to cover a lot.
The more interesting questions from Samyak, officer trainee from Diploma, Abhishek and Rajshekhar, you can discuss with them. Thank you, Swapnali. Bhaskar? Neema, our diploma officer trainee, she wants to know what was the reaction of local community on the reintroduction of Gaur, one more species which may lead to increase in human-wildlife negative interactions in future.
Thank you for the question. So as we translocated the animal, until the animal were in the captivity in the soft release enclosure, so we got to know that the local villagers are spreading messages on the WhatsApp. They are saying that the forest department is bringing an animal which is very lethal for the forest, for the humans. So in between, before the hard release, we did many community engagement programs describing that this is a cattle, not a big animal which can harm you, and they will not enter in the forest, in the agricultural land. It would not do the crop raiding. So I think, so we did a lot of community outreach programs to justify that this animal is not harmful for the people which are living in surrounding of the forest.
Okay. Dr. Salvador wants to know, how can you be sure faster walks or pace is not because of resource availability rather than risk perception?
Okay. So I told that the faster steps are because of, or for the moment, or by the disturbance by the human, by the people living in the area. So the highest step length we seen majorly during when the animal is trying to move between 2 forest patches and avoiding the human. So.
Thank you. There are a couple of more questions from Sanrakshan and Prabhanjan, so you can talk with them.
Okay.
Diploma officer training.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ashish, first question is from Dr. Tapen. Tapen wants to know about, considering advanced morphometric softwares available, why image J was only used for the study?
Thank you for the question. Yes, there are a lot of softwares are there. Like we have tried actually different type of softwares like GMTP, EPFA, MorphoJ. no doubt they are pretty good softwares, but they require a lot of time, I think 10 to 15 minutes per animal. In our case, speed is matter, and when you are handling thousands of animals daily, so the speed and precise both are matter. So that's why we choose an image J. In image J, it will take, I think, 40 to 50 seconds max to max, and that's why we choose an image J for the morphometric software.
Ashish, a connected question from Dr. Karan Jain. Can the length and width be measured without placing the turtle on graph sheet through image J?
Yeah, any other reference you can use. Any other known reference, like a pen or scale or graph sheet we have used because to maintain that consistency, and using that graph grid is universal same. So that's why you use the graph grid, but you can use any kind of known reference.
Samyak, our diploma officer trainee, he wants to know, he appreciates your presentation. Has the image processing technique to acquire morphometry of turtles also been standardized for marine turtles as well? Your thoughts on developing a SOP in this regard?
Yeah, we're trying to do preparing a thing. We already published it, but we're trying to standardize it more with different type of species. Like I said, it is different in the soft shell turtle and different in hard shell turtle. In soft shell turtle, what happened, there is no such reference point in the carapace, so it is very difficult to take the morphometric measurements. But yes, we'll do that definitely in future.
There are 3 more questions, one from Prashant, Gautam, and Abhimanyu Singh. You can discuss with them.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, and I hand over this to Chair.
Thank you all the speakers. I'll now request my co-chair, Mr. Reddy, to comment on the session.
Thank you, sir. A big congratulations to all the presenters for their presentations. One thing I observed is research takes a lot of time and patience. I see Ms. Swapnali, she observed the last live Dugong in 2003 years back, and Mr. Bhaskar, after introduction in 23, he's after it for the last 2 years. So yes, I would like to congratulate all the presenters and wish them all the best. Thank you.
All the presentations were really good, and then I congratulate all the speakers for sticking on to the time, and then speaking very confidently, and then your visuals were really good. And only in one presentation, the font size were small, and you used light colors. But what you do is, once when you prepare the slides, you project it here in this hall before the actual presentation. Then you will get to know from the last row whether you will be able to see it. So there is a scope of improvement, but otherwise, overall, the slides were very nicely prepared and very good. See, regarding the lesser Florican work, I'm very happy to see WII is doing a long-term project, including the radio telemetry and conservation breeding on lesser Florican. It's a need of the hour because 40 years ago, the late Dr. Ravishankaran worked on Floricans. The lesser Florican is the logo of Salim Ali Center for Ornithology. Many of you may know that. But unfortunately, Salim Ali Center did not take up any research work subsequently on lesser Florican, but I'm very happy to say this. And see, regarding the Prosopis, removal or tackling situations, Tamil Nadu High Court gave an order to remove all the Prosopis from PAs. Okay. And also in forest areas, close to forest areas, they gave an order, and then Tamil Nadu government is completely removing it. So you can quote the order, and then you can ask any NGO to go to the court after you submit your recommendations in which are the areas you want Prosopis to be removed. So definitely the court can come in support of what you are proposing regarding the Prosopis removal. And regarding the Megapode, the percentage growth rate of the population is just 8.4%. It is not very good. And after tsunami, it is slowly recovering, but then there is a lot of damage to the ecosystem, and especially the breeding habitats, and definitely, so when you make your recommendations, you please take care of how to improve the population, that you can give. And see, the Dugong work, has already been complemented by Tamil Nadu Forest Department. And so the Park Bay and the Gulf of Mannar, So these are the two, what do you call, most potential areas for the future conservation of dugong in India. And Tamil Nadu government is very happy with WIA, and then they're looking forward to your final recommendations on this. And regarding the reintroduced Gaur in Sanjay Tiger Reserve, I mean, it's a massive effort to know, which WA could do it with the support from Forest Department. And so only thing is, the Gaur going out, maybe, to the village areas and then raiding crop fields, the people may not be happy. So since Gaur is susceptible to cattle transmitted diseases, a massive vaccination drive, in line with the animal husbandry department, you should suggest, and then you should go for vaccination. So with this, I thank for the opportunity given to chair, and then I thank both the chairs, Dr. Gopi and Mr. Reddy, so the time is less, and we'll say thanks to everyone.
Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Gopi to please felicitate the chairs for the session. Thank you, sir, and thanks to all the presenters. We will now break for tea and regather here at 11:50. The tea is at the same location.
Varun. I request the poster presenters whose posters have been evaluated in the evening, please kindly take it down. It's your responsibility. Some of them had been left and were damaged, so ensure that your posters are taken down after the sessions. The poster evaluations will be between 1 and 2 today. So those who have not been evaluated, kindly remain at your designated posters. So we'll begin the next session. The next session is on behavioral ecology and movement. To chair the session, I invite Dr. S.A. Hussain, who is former scientist G at the Wildlife Institute of India, onto the dais. Sir, please take your chair. I also invite on stage Ms. Piyusha Jagtap from the Maharashtra Forest Department, FDNNTR, as co-chair, and Dr. Parag Nigam, scientist G, to also co-chair the session. So just a request, we are running behind schedule, so sir, if you can ensure. So I hand over the session to the chair.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Vishnupriya. And this session is largely on behavioral ecology. After this session also, we'll have some time for discussions.
Good morning, everybody. So, without spending much time, let's invite the first speaker, Mr. Maulik Sarkar. Maulik Sarkar is a senior project associate in Cheetah project, where he plays a key role in monitoring cheetah populations in Bomas. He also contributed to the All India Tiger Estimation Exercise in 2018. Maulik holds a master's degree in zoology from Vidyasagar University with a keen interest in butterflies. His passion for wildlife monitoring and conservation drives his work, particularly in the context of cheetah and tiger conservation. Over to you, Maulik.
Thank you, ma'am, for the introduction. So, good morning, everyone. I'm here to talk about the cheetahs in India, a story of hope, resilience, and collaboration in the history of conservation. So before I begin, I would like to acknowledge everyone who have believed in this project and in this dream of reintroduction and make it a reality. So what it begins as an idea in 1950s, it has become a reality under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister. Currently, with the current number of individuals, with 20 individuals brought in 2022 and 23, we are here proud to say that currently there are 27 cheetahs in India, with 25 in Kuno, and the next potential site 3 in Gandhisagar. Also, with a 16 cub birth in the last 2 years. So, this is a very crucial and initial inspiring step towards the restoring this iconic species. So this study, our study documents the early phase of the movement of the cheetah around the landscape. So the early phase of, I name it as the early phase of this study as the step before the spread. So this study was a part of the ongoing bringing back the cheetah project under Dr. Bilal Habib and Dr. Vishnupriya. So the aim of our study is to explore the spatial ecology of the cheetah in Kuno National Park with an objective of, first objective is to understand the movement pattern and the space use of the free-ranging cheetahs. And the second objective comes to assess the habitat selection of the free-ranging cheetahs in and around the Kuno National Park. So comes the Kuno Wildlife Division. It's located in the Shivpur-Shivpuri landscape, part of Shivpur-Shivpuri landscape. That's almost contribute around 3,000 kilometers for the kilometer square for the potential cheetah habitat. The Kuno Wildlife Division recently, depending on the cheetah's movement behavior, it also already expanded to 1,700 square kilometer from 1,200. It comes under the semi-arid Rajputana biogeographic zone, and it's a mosaic of flat plains, dry deciduous forest, and open grasslands. Come to our methodology part. We have monitored 6 cheetah social units. All the animals are individually collared and monitored 24/7. So they are collared with an iridium satellite collar equipped with VHF and UHF. So the interval, the location interval is around 3 hours per interval. For the space use, we have used the maximum convex polygon and kernel density estimate approaches. We also calculated the daily distance move, dial pattern. Also for habitat selection, we have done the resource selection function and IBLEFS index. So comes to the result part. First of all, we use the results of the space use part. So we have plotted the space over the time, and it clearly shows that the female with the cubs shows a greater exploratory behavior than that of a single solitary female, and also for the male, the coalitions shows a exploratory behavior, and also the two males. Next comes the individual habitat preference. So begin with Agni. It's a solitary adult male. It has covered around 3,000 square kilometer in its first initial 30 days when it was released in the free-ranging condition. Subsequently, it has reduces its area to 1,300 square kilometer over the next 184 days. That shows a settling down tendency. Next is Vayu. It's a solitary adult male. It also shows the first 30 days, it's almost covered around 471 square kilometer, and then next is point out to 760. It shows a little exploratory movement. It's interestingly that it also already resides within the division. Next is the solitary adult female. It's a solitary adult female that traveled around 385 square kilometer of area within the first 30 days, and subsequently it is reduced to 47 square kilometer of area within the core of the national park. That shows a stability of the animal. The mother and the cubs, subadult cubs, are explored more area than any of the females or the males. It's Gaminian cubs. It shows around 570 square kilometer of area covered within first 30, but it increased to more than 6,000 square kilometer of area within the next 136 days. So it shows a exploratory behavior of the animal. Jwala also shows that same tendency from 1,690 square kilometer in first 30 days to 3,204 square kilometer in that subsequent days. Comes to the subadult cubs of Asha, who form a coalition of 3 male. They have dispersed around more or less around 1,600 kilometer individually. First cub covers around 162 to 1600 in the second phase. The second curve also 164 square kilometer to 1400 square kilometer. And Cub 3, they covered around 163 to 1427 square kilometer. They shows a similar tendency. And recently, at the beginning, they form a coalition and they move in as a single unit. But recently, they have separated from each other and exploring different directions inside around the Kuno National Park. Also, we have calculated the daily distance moved by the individuals, where the average daily distance by Agni shows the highest, around 6.5 kilometer per day, and the subadult curve shows per day movement of around 3.23 kilometer square, only kilometer, sorry. Also, we have calculated the dial pattern, the day and night movement, that shows the animals which are in exploratory phase, that is Gamini and KP2, that shows a more movement in the night time also. They already shows the movement in night. So we can come to a conclusion that this is the home range size of the cheetah bearing countries, like in Africa and South Africa. So there are different studies and publications that reflects that our studies and the preliminary results of our study also reflect the similar type of conditions that of in Africa. So we can say that we are heading towards the right direction. Next comes the habitat selection part. For habitat selection, we plotted the GPS locations among the different types of LULC classes, and that reflects the thing that they have utilized the open natural ecosystem more than they prefer the dry deciduous forest and the subsequent part. So we also calculated the resource selections values and wildlife index to tally our results. That shows a similar type of trends. For resource selection function, they have preferred the Khair forest and the mixed dry deciduous forest most, and they doesn't much prefer the Butea forest and the tropical thorn forest. Also, we have done the eclipse index. That also proves that the similar result, they preferable towards the Khair forest and dry deciduous forest. So coming out of this habitat suitability part, so we can say that they are accepting and they are adapting very well to the environment, and they have preferred the areas that are similar to their of native range. So come to the discussion part. So in this part, this lines shows that graph of plots of the animals, they move across around Kuno, and different colors shows different type of different individuals. So we can conclude that from this data, that preliminary movement shows exploratory behavior. Space use is similar to that of range countries. Also, they use a different matrix of habitats. They also navigating different types of habitats. Way forward, so we need to continue monitoring for adaptive management part. We have to identify cheetah areas beyond these reintroduction sites. Management of the areas surrounding the landscape also required, and inform long-time planning for these release sites. So with this, I would like to acknowledge all these people, and I would like to say these findings these preliminary findings marked a very encouraging beginning, not only for Kuno, but also a vision to restore the cheetah in India. Thank you.
I request everybody, all the speakers, to please maintain the timings that have been assigned. Thank you, Maulik. The next speaker is Mohit M. Mudliar. Mohit Mudliar is a senior project associate in the Nicobar Leatherback project. He completed his master's from the Wildlife Institute of India in 2019 and has since dedicated his work to sea turtle conservation. With a focus on the Nicobar leatherback, Mohit's research is crucial for the protection of marine turtles and their habitats in India. Over to you, Mohit.
Thank you, ma'am. And today I will be talking about the green turtles, the only sea turtle species that is known to have a herbivory phase as an adult. Now, these turtles are actually engineers of seagrass meadows around the world. But what happens if those engineers outrun the seagrass meadows itself? Well, there have not been too many cases, but when it happens, for example, in Lakshadweep, these turtles overgraze these meadows, reduce the recruitment rate of the fishes, causing low fish catch and causing very unique thing called human-turtle conflict. And how much do they do it? When the long-term studies from NCF shows that they have almost caused the functional extinction of these seagrass meadows. If you see in early 2000s, the turtle densities as shown in red increased in certain years in these lagoon areas, and the seagrass meadows cover, which is shown as green, they reduced significantly. Once these turtles were done with eating all these seagrass meadows, by late 2019 or 2020, these turtles disappeared. But there was no information on individual turtles, how do they move? And there was no information, do they still alter these seagrass meadows around the Lakshadweep Islands? To find these answers and see how these turtles move, we undertook this study where we tracked green turtles from Lakshadweep Islands and saw their movements in and out of the Lakshadweep Islands. So Lakshadweep Islands consist of 35 islands and islets, where green turtles are known to both forage as well as nest. Our tracking effort was mainly focused in this Agati Island, where this 1.5 kilometer stretch of beach is a very important nesting area for green turtles. We see last year we saw 150 nests happening in this small stretch. To give a comparison, Gujarat, Saurashtra coast, which is almost 300 kilometers long, you see only 190 nests happening there, while this 1.5 kilometer stretch right next to the only airport of Lakshadweep, you see these turtles nesting in high numbers. So we tracked these turtles, we tagged them with satellite transmitters, which had dive sensors, and we used state space modeling to find out, to have the locations consistent, because the satellite locations are inconsistent in time and has associated errors. And then we summarized how these turtles were diving during their different behavioral phases. So we were able to tag 6 turtles from May last year till April this year. One of the turtles is still active and has given us information for more than 190 days. And we saw that these turtles stayed in Lakshadweep Islands or the waters of Lakshadweep for 16 to 79 days. Now, what these turtles were doing in these areas, we were very curious to see. And we found that these turtles are not using the seagrass meadows or the lagoon areas where there was report of foraging. However, when we closely see, these turtles are actually staying on the fringing reefs and using deep waters. And those locations, if you see, they are concentrated in areas where these turtles nest. So did they renest? We were able to find out where our team in Lakshadweep were able to see renesting of these turtles. And based on the diving data and based on the locations, we were able to see if those turtles are renesting or not. Whenever the turtles came on the land, their time spent underwater decreased significantly. There were very good quality locations. We were able to see if those locations are actually falling on the land or not. And we ground truth by sending people from the department or our team to see if the turtle is nesting there or not. Interestingly, we saw turtles renesting 2 to 9 times and using multiple islands. For example, this particular turtle moved from Agati to Bangaram, again moved to Agati and nested 4 times. And how much they can nest? We saw our one turtle nesting 8 times. If you include the time when it was tagged, this turtle nested for 9 times and used 3 different islands, moving between these islands. This was also the first time we got such information, and all these turtles were very consistent in nesting. Their inter-nesting duration was just 10 days. Even if the range is still 13, the turtle on the 10th or 11th day was coming out of the water to nest. However, it failed to nest maybe due to habitat, and it came on the 13th day. We also saw the turtles before nesting and after nesting, their dives were different. After nesting, they were diving to much deeper depths, likely indicating that they were moving into the open ocean. But with the last nesting, we saw these turtles to move away from the islands. They were not staying in the Lakshadweep. They were going somewhere out. And once we started to see how they move, we found very interestingly these turtles moving into 5 different areas, 5 different foraging areas, and they can move as far as in the northern Arabian Gulf or the Persian Gulf. However, our turtles were not being tracked because the transmitters failed in Iran. We saw these turtles move to all these areas. When you look this movement of turtles, we see it is one of the longest tracks of turtles which are tracked in Arabian Sea. However, the turtles did not use the minimum or the straight line, which is just 2100 kilometers, which is 500 kilometers less than what the turtle actually took. What shaped their movement and what caused them to move from open waters to the coastal areas? And also, these turtles were seen to move significantly faster in the open ocean. Then why did they move into the coast? We tried to we ran linear mixed models to see what affected the movements of the turtle with different oceanic parameters, and only depth was coming as important. However, when you look at how the ocean currents are when these turtles leave, you find that they are facilitated by the ocean currents when they're moving. So the turtles that moved north, they started much earlier in March. However, our other turtles started their movements in May and June and July. These turtles, when they were moving northwards, there were northern currents, the northern west coast currents, which took them towards their destination. These were directed. However, in April, we see reversal of the currents. When these currents reverse, to avoid these head currents, the turtles move into the nearshore areas where depth is less and the effect of these currents are reduced. Similarly, the turtles that are moving south, they migrated for a very small duration. They were able to reach to their foraging areas within 9 and 16 days, and they again used the currents which took them towards their destination. When we explored how their diving behavior was, we saw that in open oceans, when they are moving with the current, in the night, these turtles are showing deeper dives, and those dives were having higher TAD index, which shows that they were actually spending more time underwater and they were resting. This has been consistent with other studies on green turtles elsewhere in the world. And once these turtles reached their foraging areas, we saw these turtles to restrict themselves into very small areas, like 7 kilometers square to 43 kilometers square in Gulf of Mannar. And those turtles, when they were there, again they showed that they dived in the night in such a way that they were resting, and how much deep they were going was dependent all on what kind of area they were in. So you have Gulf of Mannar, the turtles were diving to a median depth of only 2.5 meters, while when you see the turtles in Maldives, where there is much more deep depth, the turtles were going up to 20 meters deep. But what are the movements of other turtles or other tracking studies and other populations, and how are they connected? So when you look at the other tracking efforts from elsewhere in Arabian Sea, we see turtles from Oman moving into the Persian Gulf. We have turtles from Oman moving into Gulf of Kutch. We have Sri Lankan turtles going into Gulf of Mannar. We have turtles from Chagos archipelago coming into the Maldives. So we see that all these multiple populations of nesting turtles and foraging turtles are somehow intermixed, and shows that Agati Islands is a very important nesting area which connects all these turtles. With this, our key finding till now has been that the turtles that we tagged in Lakshadweep belong to populations that comes from very far distance foraging areas, and when they are in the Lakshadweep Islands, we saw them mainly residing in the open ocean, not using the seagrass beds, and whether they are doing such because the seagrass meadows in these areas are gone or not has not been, we are not able to prove it yet. Given that this is an ongoing study, we will be tagging more turtles in upcoming years, and we will be seeing how these turtles moved around. With this, I would like to acknowledge the following people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohit. I'd like to invite the next speaker, Suman Kole. Suman is a senior research fellow at Wildlife Institute of India, where he is currently pursuing his PhD in biological sciences. After completing his master's in zoology from the University of North Bengal, Suman worked as a research biologist in the All India Tiger Estimation of 2018. His doctoral research focuses on population estimation methods and habitat use by ungulates in the Vidarbha landscape of Maharashtra. Today, Suman will present on grouping under pressure, predator-prey habitat interactions in social ungulates of Vidarbha landscape of Maharashtra. Over to you, Suman.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the introduction. Good afternoon, everybody. Group living is a widespread phenomenon in the animal kingdom, observed in many taxa like insects, birds, mammals, and fishes. Animal forms groups primarily for survival benefits, such as protection from predators through collective vigilance, improved foraging efficiency, and better access to mates or other resources. However, living in groups also has some cost, such as increased intraspecific competition, disease transmission. Understanding why and how animal form groups helps to reveal the balance between these costs and benefits. Studying group size variation provides key insights into species behavioral ecology, social organization, and responses to environmental pressures. Changes in predator density, habitat quality, and resource distribution can influence optimal group size and group composition. Therefore, investigating group size variation helps to understand not only animal social behavior, but also how species adapt in ecological challenges and provide crucial information for the effective management, wildlife management and conservation planning. With this background, I'd like to talk about grouping under pressure, predator-prey habitat interaction in social ungulates of Vidarbha landscape, Maharashtra, under the project of long-term monitoring of tiger co-predator and prey in tiger reserves and other tiger-bearing areas of Vidarbha, Maharashtra. This project is supervised by Dr. Bilal Habib, Dr. Parag Nigam, and field directors of respective tiger reserves in Vidarbha. This project is funded by Maharashtra Forest Department. To begin with the landscape, I'll talk in brief about the landscape. This is a multi-prey, multi-predator landscape, harboring about 450 tigers and other co-predators. There is huge diversity in terrain and forest types in this landscape. There are fragmented forest patches or non-protected areas which act as wildlife corridors. And there are protected areas of varying sizes and protection level. And this landscape is also characterized as high human-animal interaction or conflict landscape. And there are few studies published already on different species from this landscape, but comprehensive study on ungulates from this landscape is still lacking. For today's presentation, I have selected 5 tiger reserves from this landscape, Melghat, Bor, Pench, Navegaon Nagzira, Tadova, and 1 wildlife sanctuary, Tipeshwar Wildlife Sanctuary. These areas vary in different tiger density, and I categorize tiger densities less than 2 per 100 square kilometer as low, 2 to 5 as medium, and more than 5 as the high tiger density area. And these are the distribution of tiger density areas. As I mentioned earlier, this is a multi-prey, multi-predator landscape. It has 9 ungulate species. For today's presentation, I'll focus on cheetal, sambar, and Gaur group size and group composition. Coming to the methodology, I used a vehicle transect and line transect. For vehicle transect, I used the forest roads of each protected areas with a vehicle speeding less than 20 kilometer per hour. And as the animal encountered, as we encountered an animal group, we collected the data on group size, group composition, and distance and angles. And for line transect, we used a 2 kilometer line transect in different area. And these line transect data we used that was surveyed by the trained forest staffs. And for analytical method, I used a distance sampling for estimating individual density, group density, and average group size of each species, and spatial species capture for estimating the tiger density of each area, and generalized linear model to understand the relationship between tiger density and group size and group composition. For vehicle transit, the vehicle transit routes were replicated 2 to 3 times, generating 1230 kilometer of effort, and line transit were replicated 3 to 6 times, generating 760 kilometer of effort. Other than tiger density, I used ungulate species density, NDVI, distance to water sources, and ruggedness as covariates for our GLM model. Here in this map, you can see the vehicle transit routes highlighted in red lines and line transits highlighted in black lines. These are the Cheetal observation points across different sites. These are Sambar observation points across different sites, and Gaur observation points across different sites. I calculated the individual density of ungulate. Here you can see Cheetal present in highest density in Pench Tiger Reserve, followed by Tipeshwar, and Melghat has the lowest Cheetal density. Sambar is again highest in Pench and Bor, and Gaur is highest in Pench, followed by Tadoba. For group density, we observe the similar pattern as individual density. Pench and Tipeshwar has the higher densities of groups, and Sambar for Cheetal, and for Sambar, Pench and Bor has the higher densities, and for Gaur, Pench and Tadoba has the higher densities of groups of Gaur. I calculated the average group size for each site and for each species. Here, Pench, Tadoba, and Tipeshwar for Cheetal has the higher average group size, and for Gaur, Melghat, NNTR has the higher average group size. And for Sambar, all the sites, group size are similar across the sites. These are the frequency of Cheetal groups across sites, frequency of Sambar group across sites, frequency of Gaur groups across sites. Now I checked the effect of tiger density on ungulate group size. Here you can see as we move from high tiger density to low tiger density, Cheetal group size significantly decreased. That means Cheetal densities are higher in high tiger density areas. And for Sambar in medium tiger density, Sambar group size is higher. And in case of Gaur, in low tiger density, the Gaur group size is significantly higher. Other than the tiger density, the NDVI contributed most in Cheetal group size. As the NDVI value increased, the Cheetal group size decreased significantly. That means Cheetal group size are higher in open forest than in closed forest. For Gaur, the ruggedness and Gaur density influenced Gaur group size significantly. As the ruggedness increased, Gaur group size decreased. And as the Gaur density increased, Gaur group size also decreased. Since the predators are recorded or known to have different effect on different age classes of species, I explored the relationship between the number of adults and subadults individual per group with the tiger density in different tiger density. Here for the Cheetal, we can see the number of adults per group is significantly low in medium tiger density, but the number of subadults per group increased significantly in medium tiger density. And for Sambar, we can see the number of subadults per group increased in a number of subadults per groups are higher in medium tiger density area, which further depicts that Sambar, in a younger Sambar individual may form larger groups to avoid predation pressure. And for Gaur, in medium tiger density, the group size of Gaur is significantly higher. No, subadult numbers are significantly higher. I further explored the fawn-female ratios across different tiger density. In lower tiger density, the fawn-female ratios of cheetal is higher. And in low tiger density, the fawn-female ratio of sambar is higher, showing the similar pattern as cheetal. But in medium tiger density, the Gaur fawn-female ratio is higher. To conclude the study, cheetal formed significantly smaller groups in areas with low tiger density and higher NDVI, indicating sensitivity to predation pressure in open habitats. Sambar group size increased under medium tiger density, suggesting potential anti-predator aggregation behavior. Gaur showed contrasting response. Larger groups in low tiger density were smaller groups in medium tiger density, while being negatively influenced by species density and ruggedness. Overall, predator density and habitat structure jointly influence ungulate group size, reflecting species-specific strategies for balancing predation risk and resource availability. To way forward, radiotelemetry of predator and ungulate may provide better insights for finer scale understanding of group size variation in ungulates. Understanding the dietary pattern of large carnivores may provide information on predation risks more precisely. Incorporating co-predators, leopard and dholes may provide better understanding on species-specific response. With this, I'd like to acknowledge the following people. Thank you.
Thank you, Suman. I would like to invite the last speaker for the session, Mr. Pujan Kumar Pradhan. Pujan Kumar Pradhan is a project associate in the IDWH Red Panda project, where his work focuses on the ecology of endangered mammals, especially those found in the Indian Himalayan region. He previously worked with the ZSI on Himalayan vertebrates. Pujan holds a master's degree in zoology from Darjeeling Government College, and his primary research interest revolves around the conservation of unique and endangered wildlife in the Himalayan ecosystem. Over to you, Pujan.
Thank you, ma'am, for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. I'm Pujan Kumar Pradhan. Today I'll be talking on red panda site use intensity in the suitable habitats of Western Arunachal landscape, Eastern Himalayas. Red panda, as we know, is the least species, is among the most fascinating and charismatic species in the world. Red panda is under the family Aluridae, under the order Carnivora. They are highly diet-specific specialists in around 85 to 95% of their diet consisting of bamboo. They live in the mountain forest rich in bamboo. They prefer an altitudinal range of 2,200 meters to 4,000 meters above sea level. They are listed as endangered in the IUCN Red List as a result of threats like habitat loss and fragmentation, poaching and climate change. So you can see this is the distribution map of red panda. It is distributed in 5 countries, and it is distributed in, it is present in 3 Himalayan states, northern West Bengal, Sikkim, and Arunachal Pradesh. So during our last annual research seminar, we have developed this habitat suitability modeling in Arunachal Pradesh, which predicted only 7% of the total Arunachal Pradesh as suitable for red panda habitat. That too, very small proportion of suitable area fall under the protected area network. So the question here is whether these suitable habitats, are they really using these suitable habitats? So with this, the objectives of the current study is to estimate the site use intensity of red panda in the Western Arunachal landscape, and to assess the influence of anthropogenic variables in the site use intensity of red panda. So this is the study area, consisting of Tawang and West Kameng districts of Arunachal Pradesh in the Eastern Himalayas. Both of these districts together collectively called as Western Arunachal landscape. So majority of these areas falls under the falls outside the protected area network, and the majority of the livelihood present in this landscape depends on agriculture and animal husbandry. Particularly, the transhuman practices are going on in this landscape, where during the summer season, they will migrate their livestock in the upper ridges above 4,000 meter elevation, and during the onset of winters, they will try to pull back their livestock in the lower elevation below 3,000 meters. So this influences the life, the wildlife, particularly wildlife that resides in this landscape, and also red panda. So this is the Google Eye view of the Western Arunachal landscape, where you can see it is it says the international boundary with Bhutan and China. Bhutan in the west and China in the north. So here is some of the images where you can see the red panda habitat within the landscape. So coming to the methodology, we followed the grid-based camera trapping approach. First we did is the preferred altitude range of red panda. That is between 2100 meters to 4000 meters. We took that altitude range and we divided the area systematically into 3 by 3 kilometer grids. So we deployed the camera traps in logistically accessible grids. We deployed 145 camera trap locations, and we created a detection matrix of red panda of 120 days camera trap days, and we binned the camera trap days into 12 occasions, one occasion consisting of 10 days. So when we modeled this detection of red panda along with the covariates as a predictors, with the following covariates in single season occupancy modeling framework using unmarked package in R. We generated the occupancy probability as well as the influence of the anthropogenic variables. So we used occupancy probability as the proxy to the site use intensity. So this is our camera trap locations that we have deployed within the landscape. So coming to the results of the camera traps, the relative abundance. So red panda is among the least abundant species in that landscape. And the cattle, as you can notice that cattle and human are the most abundant or widely detected species in that landscape. So the results of the occupancy modeling, the best fit models, actually what we did is we took the best model, we ran a set of models and we took the best performing models on the basis of the lowest AIC value. We then averaged the models on the basis of the delta AIC value ranging from 0 to 2, below the 2.08 delta AIC value, and further interpreted the results. So what we can see is the site use intensity of red panda within the landscape is very low, that is 0.122, and the mean detection was low, 0.08. That means only 12% of that sites, among the surveyed sites, only 12% of the sites are like the using by the red pandas. So these are the locations that we have plotted the predicted site use intensity. And coming to the results of the influence of covariates on the site use intensity of red panda, what we can see is livestock capture and human capture. These both two covariates are significantly influencing the occupancy or the site use intensity of red panda, where livestock capture is negatively influencing and human capture is positively influencing. And other non-significant variables in the model, in the best fit model, are the dog capture, distance to water, which is negatively influencing the occupancy of these red panda, and elevation is affecting positively. So we have plotted that data into these plots where you can see the effects of the humans on the red panda site use intensity. So this effect is like positive association. More the humans, it is showing like more the humans are there, more the red pandas are there. So I will come that in brief. So in cattle, it is showing that more the cattle, there will be like less red pandas. It is showing negative associations. So for this non-significant variables like distance to water and elevation, it is showing the farther the distance to water source, the red pandas are less, not using that habitat, and elevation is like positively influencing this. So what we can infer from all this is these results reveal the low site use intensity of red panda despite suitable areas within the study landscape. Environmental factors like elevation and distance to water source were an important predictors, and the anthropogenic disturbance like livestock grazing and feral dog presence that negatively influence the site use intensity of red panda. Human presence showing positive association that can be attributed to the high human activity within the landscape and within the red panda habitat. Mainly due to there is grazing activities, bamboo extraction, anti-FA collection in that particular study landscape. So there are several limitations for our study. There are low detection of red panda and low sample size over the vast landscape that limits the statistical analysis. And the area is some of the areas are logistically challenging and inaccessible terrain, and frequent tempering, theft, and camera malfunctioning due to harsh weather conditions for monitoring. So in conclusion, although Western Arunachal landscape has high habitat, red panda habitat, suitable habitat, but the site use intensity was low, possibly due to high anthropogenic factors operating within the landscape, particularly grazing and feral dog presence. And Western Arunachal landscape has 9 community conserved areas, CCAs, and out of which 8 of them host the red panda population. So we have surveyed that 8 CCAs, although grazing and allied anthropogenic activities are major concern operating in these landscapes, in these CCAs too. Only one protected area, Eagle Nest Wildlife Sanctuary in this vast landscape dominated by human, limits the habitat connectivity, may isolate population, and heighten the risk of genetic inbreeding. So in way forward and recommendations, the legal framework of CCAs need to be strengthened for protection of highly habitat specialist species like red panda. There is a need for strengthening of protection of red panda habitats through outreach programs regarding responsible dog ownership and vaccination campaigns, sustainable grazing, and encouraging alternative livelihood like homestays, tourism. Corridors needs to be maintained, and fragmented landscape can be restored through plantation drives and habitat restoration projects. And for further comprehensive genetic studies needs to be there, like for population viability analysis may be required to understand the health of wild red panda in the highly fragmented landscape. So before I conclude, I want to share some insights that I have generated with, during my fieldwork, and especially with talking with the local stakeholders and my field experiences. So red panda is highly dependent on bamboo. So their diet, 90% of their diet consists of bamboo, but the bamboo undergoes a natural bamboo flowering phenomena. So which is the, after this bamboo flowering is very good, actually this first seed dispersal, but that leads to the drying out of the entire bamboo patch within that area. So the new saplings after that takes time to regenerate. About 4 to 5 years takes time to regenerate, and there comes the role of livestock. When the livestock's grazing come in, then the new saplings or the seedlings provide easy forage for the grazer in most of the accessible areas where the grazing is there. So this creates habitat fragmentation in long period of time, in long run. And the supplemental feeding of bamboo in the grazers, that is there especially during the winters. Especially during the winters when the livestock comes in below the 3,000 meters, then the red panda habitat will be there. The herders will supplement their livestock by with the bamboo. So this will create in long run the habitat degradation, and bamboo extraction also adds to this. So with this, I would like to acknowledge the following people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pujan. We have many questions. I request sir to please begin with the questions. I invite all the speakers to the dais.
We have decided to have 2 to 3 questions. There are lots of questions for cheetah and also for sea turtles. So I would request all the people who have put question to discuss with the presenter during lunch hour. But 2 to 3 important questions which we thought are people should be benefited, we will take those questions.
Okay, so very good afternoon. Wonderful presentations. Everybody has given a lot of questions being taken in. So as the chairman said, we'll take 1 or 2 so that we keep the time. Also, we have another session still in place. So I would request Maulik to come here. And your first question comes from Mr. Rajendra Garabar. Is there sufficient prey of cheetah in Kuno landscape?
Sir, the prey population is increasing gradually. So we can say it is sufficient now, for now.
Okay.
Sir, we are working on the latest report, so we can say it in a better way with the data.
Okay. Your second question comes from Mr. Samyak. He says, how do you infer behavioral plasticity difference shown by solitary male adults to that of sub-adult groups and female with cubs? Are these traits noticed on expected lines?
Sir, repeat please.
The explanation for this question, you can have a look, but it says that why there is difference, significant difference among the different age class, size class, and group size.
Sir, actually, in cheetahs, it is seen in the range countries that they show an exploratory behavior once they are shifted to a new landscape or new area, territory. So before establishing territory, the sub-adult cubs usually explore the whole of the area. So in our case, the female with the cubs explore a greater area than the solitary females. And for coalition males and solitary males, the coalition's males also explored area and they are separated. So it's a question.
Okay.
So their traits notified.
Okay.
So it's a normal, I guess.
Okay. So you have a similar question coming on from Anushka, which says, is there a correlation between exploration area and human habitats in vicinity?
They have ventured into human habitations in many places. Outside the Kuno boundary, there are many villages, they have interventions, but there is no negative interactions or different negative approaches of the villagers as well as the animal. They are well comforted and they avoided the human presence.
Okay, thank you. That's for you
Thank you,
now. And you have a lot of questions. We'll give in and you can further discuss on.
Sure, sir.
I'll call Mohit, please. Sorry. Yeah, Mohit, you have a question from Mr. Samyak. It says, could your study delineate any residential population of green sea turtles that move in and around Lakshadweep, group of islands? Also, if yes, then what can be inferred?
Thank you, sir, for the question. Actually, we did not see any resident turtles there, though we have foraging turtles that stay in Lakshadweep. The studies from Sri Lanka have shown that those turtles do move into Lakshadweep and use it as a foraging area, but we have not seen any residential, like turtles which are nesting and foraging there. And our sample size is very small, so we are not able to answer that.
Okay, thank you. So we have two questions, similar questions I'm just putting up. It's basically on the seagrass beds. So that's from Kamar Qureshi sir and Bevash Pandav. So it says green turtles have emerged, have overgrazed the seagrass meadows in Lakshadweep. Any comments on reasons for overgrazing? Is it reduction of meadows in other areas? And any attempt to restore these meadows?
Thank you, sir, Biva sir and Kamar sir, for the question. It's very interesting when we look at what could be the factors affecting the sea turtle populations or the densities there. What people suggest is that there is a high hunting of tiger sharks in those areas. So you have absence of tiger sharks making this turtle foraging in the same spot for much longer time and overgrazing. And we have seen this, that there was a boom in population in Lakshadweep. However, there is nothing such when we see in Maldives or other places. So likely it is that the absence of predators might have increased the number of green turtles in those areas.
Okay, thank you, Mohit.
Thank you.
So we'll call now Suman. So you have the first question coming from Prashant, which says the group density response variable was extracted per transect or per pixel?
Group density response variable.
Elaborate करना है?
Group density is just the group density. We get it from distance. It's not extracted per transect or per pixel.
Okay, so we will have second one. It says what was the criteria applied to categorize the tiger densities to be called high, medium, and low? And second is the absence of species-specific scaling. The prey-predator relationship articulated requires relook. You have two questions here, and that comes from Dr. K. Ramesh. Ecology, you know.
So the first question, there is no specific criteria I followed, but in Vidarbha landscape, I got the highest tiger density is 7, and the lowest tiger density is 0.5. So based on that, I categorized into 3 categories. And in absence of the species-specific scaling, the prey-predator relationship requires. Is this a comment or question, sir?
Both, but I think you can take it as a comment and we can discuss later.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure, sir. I'll look into that.
Yeah. So we have another one which says, what are the possible reasons why densities of ungulates in male guard is much more low as compared to other PAs? And Rudra is a MSc student who has asked, please in detail, but you can be very brief here and then discuss with him during the lunch hours.
What is the possible reason why density of So basically the ungulate density is estimated through line transect, right? So in male guard is a very rugged terrain, and line transect possibly every year we get very low number of sample size for any species in male guard. Comparing the number of transect we survey, we get very low number. It could be for that reason ki in male guard it shows the densities of different species are low, but it's not actually low. We are further exploring through different camera trap based method in different areas of Vidarbha to actually accurately estimate the ungulate density. I think that would help in.
Okay, thank you so much. So I'd call up Mr. Pujan Kumar, if you can be there. You've got a lot of questions again, so I'm just taking 3. So the first one says, that's from Dr. K. Ramesh again, and it says, bamboo is an important constituent of red panda's life, and it flowers once in 4 years, causing decline in forage availability. Do you expect significant fluctuation in breeding patterns aligned to this phenomena?
Yes, I think there will be consequences of this, because bamboo flowering will be like, actually what happens is, in the ground scenario, when the bamboo flowering will be there, that will be in the limited area, like a small area, the bamboo flowering will be there. They will, if the bamboo flowering will be there, they will probably migrate from that landscape to the other landscape. So this is how they will survive. This is what needs to happen. But when the fragmentation is there, when the disturbance is there, when the livestock is like destroying that habitat, there will be no any place for them to migrate. This probably, I think so.
Okay, thank you. So second one comes from Mr. Rashmi, who's from the 46 diploma, says, aren't livestock grazing and human captures correlated? What were the values of B for the model combining both these predictor variables?
Oh yes, actually, thank you for the question. But actually what I was thinking was that should be correlated, but it was not that case in our scenario. It was not correlated, but it was something around 0.54. It was the correlation with the value that give us like that. Because what happens is not every location that the grazer, like the livestock goes, doesn't go, the human doesn't accompany that. Because if we have deployed the camera traps in the trail, that could have probably like, that could be the like correlated. But we did not, we deployed the camera traps in various different kind of like different places, not only in trails, but also some of the the trees that can probably shelter the red pandas. So there is no possibility of coming the humans. So that is how there is no correlation with this.
Okay, we'll take for the next one. That's from Mr. S. Samantara. He says, what is reason that you can attribute for low occupancy, site use intensity within PAs, even when they are strictly protected and scientifically managed? So he has a comment of saying, given the fact if red pandas are available outside PAs, how do you propose to conserve these species there where there is low or no control of habitat modification by government? That's a comment. So on the first one, you can maybe answer.
Okay, this is the this is actually I showed in the presentation, because a lot of disturbances, lots of livestock grazing activities, because the people in Arunachal Pradesh, those tribes actually go to the jungle, go to the forest for the extraction of anti-FB, like going for mushrooms, going for etc., a lot of things. So because of that, there is a potential of like the disturbance of the habitat of red panda. So that is the reason actually we got the low site use. What I think is this. Thanks.
So congratulations for really putting up a good show. These are really good presentations which you all gave in. I request the chair for his final comments, and then we would be closing up.
To say something. I agree with my colleague Dr. Parag that the presentations are really very good. And we have here Professor Meva Singh. He is a pioneer on ethology and behavioral ecology. And I am in the opinion that he should have chaired this session. And I would request the young students to kindly find time to interact with him. Most of the presentations were very nice, though lacks theoretical support. So, for example, the presenter could have used the resource dispersion theory specifically for cheetah, and optimal foraging theory. Just somebody asked questions whether there is adequate prey in Kuno. So those things should have been included in the presentation to give a kind of understanding to the audience that what is the theoretical aspects of these studies. So I would also, to the young scientists and young researchers, students, I would suggest that they should look for a book in library by Philip Lehner, which talks about ethology, which is same as behavioral ecology. And they have very clearly explained what kind of research activity you need to take when you are studying the behavioral ecology. So I hope that my comment will be helpful. And this Philip Lehner is also available PDF form in the net. So you can get a copy for yourself. And when you are going to prepare, particularly the MSc student going to prepare their dissertation, and which specifically deals with the behavioral ecology, should consult this book and also other literatures. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed this. Thank you, Vishnu Priya, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Sir, it's for that very reason that we wanted Meva sir to ask the questions. That's why we didn't want him to chair. So, sir, I would also like everybody to give a round of applause to Nigam sir. Sir is the chairman of the catering committee. And sir is sitting here and messaging me, it's getting delayed, isn't lunch at 1 o'clock? And sir is asking more questions. So, thank you, sir. So I request Nigam sir to kindly felicitate our chair and co-chair. Piyusha ma'am. We will now break for lunch. We will reconvene sharp at 2 o'clock. I request the poster presenters to kindly be back at 1:30. I also request the poster evaluators. And I request Gaur sir, Tushar sir, and Kamar sir to kindly stay back for a minute.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Abhimanyu Mukherjee, and I'm currently working as a
रितेश रितेश विश्वकर्मा उठा के मारेगा ना
So we'll begin the next session, which is speed talks on integrative approaches to biodiversity research, monitoring and policy in India. To chair the session, I call Dr. Meva Singh sir, and to co-chair the session, Dr. P.K. Mathur and Dr. Suresh, scientist FWI. Thank you, sir. And just to reiterate, there's paucity of time, so sir, questions and comments to be kept short. I hand over the chair to Meva Singh, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you all had good lunch and, but you will keep awake. So since we are hard pressed for time, we will just start with the session, and I request all the presenters to please keep time. 5 minutes go very quickly, so please remember this. And Mathur Saab, you please start this.
Sir, आप करेंगे?
हाँ हाँ
ठीक है, करिए.
आप you please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So we start now with this next session, speed talk, and I think there are about 11 speed talks. So the first speaker is Ananya Das, and she holds a master degree in environmental management from IP University, Delhi. Currently, she is working as a senior project associated in Management Evaluation Effectiveness Project, MEE. So, Das, please.
Thank you, sir. Management Effectiveness Evaluation, or ME. Let's think of it as a health checkup for our protected areas. It tells us what's working, what's not working, and when we need to step up our management game. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I will be focusing on the insights from the repeat cycle of ME of India's national parks and wildlife sanctuaries. The first cycle of ME started in the year 2006 and went on till 2019. And the repeat cycle was done from 2020 to 2025. India's network of protected areas is vast and diverse. Totally, they account for 5.4% of India's geographical area, and that's a huge responsibility. Right from the coral reefs of Andaman to the dry grasslands of Rajasthan, it's a huge responsibility. Naturally, the question arises, why do we need to study the evaluation of our protected areas? Why the need? Well, we learned it the hard way when the tigers vanished from Sariska in 2004, and the PMO and the Controller Auditor General of India insisted for an audit, accountability, and independent evaluation. So the purpose of evaluation is quite clear: adapt management with respect to changing times, use resources judiciously, promote transparency and trust, and involve the local community. And the insights from these exercises benefits the PA manager, the local communities, the funding agencies, and the global conservation bodies. The ME framework
is a questionnaire which consists of 6 elements listed here in the table, and it has 32 questions. It's a blend of data-driven monitoring and expert-based assessment. Now let's come to the insights I was talking about. We did a comparison of the average ME score from the first cycle and the repeat cycle. From 60.51% to 64.41%, we see an approximate increase of 4%, which is encouraging. The state-wise trend is also encouraging. Many of the states have shifted from the fair to good category, even to the very good category. It's like the PAs have been working hard for an exam and finally they have done well. But some PAs are still struggling. It's because of lack of funds, outdated management plans, and lack of frontline staff. Here are 2 lists. The left one being the top scoring protected areas. Dachigam National Park from Jammu Kashmir leads the list. And to my right is the low scoring protected areas. These are the results from the repeat cycle. Now our team has encountered some persistent challenges at field. I would like to read a few. Some of them are reduced budget allocation and inadequate protection infrastructures, boundary demarcation issues, developmental pressures, unplanned ecotourism, and limited manpower. And the most important, the COVID-19 pandemic led resource crunch is eventually going to affect the future ME scores. But don't worry, our erudite team has come up with solutions which are within our reach. They have categorized it into 3 headings. First being landscape level planning and management. We need to encourage quantification of ecosystem services, address the challenges posed by linear infrastructure, poaching, encroachment, etc. In scientific research and monitoring, we need to encourage long-term ecological monitoring, use of technology like eDNA, drones, satellites, and promote training and capacity building. The most important one, community engagement and livelihood improvement. We should encourage sustainable tourism, address the barriers to community participation, and again promote training and capacity building. In addition to this, we need to encourage long-term collaboration between different institutions and forest department in addition to these short-term project-based approaches. These are some of the glimpses from the field activities and workshops undertaken during this repeat cycle. Yesterday, our ADG emphasized on policy-based interventions being the need of the hour. The ME insights can be helpful in this. To sum up, ME is just not a reflection, it's a mirror which shows both our achievements and gaps. Thank you.
Thank you, Ananya. Now we invite the second speaker, Surojit Mitra, holds a postgraduate degree in zoology from University of Calcutta. He is currently working at WII on the project Development of Conservation Action Plan for River Dolphins, focusing on the conservation of river dolphins and associated freshwater herpetofauna. Mr. Mitra.
Thank you, sir, for the introduction. So now, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and respected dignitaries. Today, I will share insights into basking habitat preference of gharial and hardshell turtles from Gandak River in Bihar. So, as we know, basking is a behavioral strategy of thermoregulation, which is crucial to reptile species because they are ectotherms. And we assessed basking site preference of gharial and brown roof turtle and tent turtle in Gandak River in Bihar. Coming to the study area, Gandak River was divided in 3 stretches representing 20 km each of Upper Gandak, Middle Gandak, and Lower Gandak. And the study area was a mosaic of different habitats like sandy barren lands, croplands, grasslands, shrublands, and sparse plantation and other habitats. So how this study area was selected? It was selected based on survey conducted in 2022 across the whole river, where we found gradients of occurrence of both gharial and turtle species in high, medium, low gradient, based on which we selected the survey stretches. Coming on to the methodology, our primary methodology was board-based bank line survey. We conducted 6 replicates in each stretch while maintaining the speed, and we also recorded the species occurrence and also busking substrate type and environmental and anthropogenic factors. Environmental factors were also collected in each 500 meter, while anthropogenic parameters were collected in 2 kilometer segments. And we used generalized linear model to assess the response of these species to the predictors. The field work was conducted between January to March this year. And coming to results, we found that the encounter rate of gharials and both the turtles were lowest in the lower stretch of Gandak, while the highest gharial encounter was found in the middle stretch of Gandak, and both the turtles were found in highest occurrence in the upper Gandak region. Coming to species-specific results, we see that gharial presence was negatively associated with presence of cropland, and gradual increase in depth also decreased their abundance, and they predominantly preferred sandbars for basking. Coming to brown roof turtle, we again see similar pattern, croplands negatively affecting their presence, and they avoided grassland during basking. Their preferred choice of basking was sandbars, moderately preferred choice was logs and debris, and also they preferred to bask in shrublands with sand substrates there. In case of tent turtle, we found that cropland and depth similarly having negative effect on them, but they highly preferred to bask on grassland and shrublands with clay bed as substrate, which I will come into in a minute. So when we look into the proportional use of basking substrate, we find here that sandbars were preferred by both brown roof turtle and gharial, while the tent turtle predominantly chose to bask on the river banks. And among the occurrences, 96% of the occurrence was dominated by the patches of sacrum, grassland, and clay bed as substrate. Another interesting finding is that the difference in their basking substrate choice in terms of distance. The gharial and brown roof turtle chose to bask at an average distance of more than 100 meters from the bank, while tent turtle chose to bask mostly on the bank or in very close proximity. Now coming to the threats, two predominant threats were seen, seasonal agriculture and boat traffic. In case of seasonal agriculture, presence of cropland, as you can see, is negatively affecting all three species, but the intensity of agriculture was differing among the stretches, and the middle stretch of Gandak saw the most of the seasonal agriculture pressure. In terms of boat encounter, we again see that boat encounter negatively affects all three species, and the intensity of boat encounter varies hugely among the three stretches, while the lower Gandak region, which is closer to Patna, experiences much more boat encounter. The upper stretch of the Gandak region experienced lowest boat encounters. So to conclude, I would suggest that while seasonal agriculture is very much important for the local people and the livelihood of them, buffer should be maintained along the periphery of the sandbars and sandbanks, the large sandbars, sandbanks, to help the basking species, and also the local farmers should be included and made aware of these species, because during nesting seasons, the gharials and turtles will nest in these sandy croplands only, so they can also protect the nesting sites. And also during this study, we carefully mapped the hotspots of both gharial and turtles. So we found that gharials were distributed in a patch of middle stretch of Gandak and upper stretch of Gandak, and turtles were also highest in occurrence in the upper stretch of Gandak, where the boat traffic can be regulated with careful consideration between the peak basking time of this species, which is we found 11 AM to 3 PM. So with this, I would like to conclude my presentation and acknowledge the following people. Thank you.
Thank you, Surajit. Now, next speaker is Mr. Mukesh Chand, and he has done his master's in environmental science from Kumaon University, Nainital, and he is with WII since 2023, currently working as a project associate in the project on understanding human-elephant conflict and suggesting mitigation measures. So, Mr. Mukesh.
Thank you, sir. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm going to present our work on human-elephant conflict in Tamil Nadu. So, according to 2025 population estimation, we have almost 3,136 elephant in Tamil Nadu. It seems quite good population, but if you will see over the years, these population has gone under huge change with a sharp decline in 2017 and then gradual increase till 2025. So, and across these years, many human deaths and crop raiding incidents has been reported throughout the Tamil Nadu, and these concerns has been raised on various platforms by conservationists and scientists throughout the years. So, taking it as a background, we designed our objectives of the study to basically to analyze the spatial and temporal pattern of human and elephant death in the region, and what are the major causes of these deaths in the region, and if this much number of incidents are happening, so what effective mitigation measures department is taking, and are these measures effective or not. So to achieve our objective, we collected data from 26 forest divisions of Tamil Nadu on human mortality, elephant mortality, crop compensation, and mitigation measures, and further we analyzed the data. And for particularly for the elephant death, we categorized all the data into 4 major categories of anthropogenic, natural, diseases, and medical condition, which include traumatic injuries. And we further verified this data with the EDF data, which is Elephant Death Audit Framework maintained by Tamil Nadu Forest Department. So what we got? We got to know that in last 15 years, over 26 divisions, there are 726 human deaths and 1758 elephant deaths. When we further categorized these elephant deaths, we found that among the anthropogenic causes, electrocution is one of the major cause of death of elephant, followed by incidents of poaching, train accidents, road accidents, and many more. So coming to the disease, which basically include the bacterial, viral, and parasitic infections, we found that diseases like anthrax, septicemia, hepatitis, and many more on the list are contributing to the death of elephant, which seems quite concerning. So, so further we went on the division levels. So some divisions like Satyamangalam, Coimbatore, Hosur, and Erode are some division which are which has huge number of elephant deaths when we compare with the other parts of other divisions of the state of the states. So when these number of incidents are happening, so is department taking any mitigation measure? Yes, they are taking. They are using various kind of physical barriers and early monitoring and early warning systems. So to better understand this, we took the case of one of the high conflict area, Hosur division, which is quite interestingly from 2018 onwards, they are using mitigation measures very extensively, and they are using various kind of mitigation measures that we use for reducing human-elephant conflict all over the India. Particularly the advanced metal fencing they are using newly. So these are claimed to be more effective in stopping the conflict, stopping the movement of elephant as they are not able to break it. And departments are also spending good amount of money in developing and implementing all these mitigation measures. So you can see this purple line is the area where all these mitigation measures has been implemented with a good intention of reducing conflict in the human habitation and diverting their movement toward the Kaveri Wildlife Sanctuary of the forested areas. But this is the data of village hotspots before 2018 where these conflict was spreaded and the number of incidents were little low, especially in the Dharampuri adjacent division. So logically, if we implement and invest such amount of money and mitigation measures and time efforts on such measures, so it should reduce the conflict. But when we check the data after 2018, we found that these mitigation measures are somehow not working, and the conflict has been increased very significantly over the years. And especially if you will see in the Dharampuri, these where there was earlier very few cases of crop raiding incident and human deaths were there. After in last 7 years, it has been human deaths has been double and crop raiding incidents has been increased multiple times. And Hosur also, this conflict has been spreaded to most of the villages of the area. So. Coming to the conclusion, we found that mitigation measures are not very effectively working, and we need to better work on the root causes of the conflict on a long term to basically to develop the coexistence with elephants. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mukesh. Now I invite the fourth speaker for this speed talk, Roshmi Buragan. She has done masters in WII from C2C Center, the Heritage Management course, and for past 3 years she has been working in the integrated development of wildlife habitat project, particularly focusing on red panda. So, and under guidance of Dr. Gopi. So, Roshmi, please.
Thank you for the introduction, sir. The red panda is a species of special attention due to its taxonomic distinctness. The species is weirdly wonderful, yet potentially threatened with extinction. The species range extend across the eastern Himalayas, starting from Nepal, Bhutan, through India to northern Myanmar and southwest China. In India, the species is confined to the Himalayan range of Arunachal Pradesh, northern part of West Bengal, and Sikkim. Coming to Sikkim, as it is my study area, Sikkim holds a very important red panda population, and it is very important for us to know about this species. Despite their wide distributional range, the red panda is sporadically distributed and occurs at a low density due to its strict habitat and dietary specialization. However, there are very limited information about this species' habitat requirements, its environmental factors and anthropogenic factors, which are important for shaping their distribution and however, moving forward with my topic, its environmental and anthropogenic correlates of red panda occurrence in Sikkim, eastern Himalaya. The study area, it is the transboundary landscape. It shares its international boundary with Nepal, Bhutan, and China. It consists of total 9 protected areas, including 1 national park, 7 wildlife sanctuaries, and 1 conservation reserve. With this, the objective of my study is to identify the key environmental and anthropogenic factors influencing red panda occurrence in Sikkim. The methodology of the study, we mainly did the camera trapping. We deployed 106 camera traps in 2x2 kilometer grid. And basically this study is based in the specific elevation band ranging from 2100 meters to 4000 meters. For the analytical part, we took the presence and absence data of red panda as a predictor, and for the response variable, we took anthropogenic, environmental, and bioclimatic factors. This is the sampling area. With this, the GLM resulted the best model. We selected the best model based on the lowest AIC value. It revealed that the bamboo clump elevation are positively influencing the red panda presence, as well as the dog RAI is negatively influencing its presence. As you can see here, the response curve, the predicted probability of red panda presence is specifically between the range 2500 meters to 3500 meters and peaks at 3000 meters. With it, the increase in bamboo density increases the predicted probability of red panda presence, while the free-ranging dogs are negatively influencing this species. With this, I like to conclude my talk that the red panda occurrence in Sikkim is largely influenced by the environmental factors, particularly bamboo density and elevation. And the presence of free-ranging dogs are negatively influencing the red panda distribution in Sikkim. With this, I want to recommend few things. There needs to be an awareness towards managing free-ranging dogs through sterilization, vaccination, responsible pet ownership, which is very important in my study area to minimize the disturbance, predation risk, and spill of zoonotic diseases in wild population. It is also important to prioritize conservation of mid-elevation forests ranging from 2,500 meters to 3,600 meters with dense bamboo strands, as these areas are critical for red panda survival. As Sikkim being the tourism hotspot, it is important to encourage the sustainable tourism to minimize the human disturbance in the red panda habitat. With this, I would like to acknowledge following people and my friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Roshmi. The now next speaker, Mr. Gaurav. He holds a postgraduate degree in wildlife management from Coimbatore University, Karnataka, and he joined WI in 2019, working for the Project Tiger, and then now he's working since 2020 for Mishmi Takin project and currently pursuing his PhD. So, Mr. Gaurav, please.
Thank you, sir, for the very introduction. Good afternoon, everybody. To begin with, according to Idumishmi's mythology, the mountain god Golo once found a strange-looking stone, and he threw it to earth. Further, man gave the animal shape, and Golo gave the life to it, which led to a tussle between both of them. In the fight, Golo held the horns, and Idus held the tail. In the end, Golo won and took the animal away, leaving Idus with a broken tail. Since then, the animal Takin, with its curved horns, stout body, and short tail, has been lived in the mountain forest, far from humans in the alpine meadows of these Mishmi hills. With this, I'd like to, with this context, today I'm here to talk about linking tradition and science, connecting, studying Mishmi Takins in Arunachal Pradesh. Globally, Mishmi Takin has got 4 subspecies: Golden Takin, Sichuan Takin, and Bhutan Takin. And while in India, Mishmi Takin is distributed in Eastern Himalaya part in Arunachal Pradesh, where in Mishmi Hills, Mishmi Takins are locally called as Akru, Kem, Takang, and Takin. For today's talk, my objective would be to integrate tradition ecological knowledge with scientific methods to understand Mishmi Takin's ecology. Further, my study area is Arunachal Pradesh. Arunachal Pradesh is well known for its rich biodiversity, which is also known as land of rising sun, where more than 26 indigenous communities coexisting together with nature with immense tradition ecological knowledge passing from generation to generation. In these indigenous communities, shamans and hunters are primary holders of tradition ecological knowledge, which further passed on to broader community through their oral narrations and experiences. We further documented it through key informative surveys, and the documented tradition ecological knowledge further integrated with conservation science through field methods and scientific data validation. Now, coming to results, these indigenous communities has got strict taboos and rituals in their day-to-day life. One such is followed during hunting expeditions, which involved pre, post, and during hunting taboos, where they offered gratitude to the mountain god through their rituals such as Ambu, Tapumuya, and Songtung rituals, which these hunting taboos also involved impacts of overhunting as well. Further, we came across that these indigenous communities use different dialects inside the jungle, where they used different dialects to different terminologies from animal name to each part of the nature as well. Further, with the basis of the tradition ecological knowledge and the scientific literature data available, we integrated both and tried to form a group baseline information on group categorization Mishmi Takin, where adult bulls are called as Hayong, and adult females are called as adults are called as Kampai, subadults are called as Kem Kayong, and juveniles are called as Kayong. Further, calves are called as Sharong. These key identification characters varied from horn structures and their developmental stages, morphological variations, as well as the responsibilities maintained by in the herd. Further, this led to, based on the tradition ecological information, we gathered feeding preferences of Mishmi Takin, where Takin majorly preferred herb, shrub, grasses, and bamboos. They occasionally feed on tree barks as well. Further, with the basis of the tradition ecological knowledge and sighting informations we had, we got to know that Takin prefers major critical habitats such as salt licks, high altitude, mid-elevation jungle, and near village streams, which further these habitat and feeding preferences varied from season to season, district to district, based on the presence of these critical habitats in the landscape. Often doing such kind of studies comes along with many challenges and limitations, such as language and communication barriers, cultural and ethically sensitive informations as well, And these laws and shift in values and tradition practices are leading to knowledge gap in younger generations. And often takin habitats as well as the remote village locations are remote and difficult terrain as well. Which brings to me the conclusion, now why to connect? These traditional ecological knowledge are often considered as a valuable resource and knowledge capital, which in turn integrating with science gives you fuller understanding of the nature, as well as it gives you, complements contemporary scientific research, which in turn helps us to build a sustainable and holistic conservation outcomes, as well as to form a management plans as well. Further, I would like to acknowledge all these people. Without them, this study would not have been possible. I call all the indigenous community as classroom of my life, where I would like to end the talk by saying Prane Iga, with a gratitude to the forest, to the people, and to the species, by showing me or reminding me again that conservation is a shared journey of respect and learning. Thank you all.
Thank you, Gaurav. Now invite Dr. Ashish Kumar. He holds a master degree in wildlife science from AMU and obtained PhD while working on doctoral research at SACON on hyena conservation. He has also obtained Humboldt Fellowship and top-down control of macro carnivore conducted under a collaborative project between India and Austria. So he's going to present that. Dr. Ashish Kumar, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all of you. So I would like to start my presentation with two examples of interspecific predation. So at left-hand side, there is a photograph of hyena that was killed by a leopard, and right-hand side there is a photograph of jackal that was killed by wolf. So, and these are not isolated examples. There are many. There are many examples of aversive interactions, and it occurs in different forms other than interspecific killing. For example, active displacement, behavioral adaptation in mesocarnivore. So today, I'll talk about space selection by mesocarnivore in response to large predators. And these are very complex phenomena in ecology, and it's require huge data. Therefore, we came up with a large-scale project in a collaboration between University of Natural Resource and Life Science, Austria. Under this project, we assessed the impact of large carnivore on the distribution of mesocarnivore in India and Austria. In India, we studied impact of tiger and leopard on distribution of hyena and jackal. In Austria, we studied impact of wolves on distribution of jackal in Austria. So to address these questions or objectives, we collated secondary data, and for that we digitized presence, absence, location of tiger, leopard, jackal, hyena, and their prey species, cheetal and sambar, primarily from tiger report and leopard report published by WIA. And during data collection or during data digitization, we maintain minimum 5-kilometer distance between 2 points so that we can avoid any potential of autocorrelation in our model. For Austria, we collected data from 3 sources: camera trap, acoustic, and random observation from 3 different timelines, so that we can weight our model accordingly. And in Austria, we did not get enough presence point for wolves. So instead of taking wolf presence, we first modeled Euclidean distance so that we can check its impact on distribution of jackals. We implemented random forest model to analyze our data. And here I present occurrence probability of hyena and jackal in response to presence, absence of prey and predator. Here we can see we did not find any impact of tiger on distribution of hyena and jackal. And we also did not see any significant impact of leopard on distribution of hyena and jackal, though we saw a non-significant weak positive correlation. Tiger and leopard did not play important role, but
distribution of hyena and jackal was mostly driven by geoclimatic factors. And these are the maps we have developed under the project. And coming to Austria, in Austria we did find wolf proximity or Euclidean distance to wolf locations as a most important variable determining the distribution of jackal in Austria. And we developed a map in Austria as well. So now coming to discussion, we did not find any absolute avoidance for tiger and leopard. Weak positive interaction of hyena with leopard was reported. And then, so actually, though we did not find any significant impact, we cannot completely discard the potential of top-down effect, because top-down effect are abundance dependent or density dependent, so we need further investigation to understand the nuances, and also we need to understand the temporal responses as well. Thank you. And we would like to acknowledge following people. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ashish, keeping your time. Now next speaker, Rohit Jha, a principal project associate and a third-year PhD scholar at the Conservation Advisory and Policy Cell of WII, with 10 years of experience across government and non-government sector. He focuses on ecological and impact assessment studies. So, Mr. Rohit.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. So we all can agree that over a period of the last 100 years, we have enacted several laws, starting from the very old Indian Forest Act, then a bunch of acts within a short period of time in the 70s and 80s, and then in the recent modern times in the 2000s. And then apart from these, there have been multiple flagship species conservation programs and n number of policies and plans. Yet, we all can agree that implementation gaps still persist to this day. In this context, my objectives were very simple and twofold: to try to synthesize a practitioner-informed, evidence-based analysis of 5 urgent policy gaps that are thwarting conservation outcomes today, and then go on to offer actionable pathways for policy practice reform that aligns with India's international and national obligations. For this, I adopted a mixed methods approach. This was grounded in policy capacity theory and within adaptive governance principles. Basically, this is going through a lot of guidelines and policies and rules that have been put forward by the central and state governments, and trying to analyze which are the policy gaps, and finally triangulating it with my own experience over the last 10 years. So there were about 10 to 15 gaps that I identified, but I'm going to present the 5 most critical ones here. The first one is non-standardized wildlife mitigation plans. So we have a lot of projects passing through ecologically sensitive areas and wildlife-rich areas in the country, all of which, or most of which, require these site-specific management plans to be prepared. However, there is no unifying national framework or guidelines that specify what the policy what the impact zone should be, how the baseline data should be collected, and absolutely absence of post-project monitoring and compliance. Second is fragmented human-wildlife conflict resolution system. So it's a patchwork in our country today. Every state has different laws, has different funding mechanisms. Different kinds of conflicts are compensated. Some states give 20 lakh compensation, some give around 2 lakh. So it's at best a patchwork. Third, there's very weak biodiversity integration in impact assessment studies. So there are strong TORs when it comes to getting environmental clearances for environmental impacts, but the biodiversity integration in them is absolutely weak. And this results in litigation, and many a times courts have to step in to when project proponents or developers do a terrible job of integrating biodiversity. Courts have to step in and offer a right direction, for example, in this recent case. The fourth is the absence of a sacred groves registry or management framework. So according to various estimates, we have about 1 lakh or 1.5 lakh sacred groves. So when these sites could have been absolutely wonderful eco-cultural hotspots,
We actually have no idea where these are, and we don't have a unifying framework to govern these areas. Last is a bit nuanced. It's conservation of ecological corridors. We actually have a lot of laws about this, but really there is a bit of a lack of political will to conserve ecological corridors. And all these are not abstract ideas. This actually results in real world consequences. So we have just a week ago, Kerala became the first state to pass a state-specific central wildlife amendment bill. I don't think this will pass the constitutional muster, but this has been passed. And a couple of months ago, Haryana notified its own forest definition. Basically, these two examples highlight the tussle between state and center, and the lack of national guidelines are forcing states to create their own solutions. So what is the way forward? We need to standardize and formulate national TORs for biodiversity. We need to use digital systems to effect faster human-wildlife conflict payouts. Training need to be integrated for all kinds of agencies that do biodiversity impact assessment. Obviously, we need to move from site-specific impact assessments to cumulative impact assessments, and we really have to pull up our socks when it comes to corridor protection. We have to integrate climate risks and create technological platforms. As also, we need better coordination between central and state agencies. We really need multi-stakeholder platforms so that we move eventually towards evidence-based reform. I think the next 5 years is an absolute critical window to close some of these policy gaps, address some of these, because all of these policy gaps that I have highlighted align with our international commitments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rohit. Now the next speaker is Ms. Priya Singh. She holds a master's degree in forensic science and has been working as an analyst at the Pashmina Certification Center of WII for past 2 years. She applies her forensic expertise to the scientific authentication and quality advancement of Pashmina. Priya, thank you.
Very good afternoon to everyone. Imagine holding something so soft and so pure that it was once reserved for kings, queens, and nobilities, and now its authenticity is being questioned constantly. Through my topic, let's dive into the journey of Pashmina right from the Himalayas, where these two breeds, Chantangi domesticated by the Changpa nomads in the Ladakh and Leh region, and Chegu domesticated by the local herders in the high altitude regions of Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand. The extreme cold of these areas led these goats to grow thick undercoat, which are harvested once a year by the process of combing. After that, they are being separated from any type of dust and dirt, and they are dipped into glue or compounded rice for retaining moisture and softening. And they are being spun into yarns. These yarns are then dyed with natural or synthetic colors, and these dyed yarns are then weaved into traditional handlooms. And finally, they are sent for embroidering that can be done either by machine or by hand. What makes Pashmina globally valued is because of extreme softness, warmth, and lightweight, and the unique Kashmiri craftsmanship is what makes it luxurious and a status symbol. And there is no harm being done to these animals at the time of harvesting them, and they are the only support to the local herders in the high altitude regions. The major challenge for the Pashmina product is the growing adulteration with other cheap wools like merino, angora, sheep, and sometimes yak also. And they are mislabeled in the markets, and that's what impacts the income of artisans and also broke the trust between a consumer and a trader. Now here comes the answers to all the questions being raised on the authenticity of Pashmina through the science of trichotaxonomy. The science of trichotaxonomy not in wildlife, but also used in the forensic and medical sciences. Both macroscopic and microscopic features are observed, such as color and physical characteristics, which basically depend on the environmental factors, the cuticular scale patterns, through which we can differentiate between the species, the cortex, which is the pigmented area, and medulla, which is highly pigmented, which is highly in animals. Here we have correlated some domesticated species cuticular patterns observed in the compound microscope and the topographic SEM image of Pashmina, sheep, Angora rabbit, and yak. Now comes the role of Pashmina Certification Center in binding conservation, tradition, and trade. Established in 2020-23 through an MOU between Export Promotion Council of Handicrafts and WII. Pashmina Certification Center is dedicated purely to authenticate Pashmina products through the science of trichotaxonomy under Bureau of Standards 17269 rule, which outlines that identification, marking, and labeling of Pashmina products. At PCC, each Pashmina product is examined under light, and at least 15 to 20 hair samples are plucked from different points of the product. And for those samples, slides are being prepared, and they are observed under microscope to look for particular Pashmina species or any other type of contaminants if found. The final report is generated, and each product is tagged with unique PCC code, and they are being stored in the PCC server itself. In a span of 2.5 years, PCC has certified approximately 30,000 of products, generating a revenue of 2.2 crores till now. The major technical challenge faced at PCC was for the 5% of products which lack the visible guard hairs, for which we have incorporated SEM as an alternate technique. As through SEM and its high resolution, fiber analysis can be done for differentiating and identification of wool and fiber producing species also, and authenticate and purify the products through which have only underfur. But due to certain limitations of SEM and due to complex sample preparation, we need some more tools to incorporate, such as FTIR, and we need some more tools and techniques for our PCC. The other challenge which is coming to our way is the imitation of our certifications, for which there are two questions that are being raised, that whether such centers are empowered and capable of differentiating contraband fibers, and what is the authenticity and endorsement of such certificate centers. With this, I want to end my talk by saying that from microscopic trails to global trade, PCC preserves the truth, value, and legacy of Pashmina. These are the sources I have used, and I want to acknowledge these people. Thank you.
Thank you, Priya. The now next speaker is Dr. Ravindranath Tripathi. He holds PhD in Computer Science and Engineering and background of Masters in Geoinformatics. Currently, he is working as a Principal Project Associate in WI and MCG project, and his research focuses on integrating artificial intelligence, UAVs, and geospatial technologies for ecological and conservation implications. Dr. Tripathi, please.
Thank you, sir. Unmanned aerial vehicles have gained the popularity in the field of wildlife monitoring, specifically in the field of surveillance, but the UAV-based scientific framework for ecological monitoring are still at the nascent phase. So this study, Sky Frames to River Frames, is an attempt to integrate satellite UAVs and AI for riparian habitat monitoring, and tried to develop an ecological monitoring framework using UAVs. And the study area is from Haridwar to Narora along the Ganga River. And the objectives are to identify critical and intact habitat zones, mapping, classification, and habitat condition assessment, and finally, get the real-time detection and animal count estimation. So this is the integrated satellite UAV AI framework methodology. We started from integrating with the satellite data to get the suitability assessment, and further collecting the UAV-based data up to the 4 years of data to collect the drone-based survey, and finally to validate and testing of the models. Different models were trained, and finally we get the result by real-time detection modeling and habitat assessment. So this is the study result from the spatio-temporal analysis, and it results as the land cover classification decadal level, water and vegetation dynamics from long and short range, and anthropogenic influences of rise in night light and vegetation in variation in the temperature. And based on these, we derived habitat suitability maps using the weighted overlay analysis for this study area, and analyzed as the less than 10% of the core habitat was available for the wildlife. And further, we expanded this area and performed the vegetation analysis to delineate the grassland in the riparian ecosystem, and probably to get the knowledge of the swamp deer, gharial, and turtles. This is the study we planned. We flight 286 different flights, and for 2020 to 2024, we did the survey. And these are the flight parameters we optimized during the survey, and it is based on the altitude, range, speed, sample resolution, season, camera angle, and overlap percentage. And this is the example of how we have assessed, and we collected the data through drone autonomous based survey. And this is study area from Hastinapur Wildlife Sanctuary. And further, we classified it in the 12 different classes using object-based image analysis using e-cognition software. It's a machine learning based analysis, and we found more than 97% of the accuracy. And also the interesting part is we received approximately 100% of the accuracy for 4 different classes out of 12. Further, moving to habitat to the species detection, this is the detection of swamp deer. We collected more than 14,000 of the true images from multi-seasonal data of swamp deer, and the results were very interesting, and we found more than 90% result for the CNN-based model, and also for the one-stage detectors. Also for the gharial and turtles, we had a very good, impressive result. But in terms of detection transformer models, we also have more than 90% of the result. So the last part is to get the real-time count for the field deployment, and further to estimate the population for the small patch. So this is how we have developed our model, and to get the real-time detection from the edge devices. And this is for UAV based, and also we have done this for the handheld camera basis. Further, using the train model and the real-time detection from the previous step, we built upon it to carry out the population estimation thing. And 77 deer were recorded across the 39 out of the 252 surveyed groups in the Haidarpur wetland. And this is the result of how we have done for the gharials. These are handheld camera basis. And also this is for drone basis. And the same way we did for the turtles, we also achieved more accuracy, and this is for UAV basis. So finally, this research study addressed the question that can an integrated satellite UAV AI framework significantly enhance the monitoring and management of the riparian ecosystem. And our drones and AI may be the modern, but their purpose are ancient, and that is to protect life, water, and the wild. And these are the publication through our study, and one copyright also. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ravindra. Now, for this speed talk session, the last presentation today. Actually, Mr. Gaurav is not probably making the presentation, so last presentation, the evaluators may also take note of it. The next speaker is Abhimanyu Mukherjee, and holds a master degree in zoology from the University of Calcutta.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am
and from University of Calcutta, and currently working as a project associate, WI SECON project on cave conservation in Andaman Islands. Yeah. So Mr. Abhimanyu, okay, he's online, okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Abhimanyu Mukherjee, and I'm currently working as a project associate in SACON with Dr. Manji Shirish. And today I'll be presenting our study entitled Spatio-Temporal Movement of Bats in the Limestone Caves of the Tropical Islands of India. Now, this study is a part of a current ongoing project in Andaman Islands entitled Conserving the Overlooked Subterranean Cave Habitat, a Sustainability Approach. Now we know bats play crucial ecological roles as pollinators, seed dispersers, and insect regulators. Yet, despite their importance, only little is known about how bats use their cave habitat in the Andaman Islands. Our study used passive acoustic monitoring to understand both spatial distribution and the temporal activity patterns of the species across these caves. Now the Andaman Islands is divided into North and Middle and South Andaman districts. We surveyed 26 caves across three major sites, the Baratang Island, Chalisek and Interview Island, distributed over the North and Middle Andamans. Now the caves were first selected based on the confirmed bat presence, and the recorders were deployed at cave entrances. We used audio bots, each configured to record from 1700 hours to 600 hours, and all the wave files that were recorded were processed in a software called Kaleidoscope Pro to extract the call detections. Now the call detections that were extracted from the Kaleidoscope Pro were segregated hourly, and the species were identified in Raven Pro using verified call libraries of the Andaman bats. We recorded 7 different species of bats across 26 caves, each having distinct and unique call signatures. 3 of them are endemic to Andaman Islands, and 1 of them, that is the Andaman horseshoe bat, is endangered species. The spatial diagram revealed clear site preferences. You can see the home face horseshoe bat was predominantly present in Baratang, Chalisek, and Interview Island. And similarly, the Andaman horseshoe bat were also found to be concentrated in Baratang, Chalisek, and Interview. Whereas the black-bearded tomb bat were found only in Baratang and Chalisek. And on the other hand, the tickles bat and the pipistrelles, though found across the sites, their detection frequency is a little lower than the rest of the species. Similarly, in case of the temporal activity, the horseshoe bats, both the Andamans and the home face, maintained a broader activity range throughout the night with consistent detections hourly. Now, tickles bat were mostly active between the 1900 hours and the 2100 hours, corresponding to the early evening insect swarms. And Indian pipistrelle and false vampire showed mainly 2 peaks, one just after dusk and another just before dawn. We also performed the Jacket Similarity Index with this data set, where the higher values indicate that there is a temporal overlap between the species. Now here you can see that there is a complete temporal overlap between the Andaman and the home face horseshoe bats, while the Javan pipistrelle and the tickles bat had the least overlap, might be reflecting the temporal segregation and the differently adapted foraging strategies. Now, these findings suggest that the bats exhibit strong site fidelity and temporal niche partitioning to minimize the competition. Now, species that were active earlier in the evening, like the tickles bat, likely target the insect swarms, whereas the species that were active later, such as the horseshoe bats, forage or remain active throughout the night. Now, these insights signify the importance of the long-term acoustic monitoring for tropical cave ecosystems to guide the conservation and management of the subterranean habitats on island systems like the Andamans. Now, our study is currently ongoing, and the data presented here represent only the preliminary findings from an extended investigation of the spatio-temporal activity patterns of the cave-dwelling bats. Obviously, the continued and long-term data collection is essential to capture seasonal variations and provide a more comprehensive understanding of their behavioral ecology. Now, these are the references that we used for this study, and we thank the Habitat Trust for funding the project, the Department of Environment and Forest, Andaman and Nicobar Islands, and the Director of WII SACON for institutional support. Special thanks to the field teams, the field assistants, and the swiftlet protectors for assistance in accessing the remote caves. Thank you for listening to my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions now.
Okay, thank you all the speakers. This was the last speaker for the speed talks. We request all the speakers to come to the stage, please. Please note that we have been given only 5 minutes, so each speaker gets 30 seconds to respond. So please be brief. Probably 1 or 2 questions. We only have, I think, 1 question each. Or one. Yeah. So please. Suresh, please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So, Ananya, you do not have any questions. It was pretty clear. Okay, so the next presenter was Moitra. Surojit Moitra, so please come on. Your question is there any differences in basking habitat and size class of turtles and gharial? This is by Dr. Abhijit.
Thank you for the question, sir. Sir, we have collected the age class data, but since this was collected, the data was collected this year only, we haven't completed the analysis, so we could be able to report this further, but the analysis isn't complete. But because it's not done, I cannot comment on that definitively.
Okay, that's it, Surajit. Next is Roshni.
Thank you, sir.
This is from Vinith from NMSHE. Nice presentation. Can you clarify about bamboo density? What was the unit, or is it categorical value?
Thank you, sir, for the question. Actually, for bamboo, we did the stem count of bamboo in 100 meter square grid. For mainly for bamboos and trees, we did the 10 by 10 meter grid, and for other shrubs and herbs, we did in 5 meter grid and 5 square meter grid. And for herbs, within 1 meter, we did the sampling.
Okay, thank you. Next, it is Gaurav. Very nice presentation, Gaurav. And that's what Dr. Asad Rahmani sir also says. Your work complements the study by Professor Ambika Ayadurai's book, Tigers Are Our Brothers. So it's basically a comment that he would like to mention. And your other question is from Dr. Nehru. Do you observe any change in the traditional knowledge across different age groups of the communities? Please comment on the transfer of this knowledge to younger generations, your study area, and its influence on future conservation outcomes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your compliments, and thank you, sir, for your comments as well. Yes, that story is also written in Ambika ma'am's book, but it's a common narration which is passing on from generation to generation, which you can everybody, I'm sorry, I will use Hindi, but कोई घर जाओगे, कोई घर जाके पूछोगे ताकि देखा है तो they obviously respond with ये कहानी से बोलेंगे वो लोग. So वो ये sir. Thank you, sir. And for Nehru sir's question, sir, yes, it is happening now, and it's evident actually because normally the younger generations, I said in the presentation as well, the traditional ecological knowledge are raw and unfiltered in shamans and hunters and elders of the community, which is getting passed to oral narrations, but it's getting a loss in traditional practices as well, with the global changes and religions coming up, and these are all things are happening or impacting to the traditional practices as well. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Gaurav.
Thank you, sir.
And Mukesh, you didn't get any questions. Okay.
Mukesh, if I can just make one comment to Mukesh. You see, you have reported that the number of deaths has been increasing in Hosur and Satyamangalam, but there are other areas like Valpare, for example.
Yes, sir.
Say, my student Anand did PhD, he's been following those elephant herds for years together.
Yes.
The deaths significantly decreased.
Yes,
Say, if you have local area-specific mitigation measures, like early warning system, for example, on high poles, with the remote control and informing people. And then we also put the NCF people, put those speakers in the buses, evening buses which go from Polachi to Valpare, informing people in the dark, you know, where the elephants are, in which estate, in which block. And the number of deaths came to zero in so many years, you know, which were happening, so many human fatalities before. So these are, you know, rather than thinking that one size will fit all, that one solution will work everywhere, if you look at the area-specific solutions, I think that's how we have to go for these elephant conflict mitigation techniques.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. Yeah, we will incorporate, sir. Thank you. Sir, actually, sir, these area-specific, like as you are telling the AI monitoring system, so I was thinking that when we will like develop for the larger scale, so how effective will these be? Again, we are just stating the surface causes. Elephants are there, their population is increasing, they need habitats, sir. So my main concern was that we need to work on developing the habitats and other such root causes. See, if the elephants will increase, they need more habitat, they need route for the migration. So So in that case, sir, I will again come ki we need to treat those those issues also, along with the mitigation measure that you are saying that we will develop. So that's all I will say, sir.
Thank you. Over to Ashish now. This is a question by Dr. Bilal. What proportion of hyena range overlap with tiger and how much is beyond tiger range? Tiger influence leopard density. Should we say no or absolute avoidance?
Okay, so definitely hyenas distribution range overlap with tiger distribution range in many of the regions. For example, from where I did my PhD in Satyamangalam Tiger Reserve or Moyar Valley, hyena was located in tiger distribution range, and their tiger density was high. So it's a very context dependent. I mean, hyena population are also outside the tiger range, or also inside the tiger range. And coming to the next question, that if tiger would affect leopard population, right?
Yes.
Okay. It would be very hard to say for me at this time because I have not evaluated, but it should. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, have you done any food niche overlap, hyenas and tigers? I mean, do they really have any conflict? So why should you think of whether they can exist or not coexist?
So there are studies which shows there are overlap. Hyenas feed majorly on like domestic prey, but there are overlaps.
Okay, Ashish, there's this other question for you. Yeah. This is from Ayan, from the Tiger Cell. Why did you expect Cheetal and Sambar will influence striped hyena and jackal distribution or habitat use? How are your findings, species distribution, different from those of Jala et al. 2021?
Okay, so cheetal hyena is a scavenger, and carcass of cheetal could be a kind of food resource for the species, and that is why we expected. But opposite to what we expected, we saw negative correlation because cheetal density or cheetal distribution is more in dry deciduous forest, and hyena distribution is more in open arid land. And coming to the next question, so I think I cannot give a very quantitative answer for this because I did not analyze, but I do expect differences because in that map, Jhala sir used Maxent model and did not include tiger as a variable. And in our model, we use random forest, which is classification technique and not a regression. And we used different, tiger, leopard, and prey species as a variable. So, yeah.
Right. So you can further clarify later. Okay. Thank you. Now over to Rohit. Rohit, there are a couple of questions, but kind of overlaps. So I will ask. The first question is from Dr. Bilal. How many wildlife mitigation plans were reviewed and how many were non-standardized? What is a standardized plan? The next question is how many human-wildlife conflict resolution systems were reviewed, of which states, to infer conclusions? And I think Dr. Nehru's question very similar. He's talking about quantitative framework and in the prioritization processes. What is it that you have followed?
Right. So this is based on cursory reading of a few selected plans, across multi-sectors. So some plans were randomly picked for linear infrastructure. Some plans were randomly picked for dams. Some plans were randomly picked for all other sectors that have been already predefined under the forest conservation or on the Parivesh portal. So this is how the plans were picked. And with regards to proportion, so I think, I don't have the exact numbers with me right away, but more than 90% were very, very short-term duration plans, or their baseline data collection was absolutely the period was very, very short, maybe less than 3 months for most, and only for areas that involve large amounts of forest diversion, such projects or such appraisals come to specialized institutions like WII or SECON or other institutes, and then there is an opportunity to do a more full-fledged study. So that's that. And
Okay,
the other
thank
one
you. There's one more question. This is from Akanksha, and she says timely presentation. I'm not sure whether what she means by timely, whether you finished on time or this is a very important presentation. Okay, but you can discuss. So her question is, conflict varies between states and even within. Don't you think states or even forest divisions and people would benefit from conflict resolution mechanisms that are flexible instead of a standard national framework?
So a framework may include flexibility within. So that's not a major problem. So what I mean by national framework is a set of guidelines, involving period when the payouts are given. So for example, today funding mechanisms differ and they vary among states. So some may draw from their disaster schemes, some may draw from their overall state kitty, and all other kinds of streams of revenue. And apart from that, what differs is the kinds of losses that are compensated for. So some states may compensate for certain kinds of animals, certain species of animals, while other states won't. And the other thing, and the next most important thing is that the timeline also differs. So states people get frustrated that some conflict incidents are paid out within a few days, some take many months. So these are the kind of anomalies that I'm talking about, and this is where probably a standard framework will help. Usage of technology will help in assessing the damage in the first place and then effecting faster payouts, using existing Aadhaar-linked schemes and stuff like that. So that is what I mean, and there would be inbuilt flexibilities for multiple states.
Thank you, Rohit. That's it for you. And the last question is for Ms. Priya Singh, relating to the Pashmina work that you're doing. This is from Dr. Archana Bhoguna. It's a suggestion actually, but she does say that please read Justice 2001 in this particular paper published in Science. The wool hair is used to differentiate Pashmina, and I think you're referring to Shamina and Shatush. And simple slide preparation also differentiate the structure of the hair. That's what she's saying. So no need to do SEM. Single scale structure is unique for Pashmina and Shatush.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
So you don't need to do SEM. So you've done SEM. So she's saying you don't need to do SEM, simple slide presentation. So you've done that. So you should counter that, why you did SEM.
So basically, through compound microscopy, we cannot evaluate for sometimes as there are certain procedures for making shawl, and contamination can occur at any different place. So that's why sometimes we do not get particular scale pattern for Shatush. So that's why we go for SEM analysis.
Okay, later on you can discuss with
Thank
Madam.
you. Thank
She's
you.
here, right here. That's it, sir. Over to you.
Okay, we thank all the speakers and for excellent presentations. Especially, everybody has kept to the time. Nobody overshot the time. Yeah. And we have covered so many topics, so many species, and thank you very much. And I'm sure everybody has enjoyed the talks. And Dr. Mathur sir, comments? Okay then, thank you very much.
I request Suresh sir to kindly felicitate our chair and co-chair. I didn't realize Meva sir will finish absolutely on time. So.
us to stay here and meet Karan during the tea break.
Okay, so thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. We will quickly break for tea, very quick tea for 15-20 minutes. We'll reassemble back here at 3:40. I request all the cultural performers to stay back here and meet Dr. Karan. There's some emergency announcement he wants to make, so please stay back. So the rest of you, please have tea and be back here by 3:40. Thank you.
Hey, everybody to just go to the tea arena. We've arranged tea for everyone, and it's not that we are paying money for this. So please go have your tea and come back. We've paid quite a bit of money into it. So the arrangements have been done there. Nobody here.
Not that sir is feeling bad that you guys have not had tea. Because there is money being put into it, please go have tea. Welcome back everyone to the concluding session of the ARS. I request you all to kindly take your seats. For the concluding session, I would like to invite our dignitaries on the dais. Our seminar chairperson, Dr. S.P. Yadav, Director General of International Big Cat Alliance. Sir, please, if you could come onto the dais. Our Director, Dr. G.S. Bharadwaj. ADG Wildlife, Sir, Ramesh Pandey, Sir, if you could kindly come onto the dais as well. Dean, Ma'am, Ruchi Badola, Ma'am. As is tradition, we would like to invite comments on the annual research seminar by our guests and evaluators. So I would like to start with Meva Singh, sir. Sir, mic this, sir.
You know, I think of all the people here, I have the longest association with the WII from day one, when you know, I was the MSc first batch examiner, the second batch examiner, the third batch, the fourth batch, and then I left the country. Then other examiners with me, Dr. Mohnot once, then Anil Gore once, then K.N. Ganeshaya once. So I have known this institute from those days, and the first seminar ARS was in one small room, where all of us were sitting in one room, which was about the size of the lobby here, the reception room. So this is how. And what I want to tell you is that there has been tremendous increase, not just simply the number, but the quality of research, the type of topics covered. I remember, I won't name the people, you know, even the MSc dissertations those days, we would ask, you know, what are you working on? Indian giant squirrel. What? Everything. You know, what are you working on? Nilgiri tar. What in Nilgiri tar? Everything. So from everything, now the things have become so much question-oriented and so much hypothesis-driven. So it has become really, really highly advanced research. And then the data treatment. I remember, Kamar might recall, in one of the examinations, it was, I think, early 90s or something, there was an excellent set of data of one student. So I just asked, you know, why have you not applied multivariate statistics? Why are you limited all the time to, you know, ANOVA and t-tests and simple correlations? Remember Jhala telling, look, I have been telling you people, now if the external examiner tells this, now you would start doing it. So I take credit always, they tell me that I take the credit of introducing multivariate statistics to the institute. And see, but now from where to where this has gone, I mean, real international standard research, highly advanced, so pinpointed questions, such precise, you know, methodologies. So I'm really very glad to see all this is happening, because I have been seeing this whole evolution from beginning for over 40 years. So I congratulate the institute and it's the leadership, of all the directors and the deans over the years. And this has really developed, and really nice to see all these youngsters now producing excellent kind of research. Congratulations to all.
Thank you, sir. We are also responsible for the selection of half the faculty here, so you're also responsible in a way. So, sir, I would next like to ask Gaur Sharma sir from ZSI, if he could kindly give his comments as well.
Mic hai? It's okay. Very I attended ARS from 1999 when I joined Zoological Survey of India. From that time till today, I attended more than 10 ARS here in WI. And so many researchers from ZSI also in the ZSI at WI, and so many researchers and scientists from WI, they are also now in ZSI. So our goal is same, to work on the conservation of biodiversity, and we are working. And with us today, the chief guest, sir. I work with sir also. He was the chairman. So what is the amendment happened in Indian Wildlife Protection Act 2022, and the list which is revised in that of animals in Schedule 1, 2, 3, 4. Sir had approved and sir submitted to the ministry. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I would like to now invite Rajendra Garwad, sir, as well, to give his comments. Sir is representing Assam Forest Department.
Good evening, everybody. In fact, it's refreshing to come back to WI every now and then. The presentations, as well as various presentations, were really interesting, insightful, a lot to learn. So congratulations to all the researchers and the faculties who have worked very hard to make these projects go on and then come out with innovative solutions for solving the conservation problems. What I also feel that from probably we need to move further apart from the data collection through various sensors. We also need to develop some kind of an integrated system where data collection, analysis, and reporting happens kind of automatically, so which we can deploy at in our protected areas and try to solve the management related problems. So once again, thank you very much. It was indeed a very learning experience. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I next request Kamar, sir, to give his comments.
Namaskar. I congratulate researchers for their amazing work, and just a small piece of advice. Amazing. I mean, really, all of you have done amazing work, and it was very educative for me. That ecology and natural history is the soul of our work. Mathematistry is kept only as tools, so keep that in mind. And I said to all of you young people कि जब से चला हूँ मेरी मंजिल पे नज़र है, मुड़कर मैंने मील का पत्थर नहीं देखा. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request Shri Muthu. Now he was former diploma trainee, but now in the forest department in Rajasthan. So if you can kindly provide us your perspective now as an outsider. I mean, not exactly, but.
Yeah. Good evening to all the people on the dais, and good evening, my fellow researchers. This is the longest I've attended an ARS, because during diploma time, we didn't take it actually very seriously, and we didn't attend the ARS sessions completely, but this is the longest I've attended the ARS sessions. It was truly enlightening, and we got more perspectives on what more can we do, explore in the field as such, like what more things you can do. I was invited particularly because Dr. Abhijit Das had a project here, and we had evaluated the amphibian diversity there, the bird diversity there. So after coming here, seeing the presentations, I could see what more things we still have left unexplored in different protected areas of the country. So that way it was truly an enriching experience. I would like to congratulate all the presenters here. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Final remarks from Shankar, sir.
Good evening, everybody. At the outset, I thank the director and Dean ma'am for getting me over here to attend the ARS. And after I left WAA, after having served 29 years, I left WAA. I took voluntary retirement to join SACON. Then after that, after 9 years, I'm coming to attend the ARS. Yes, and so at WA also, I was the longest served research coordinator. And before that, Dr. P.K. Mathur was there. And I could see Dr. Bitapi Sinha, then subsequently Dr. Vivash Pando. Okay, they all had played their role, in improvising the quality of the presentations and preparing everything, right from abstract to the concluding session, So there are various committees, and everybody has to be congratulated for having put up such an excellent show, And so we all started. Dr. Meva told that how we started, 36 years ago, the annual research seminar. It was held in Forest Research Institute. I'm just telling this for the benefit of the new researchers and students and diploma trainees. We started our annual research seminar in FRA. Okay, we had 2 wings in FRA, and we started there, and it was a very small room. Then when we moved into this campus, we didn't have any big hall to conduct. We conducted, I remember, annual research seminar in the old hostel lounge once. Then we moved into a cement godown. So during the construction time, there was a lot of cement was kept in godown. It has become a gym now for you, right? Or the indoor stadium and indoor court. So there also we had, and we started with, our presentations, not many projects, and there are about 20, 25 researchers and about 15 to 20 research projects. That is so we started with, and acetate sheets and overhead projectors. Then after that, slides came. Then after that, now what you see is a complete transformation of technology. The advancements have taken place. And all of you are properly using it. That is one thing which I wanted to share with. And then regarding the changes that has happened, when I looked at the abstracts, okay, I mean the abstracts are very well written. Okay, very precise to what you spoke. Sometimes you give an abstract, but then you speak something else. But that has never happened, and all of you put in very good. I must congratulate the abstract committee. We used to have. I think probably you also had, and so there is a quality. There is an improvement in all level. I mean, you conceive, and what I have not seen here in 39 presentations, is nobody has proposed research hypothesis. So I heard people are doing PhDs for sure. And probably you may be having research hypothesis for your PhDs, but then it should also come in your presentations, at least in your abstract, and then when you talk about, you all have posed only research questions. There is no harm in it, But if you are a PhD fellow, but better to go with proposing hypothesis, and then you accept or reject in the end, and that is how it has to be done. That is one thing. And then there are 2 categories of talks. One is oral presentation, and the other one is speed talk. Okay, and in the past, we never had the speed talk thing. What I liked is the speed talk. The presenters, they were exactly on time, 5 minutes. But I mean, 5 minutes is too short a time to be given here. I mean, if you ask me to speak my research work in 5 minutes, I can't do it. But how much of hard work you would have done to present your findings in 5 minutes, amazing to you. Okay, then. When the oral presentations, they were given 10 minutes, Again, it is an injustice, okay. For both the categories, we should have at least about 20 minutes for presentation, and then later on, discussion also we should have sufficient time, Only then we can take up all the questions, So many questions were, unattended by us. So there was a paucity of time, So that also I felt so. And in the past, we had only 20 minutes for presentation, but number of projects were less. When I left WIA, there were 43 research projects and then about 200 research fellows. And 50% of them were from All India Tiger Monitoring Program. Okay, now you have 71 research projects, pan-India presence, and covering various aspects, lot of things, you are doing it. And congratulations and compliments to all of you and the people, those who worked hard to put up a 2 days big show. I personally enjoyed it sitting through. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I request our director, Dr. G.S. Bharadwaj, for his comments.
On the conclusion of this 36th annual research seminar, on the dais, Chairperson Dr. S.P. Yadav, Director General, International Big Cat Alliance, Additional Director General Forest, Shri Ramesh Pandey, our Dean, Dr. Ruchi Badola, Dr. Vishnu Priya, our guests, former Hof, Shruti Sharma ma'am, forum faculty, WIA, Hussain Saab, Dr. Shankar, Dr. Meba Singh ji, Dr. P.K. Mathur, Saurabh Sharma ji, Uniyal Saab, Dr. S.P. Goel, officers from different forest departments, including Rajendra Garwad, who was earlier in NTCA. He has already worked with us. From NTCA, Hemant, all faculty, colleagues, diploma trainees, young scientists, including researchers and all project scientists, MSc students, ladies and gentlemen. As a director, I have been given the responsibility to give comments. अपनी फैमिली के बारे में मैं क्या कमेंट करूं? This is really big challenge for me. तारीफ करूं कि बुराई करूं? I think in different capacity, my third capacity, I am seeing I'm in this ARS. In 1997, I was also one of the member of on the last bench who was listening all scientists during that period, 1997. Later again, I got the opportunity as faculty in WII from 2008 to 2012. I got an opportunity to see some of the same. Again, I was on another corner. When I was field at the Sarissa Tigers, again I was invited. I was sitting somewhere, but I was not. We were not participating. We were just seeing the science. And most of the time we used to go outside. And none of the session was actually observed or just heard very, very deeply. Here, in last 2 weeks, I'm able to see some of the research work that has been done in the form of internal annual research seminar, and also now there's a final, this is a concluding session of annual research seminar. I would say excellent presentation, amazing work you have done, and I congratulate to all of you and the faculty who is doing this excellent job. I've seen some difference. Just I would like to just reply to Dr. K. Shankar. He's very right. That time, there were always hypotheses while when we were starting our presentation, hypothesis for the problem. Now we don't find any hypothesis. Dr. Ruchi Badola, in her initial remarks, when she was giving presentation, she gave the statement, nowadays, we don't have any project that is original work of our side. It's not decided by our scientists, our researchers. Most of the work we are doing only after getting direction from ministry, or we are from where we are getting funds. As in today, we don't have funds. This is one of the reasons that we don't have this hypothesis-based our research. That's my. I have also requested our chairperson and our ADG of our Mantralaya that we need to look into these issues, that we should work on our core areas where we are supposed to do. I have also, there's also change, and from looking at the main protagonists of our research. Earlier we were more focused on big charismatic species like tiger, elephants, and other animals. Now, in last 2 weeks, I have seen each and every text of all phyla and all classes of vertebrates. So all our fauna are being represented. So that's a change I have seen. And if you see whole of the research, एक ही चीज देखने मिलती है, we talk about animal, the subject animal, and its habitat. I'm just quoting one, sharing one shloka. With the kind permission, Chair, sir. The shloka ये कहता है कि माँ वनम छिंदी Svayagram. Ma vanam chindi Svayagram. It means do not cut the forest that is inhabited by the tigers. दूसरी इसकी लाइन है माँ भ्याग्राम मीनासाद वनाथ means do not let tigers out of forest. You manage your forest in such a way tigers should not go out. And the third line is vanam hi rakshyate bhyagre. वन ही बाघों की रक्षा करता है. भ्याग्रान रक्षिते का नाम, यानी बाघ ही आपके वनों की रक्षा करता है. ये आज का श्लोक नहीं है, आज की साइंस नहीं है. इट इज अ श्लोका ऑफ पर्व पुराणा, उद्योग पर्व ऑफ महाभारता that was written between 400 AD and 300 between AD. So between 400 BC and 300 AD, it is that old text. So it is written there that importance of habitat and the importance of animal. If we protect the charismatic species, its habitat will be protected, and if we protect its habitat, the animal will be protected. So most of our research are revolve around this only. So after these presentations, I've seen there are two extremes in the presentations. We need to recommend our recommendation only on science-based findings. We should not be guided by emotions. We should not be guided by any influence. You should give only recommendation that's only based on science. Sometimes, I'm a forest officer. I have worked in different capacities, in different areas, in the field, not only in the field, but also in different ministry and other areas. एक चीज देखने को मिला. We do have so many people. 5 तरह के लोग होते हैं. 5 kinds of people we do have. हुकुम चंद. आपने सुना होगा. सबको नहीं मालूम है. हमारे यहाँ भी बोराई चंद और शिकायत चंद भी होते हैं. जस्ट टू हुकुम चंद हुकुम देते हैं. हमें कई बार हुक्म मिलते हैं मंत्रालय से. वी नीड टू डू दैट. हुकुम चंद होते हैं, ठीक है. सेकंड ज्ञान चंद. ज्ञान देने वाले सारे बैठे हुए हैं. और समटाइम्स यू डू हैव एडवाइस. एडवाइस मांगते हैं कि एडवाइस दीजिए. हम रायचंद, उसको रायचंद बोलते हैं. लेकिन कुछ हमारे में लोग होते हैं शिकायत चंद होते हैं. ये ऐसे होना चाहिए, वैसे होना चाहिए. सो मेनी पेपर्स, मीडिया पर कई बार ऐसा होता है. शिकायत चंद. बट करमचंद नहीं है. सिर्फ एक फॉरेस्ट गार्ड करमचंद है जो हमेशा फील्ड में जाके पिटाई होती है. रेंज ऑफिसर फील्ड में जाता है, कहीं ह्यूमन कॉन्फ्लिक्ट इशू होता है, वहां पर जाके वो राय दे नहीं सकता है. उसको हमेशा घेराव किया जाता, पिटाई होती है. तो हमें रायचंद के अलावा, हमारे पास है रायचंद, आज भी राय मिली कई लोगों से हमें अच्छी, ज्ञान भी बहुत मिला, लेकिन करमचंद कैसे बने. 3 मेजर चैलेंजेस हमें, आप सबको मालूम, कल भी मैंने बताया था. ह्यूमन वाइल्ड लाइफ कॉन्फ्लिक्ट, इन्वेसिव स्पीशीज एंड हैबिटेट डिस्ट्रक्शन. इसी को ध्यान में रखते हुए हमें ये मैसेज हर एक जगह देना है. किस तरीके से करमचंद बनने की कोशिश करें हम सारे. मैं ज़्यादा, आई वोंट टेक मच ऑफ अ टाइम. अगेन आई कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट टू ऑल ऑफ आवर यंग साइंटिस्ट, फैकल्टी for doing this excellent presentations. I thank you, Dr. S.P. Yadav sir, for sharing whole of the 2 days staying with us and being with us wholeheartedly. For the first time I'm seeing Dr. I have never seen him with us. Even in Mantralaya, 1.5 साल से इकट्ठे कभी नहीं बैठे जितना. For the first time I have seen him in WIA. Thank you very much, and thank you Dr. Vishnu Priya, Varun, for organizing this wonderful event. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. I request Ramesh Pandey sir, ADG Wildlife, to kindly give his remarks.
Thank you, Vishnu. Dr. S.P. Yadav sir and Dias, Bharadwaj sir, Director, Wildlife Institute of India, Madam Badola, Dr. Vishnu, senior scientists and professors, invitees, including Meva Singh Saab, Dr. Shankar, my colleague last time I left the name of Dr. Nigam, Dr. Bilal, Dr. Anukul in particular. They had been associated with me very closely. The faculties of WI and all the guests and participants. The first and foremost thing which I would like to say is about how did I feel about the presentations. One thing which I liked is the diversity of the species and subjects. From galliforms to red panda to takin to caracal to humpback whale to green turtles, then from gharials to batagur baska, and then tigers, cheetah. I mean, so many. House sparrow, reticulate python, if I'm correctly telling the name, from Andaman. I mean, megapods, and so many species in different part of the country and different aspects of them. So that was very, very, very interesting to listen you all and your commitment towards conserving those species. And the one thing which I liked was methodology part, which fascinated me. I liked some of the presentation, though I was refraining myself to tell them, but I liked the impact of grid size and the density of the clouded leopard. Then I also liked the use of UV for Mr. Tripathi's presentation about how to use, about land use with new technologies. And there are other presentation which looked into the methodology part. That was quite fascinating for me, because I feel that it is an area where very few people try to venture in. I also like the various aspects of conservation and commitment, like the impact of lightning on the regeneration of mangroves in Andaman. I mean, diversity was something very, very fascinating. That was really great to listen you all, and I was finding many of the presentations very, very interesting. That was a great learning for me too, and this is the first ARS which I have attended almost for the entire 2 days. So that was the first part I wanted to share with you. Congratulations to all of you. Wonderful presentations. I'm so happy to see. And the second thing which I liked was the 5-minute presentation. I was saying that it should be 3 to 4 minutes. So my opinion is totally contrary to what Dr. Shankar was telling. I said, Dr. Ruchi Badola, that had it been more presentations and 3 to 4 minutes, we would have enjoyed more. Because I personally feel that it is not important that how long your paper is or how many papers you write. It is more important that how many citations you get out of it and how many people are reading it. And in one line, they can say that, okay, this is the takeaway of this presentation. So if you can give a presentation in 3 to 4 minutes, it means you are absolutely clear what you want to say. And so I liked it. And why I'm saying this, I was trained in US with the US officials for executive development. And there I was trained to give presentation in 2 minutes. Because it's very difficult to retain the attention of the political bosses. And if you are not right on the bullseye, people will not listen you. If you cannot say, I mean, people say that if you know your subject, you can teach a student of 5th standard. So I like that the 5-minute presentation is really very good concept. If it can be reduced to 4 minutes or 3 minutes, it's good, but the number of presentations should be increased. So more and more people can be given opportunity to tell. This is another thing which I liked very much. The third thing which I want to tell, which I was discussing with director as well as Badola madam, that we should we should not only take up those research which are emanating from projects or sponsorships. We should basically do those projects which we require to do. I mean, where we feel that this is the area where we should look at for programs and policies. And here I would say that we should also conduct research for a long-term period. I mean, our data should be of 20 years or 10 years. And then using data of 20 years, we should come up with the results. So short-term studies or the research based on the secondary data may not give that much. I mean, I'm not questioning that that cannot give great results. But I have seen that like randomized control trials in many other fields, medicines and even in economics for 10 years, 20 years, have given wonderful results and people have won Nobel for those works. So probably I was thinking that had it been a case where we are presenting a 20 years data, 10 years data, not secondary data, primary data collected for say 20 years, that what changes has come in this area and what is how the ecosystem is changing, how the people are interacting, what changes have come. Probably that will give more value to our research. So we should also target maybe 2-3 research for 10 years or 20 years down the line, that how we will take this area of research in this direction for some long-term time. So this was another thing which was coming to my mind. Another thing I was feeling to share with you all, that institutions gets recognized and rated on the basis of papers they publish and the papers published in international journals and good journals. So we all collectively should try to increase the status of the institution. If you see the indexing done by many institutions as well as by many publishers. So that would be something which we should strive for and look for. I mean, I have seen papers coming in, very good papers of many of you, and I mean more than 10 impact factor, but how collectively we can think of and we can promote such robust study which can increase the status of the institution should be also our target. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity, especially to Dr. Vishnu and Director Sir. I thoroughly enjoyed the presentations. I didn't take any note, nor I asked any questions, but I was a silent listener. I was just enjoying. I was literally imbibing whatever the presentations were made. I believe in what we say, Smrit Divas or Smrit Chan. The thing which is ingrained your mind goes along with you. I mean, the notes which you take, you don't look at those notes after going back to your home. So whatever get ingrained your memory, that goes along. And there are many such presentations which I will take along with me, and probably will look back to the abstract book now to see that what did you say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And like Director Sir said, I think it's a matter of honor that the Additional Director General of Wildlife is sitting with us for 2 whole days to listen to the annual research seminar. So thank you for being with us. I now hand over the session to my Associate Coordinator, Varun Kher, to take it forward with the photography competition and the other awards.
I'm sure all of you are excited about this session. We will start with the photography awards. We received a total of 416 entries from 70 participants, and these belong to 4 themes. This time the main theme that we had was human-wildlife interactions, and we had 3 more themes. One was fieldwork in action, a camera trap theme, and a non-theme category.
Before we get on to the award winners, we'll first see a few notable, some notable mentions, some nice photographs that did not win the award. And in no specific order, I will start from here. So we had a 3-member jury who looked at all the photographs and selected the 3 winners in each category. The members of the jury were our director, Dr. Bharadwaj, who is also an accomplished photographer himself, then Dr. B.S. Adhikari and Mr. Ritesh Gautam. We'll first start with the non-theme category, and the third prize goes to Ashish Jangid. I request the dignitaries to please come up to present the awards to the winners. So this is a photograph from Project GIB, which Ashish had contributed for the seminar. So all the winners are getting a certificate and a book prize. The second winner, the second position in the non-theme category is Ahmed Omar for his photo of dolphin. And the first prize in the non-theme category is to Isaac Ryan for his photo of the saltwater crocodile. Next, we come to the human-wildlife interactions category, and the third prize is to Sagarika Das for a photo of the elephant. The second prize is again to Ashish Jangid. And the first prize is to Ayan Khandra for his photo of interaction with elephants. The next, The next category is fieldwork in action, and the third prize goes to Pooja Kumari. The second prize in the fieldwork in action category goes to Tanmay Gokhale for a beautiful underwater photo. After two photos in which people are doing some field work, the next photo and the winner is by Shashank Nagrale. The last category is camera trap pictures, and the third prize goes to Tribhuvan, his photo of the clouded leopard. So this is Tribhuvan on behalf of Team Clouded Leopard project, and if anyone else also wants to come on the dais, please, you're welcome. The second prize is Shashank Nagrale again for his photo of the leopard. Shashank has also asked Niket to please come on the dais for taking the photo with him. And the first prize in the camera trap category goes to Maulik Sarkar.
Come on!
And this photo is on behalf of the Kuno team. And with that, we come to the end of the photography competition. We will now move on to the awards for the internal annual research seminar. For all the dignitaries, I would like to mention that before the annual research seminar, we also had an internal annual research seminar that happened for 2 days. That seminar also had multiple talks and poster sessions and many projects which are at the starting stage of their inception presented their work here. And I would like to take a minute to thank the sponsors who have sponsored the gifts and the awards for this session. We have received awards from Van Rakshak, which has Van Rakshak by A&S Creations. A&S Creations, founded by Sumit Sabharwal, has launched a new brand called Van Rakshak and are happy to support the Ministry of Environment and Forest Change Vocal for Local initiative, and they embody the commitment to India's growth and self-reliance, and they are happy to support prizes for this seminar. At the same time, we have had awards from Calzis India, which is headquartered in Bangalore and is a leading optics and optoelectronics company, which operates across vision care, medical technology, industrial metrology, research microscopy, and sports and cine optics. I will now move on to the awards. To start with, we have awards for the posters session in the IARS, and we have 2 awards. The second prize goes to Akash Rana for his presentation on vegetation monitoring and spatial patterns of invasive plant species in Kuno National Park. I would invite Akash and his PI, Dr. Bilal and Dr. Vishnupriya on the dais, and I request the dignitaries to please hand the awards. Akash Rana. Okay, only the PIs are here. I request Dr. Bilal to please take the award on his behalf. The first prize for IARS posters goes to Manas Shukla for his poster on NSAID usage patterns and the consequent risk of vulture poisoning in the Thar Desert. I think I can join him as his PI, and Dr. Vishnupriya as the co-PI. For the IRS oral presentations, the third prize goes to Shimantika Gupta for a presentation titled Ecological Drivers of Productivity for a Critically Endangered Bustard and Implications for its Conservation. I request Shimantika and PI Dr. Datta to please come on stage. The second prize goes to Priyanka Kashyap for her talk on impact of warming on soil nematode community structure in alpine meadows of Arunachal Pradesh. I also invite Dr. Johnson to please come along too. Now the first prize for oral presentations in IARS goes to Meghna Limbu for her presentation on environmental and anthropogenic correlates of spatial co-occurrence and dial activity pattern of sympatric small cats in Neora Valley. I also invite Dr. Gopi to please share the dice. Now coming to the ARS, we will start with the poster presentations. And the second prize goes to Urjit Bhatt for his poster on developing a conservation action plan framework for elusive small and medium wild felids. And the first award for poster presentation in ARS goes to Jyoti Son for her poster on safeguarding the Indian rhino using genetic database to combat poaching and aid conservation management. I also invite Dr. Samrat to please come to the stage. Now coming to the speed talks, the third prize for speed talks in ARS goes to Rohit Jha for his presentation titled Policy Gaps, five conservation challenges for sustainable development in India. I request Gopi sir to stay back because the second winner is Gaurav PJ for his presentation linking tradition and science on Mishmi Takin. And the winner of the speed talk session is Priya Singh for her talk on following the microscopic trails, trichotaxonomy of Pashmina. I request Gupta sir to also please come on the stage. No? Gupta sir, CP sir. Now coming to the oral presentations in ARS, the third prize goes to any guesses? Oh, actually someone got it right. Mohit Mudliar for his talk on from blue isles to seagrass pastures, satellite tracking green turtles from Lakshadweep reveals movement across Arabian Sea. I request Dr. Suresh to also come on stage. The second prize for oral talks in ARS goes to Lesser Florican on the Brink of Extinction by Mohibuddin. I also request representative of A&S Creation to please come on stage to present the award. They have kindly agreed to sponsor this award. Mr. Gaurav from A&S Creations, if you can also come to present. And the first prize for oral presentation ARS goes to Swapnali Gole for her presentation on Indian Dugongs from the Brink, a decade of hope, setbacks, success, and future. I request Dr. Johnson also to please come on stage. And this, she gets a prize sponsored by Kalzi's, so I invite Kalzi's representative to please come on stage. Mr. Vipin from Kalzi's may also please come on stage. With that, we come to the end of the presentation ceremony, and I hand it over to Dr. Vishnupriya.
Thank you, Varun. I now request our seminar chair, Dr. S.P. Yadav, to kindly give his concluding remarks.
Director WI, Dr. Bhardwaj, Ramesh Pandey, ADG Wildlife, Dr. Ruchi Badola, Dean, Wildlife Institute of India, Dr. Vishnu Priya, all faculty members of WI, present and former faculty members, working officers, forest officers and retired forest officers, all distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I have been attending ARS for quite some time. Many times I have attended it. And I have no hesitation in saying that this one I found the best so far. So congratulations to you all. To me, it appeared that the 2 days were kind of celebration and festival of your hard work, which you do round the year, tirelessly, with your commitment and passion. So it's a kind of celebration. So well done, everyone. So thank you all for joining this enlightening seminar on wildlife conservation and research. And in fact, much has been said about the quality and the width of the presentations and talks and speed talks and all. I echo all of them, particularly ADG Wildlife Ramesh Pandey's views on this seminar. These 2 days discussions have illuminated the urgent need to protect biodiversity amid challenges you all know, like habitat loss, human-wildlife conflict, climate change, and so on. We have explored technology-driven population monitoring, or in fact, technology has revolutionized the way we have been conducting wildlife research. And there are a lot of potential and improvement which we can further make. We need to meet out the latest challenges. Like in my inaugural address, I was saying that we must work on predictive models for dealing with human-wildlife conflict and that kind of thing. That will really help, and use of technology and artificial intelligence. We have to look towards the challenges of future, like I said, Viksit Bharat 2047, and because a lot of infrastructure development, developmental activities, industries and all, they will come up by that time. And it's a responsibility to all of us to protect and conserve our wildlife and ensure that the balance is there. So hearty congratulations to all awardees and winners for your stellar achievements, and congratulations to all participants for celebrating your work in the form of ARS. I must congratulate the team of Wildlife Institute of India led by Dr. Vishnu Priya, And I can understand that a lot of effort and planning goes into this kind of organizations. This 2026 year, which is coming, and it's very, very important because India is going to host 4 summits. One is on artificial intelligence, another is on BRICS Summit, and third is Africa Summit. And the 4th one will be the summit on the big cat conservation, where we are expecting that prime ministers of many countries and at least forest ministers from 95 range countries, they will be participating. So again, that year is going to be busy, and I look forward towards Wildlife Institute of India to provide support to International Big Cat Alliance and the ministry to organize this big event. And with these words, I conclude my remarks. And once again, congratulations for excellent work and your hard work and passion or commitment which you have shown towards the wildlife conservation. Thank you so much.
So on behalf of the Wildlife Institute of India, I want to begin by saying a huge and heartfelt thank you to everyone who's been here for the 36th annual research seminar. First to our seminar chair, SP Yadav sir. Thank you, sir, for taking time out of your packed schedule. Your insights on guiding research towards conservation priorities are deeply valued, and we will surely carry them forward. A very warm thank you to ADG sir for being here and reminding us that research, when done right, can truly change conservation on the ground. So thank you, sir, for being here. We also want to give a big round of applause for our scientific stalwarts who've been here with us. Rahmani sir, Meva Singh sir, Barucha sir, PK Mathur sir, Shankar sir, Satyakumar sir, Kamar sir, Unyal sir, Goel sir, and Hussain sir. Thank you so much for being here. So please, a big round of applause for all of them. Coordinator's office, where most of the coordination happened, and many evenings ended up with piles of printouts. My deepest thanks to Neha, Surbhi, Shambhu, Deepak, Farhan, Aparna, Jyotiji, Pradeep, and many others. If I've forgotten anybody, I'm really sorry. But and the beautiful banners and invitations and the abstract books were designed by Arushi and Kashish. So thank you both for bringing such grace to our visual identity. Thank you. As many of you know, this was my first ARS, and even Varun's as research coordinator and associate research coordinator. And honestly, it's been a great journey. The support I received from my faculty colleagues is something that I'll always remember. Every one of you, well, almost everyone, stepped in, helped, guided, and owned the ARS as it should be. It never once felt like I was doing this alone. And the spirit of teamwork and the laughter during the late night planning and the videos that were taken candid and the endless messages, it all felt like work and more like family. ARS has that magic, I think. It brings us together and reminds us why we love doing what we do. So please, a big round of applause for all my wonderful colleagues for being the best team one could ask for. Thank you so much. At this very special stage, I would like to have a very special mention for Nigam sir. He's the man who went and ensured that no one went hungry and no session went dry, literally, and no problem stayed unsolved. So he didn't just lead the catering committee, he made sure we all worked. So thank you, sir. And the event wouldn't have been possible without the constant encouragement of our director, who trusts and empowers us, and our dean, who ensures that we keep our science sharp and our spirits high. Thank you, ma'am. And our registrar, who, so those new, is set the bar high. He's been always facilitating us, so thank you. And to my associate research coordinator, Varun, he's always a busy bee and coordinating 100 things at once. He says yes to everything and then quietly does exactly what he wants. So thank you, Varun, for your tireless energy, your chaos and calm all rolled into one, so thank you. And finally, to our researchers, our diploma trainees and MSc students, you're the heart of this institute. From profound questions to hilarious moments, you made this seminar lively, thought-provoking, and fun. So thank you for reminding us why science at WI always has a soul. Thank you so much. And before we close, on behalf of the Dean, I invite you all and your families to join cultural evening at 6:30, followed by dinner, because science does deserve a celebration. So with that, we finally conclude. we officially conclude the 36th annual research seminar. Thank you for the ideas and the laughter and the inspiration. See you all next year and with bigger smiles. Thank you so much.